Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, speaker.
Oh, great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Good to hear your voice, Honorable Brown. I just wanted to make sure we're just here putting everything together, but it looks like I don't have a quorum yet, so let's continue. We'll probably start, give it about another couple more minutes, but looks like today we have Miss Peggy Nakai, who's going to be sitting in for Mr. Rico, and then I have Miss Nota, who's going to be taking the votes, and looks like Jalissa will be helping assist too as well, colleagues. We do have, looks like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like we have about 8 of our colleagues on the line right now, 9. So let's go ahead and give it a little bit longer so we can go ahead and get everything together and make sure we have a quorum. Again, Yate Bennett to everybody that's listening in right now. This is actually a special Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, and the reason why is just because we want to make sure that there's a couple of these legislations that are currently been on the agenda for a couple of times, and we want to make sure we're taking care of those items. With that stated, everybody listening in, good morning. Again, this is the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a special meeting, and just for the fact that we do have legislations that need to continue on, or position statements that we need to make sure that the nation has in place. So good morning to everyone listening in, whether you're on Facebook, Vimeo, or YouTube. Good morning to everyone that's listening in from the Navajo Nation or outside our four sacred mountains too as well. Good morning. Or if you're even across the big water, good morning to the rest of the world that's listening in. We do have a couple of items on the agenda today. Looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 legislations, and then just scheduling 2 of work sessions. But it looks like we might have a 2-committee rule right now. So let's go ahead and get started here. I do believe we're recording now, so we're good to go. Let's go ahead and get this meeting started. This is a Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a special meeting via telecommunications, Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Thursday, March 18th, 2021. Time now is 10:08 a.m. Good morning again, Yate, to everyone listening in. Mr. President, Vice President, Jonathan Nez, Mr. Myron Lizer, good morning. Good morning to all the executive staff, all the executive employees, all the legislative branch staff, all my colleagues. Good morning, and then also good morning to Madam Chief Justice and all the judicial branch. Good morning to all the chapters out there that are listening in too as well. Good morning to all our constituents across within and outside the four sacred mountains. Again, good morning to everyone. We do have a proposed agenda here before us. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and, Ms. Nota, let's go ahead and get that roll call, and then from there, we'll go ahead and go on to an invocation.
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen Gray Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning. Delegate Freeland present. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. This is Delegate Halona. President, thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning. I'm present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 15 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Notel. We have 15 members present. With that, I think Honorable, let me turn it over to Honorable Helona. I know you're on the line. You mind doing the invocation this morning for us? Honorable Helona? Honorable
Speaker
Helona?
Damon.
Yes.
Ms. Kelowna.
Yes. You mind doing the invocation for us this morning?
Thank you, sir. No problem. I can handle that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we bow our heads and say your own prayer in your own words. I'd like to say today, beautiful day, and thank you, Lord Jesus, for this wonderful day that you have given us on this earth again. We thank you for all the strength that you have given our people and all of us to move through this hard times that we're going through with this terrible pandemic. We ask that you help us, Lord, to move forward and get rid of this pandemic. The virus that has affected our nation has affected all the United States and around the world as well. Parts of our world now are reopening and preparing to reopen. We are not sure what this transition will look like. But Lord, we know you do. We know that you are watching over us and you know what the outcome will be. So we ask you during this time that you would guard our hearts and our minds, encourage our feelings of anxiousness and afraid or helplessness that the people are experiencing today. We ask you, Lord, to continue to heal those who are sick and protect those who are not. We ask you, Lord, to protect and strengthen the brave people serving others in the front lines of the pandemic, as well as all their family members. Keep them safe. We ask, Lord, that you give our leaders wisdom as we navigate through the seasons here. Let your hope and truth guide their actions, Lord, so that we may serve the people as best we can with the right decisions. Lord, we ask you to unite all your global churches to increase the generosity and faith and love for all of those around us. We ask, Lord, that you restore our community for glory of your name and the glory of your name, Lord Jesus Christ, and rescue all the people from depression, addiction, and loneliness that they're feeling today. Lord, we ask you to continue to transform us, and let the spiritual renewal we've experienced strengthen our resolve and share your hope. Lord, we believe we will see your goodness in our land because we know that you are working our lives every day. Lord, we ask that you calm our fears and that we trust in you and that we come to you and do that you can do only what you do. We ask, Lord, that you bless all the veterans out there and thank them for all the services that they've provided to give us freedom in this country so that we may live our lives free. We ask, Lord, that you protect all of my colleagues on the council. Give them strength and wisdom, Lord, to guide us to make the right decisions the best we can to serve our Navajo Nation, to serve the people of our nation. We ask, Lord, that you give the President and Vice President of the Navajo Nation the strength and the wisdom as well to help guide our nation, to bring all of our people out of the depths of disparity and depression, and so that we may rise above. We ask, Lord, that all these things that in your name, Lord Jesus Christ, to continue to give us strength and move forward in our day. I ask all these things in the name of Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that invocation, Honorable Helena. That, colleagues, we did have number one met on our agenda this morning. So let's move on down. Item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. At this time, are there any recognitions, colleagues? I don't have anybody that has texted in.
Speaker, this is Juanica calling in.
Good morning, Honorable Juanica.
Thank you.
All right. There's no recognitions, colleagues. Let's go ahead and continue on down on our agenda. We can go on to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. With that, Ms. Nakai, could you please read the agenda into the record?
Speaker, good morning. Excuse me. This is Naabik'íyáti here, calling in for the record. Yeah.
Good morning, Honorable Yellowhair. Got there, Bennett.
Oh.
Ms. Nakai?
Mr. Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, this is a special meeting via telecommunications, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona, Thursday, March 18, 2021, 10 a.m. Approved agenda. Presiding Chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's a journal for March 11, 2021. 5, receive your reports, none. 6, old business, none. New business. A, legislation number 0011-21. B, legislation number 0012-21. C, legislation number 0017-21. D, legislation number 0019-21. E, legislation number 0021 or 2021. F, legislation number 0024-21. G, legislation number 0026-21. H, legislation 0029-21. I, legislation number 0030-21. J is Naabik'íyáti Committee work session regarding family cemeteries, burial plots, and land withdrawals. Presenters to include Navajo Nation General Land Development Department and Navajo Nation Land Department. And there's a date with a blank. And then K, Naabik'íyáti Committee work session with Navajo Housing Authority and the Navajo Veterans Administration pertaining to the housing crisis and how it is being addressed. Proposed date, and there's a blank. Close of the meeting. Announcements, adjournment. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion by Charles Newton.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Second, Vice Chair
Morning,
Smith.
Phyllis.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Vice Chair Smith. I think that was right. Honorable Smith, was that you?
Yes, sir, that's me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions at this time to our agenda?
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Oh, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Naabik'íyáti Committee members. Aruna kodo daima stragi so kodo dalis ane edo she aru so so da aliashin so kodo edo she zudan trago ho the okoti no de biga so the net al teko aruna kodo speaking to the agenda kodo I'd like to add an item to the agenda kodo na gaita maybe to get a report from the controller on the hardship. That the other day into UA they reverted $34+ million back into hardship. The reason why I say this is because a lot of people are asking out here at the local level. I applied for hardship there. I didn't get a response. Or another question is how many is into hardship right now? So like to add that to the agenda without Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
I second that, Chair.
Honorable Daniels, with that, I do see on the board Amendment 1, there's a motion by Honorable Daniels to add on a report from the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the hardship program and hardship assistance program, I guess. With that, colleagues, is there a second?
Second by Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Honorable Otto So. Amendment 1. Okay, with that, colleagues, adding on this report again, we will do our best to get a hold of the controller. Staff, if you can work on that. As you know, we didn't notify the controller 24 hours in advance or anything in advance. So hopefully the controller or her team is ready, colleagues, with this. That's the only concern I bring up right this time. Other than that, is there any comments, questions on this amendment number 1?
Keelan.
Let me go ahead and put Honorable Keelan Begay in the queue, then Chairman Hinu. That, Jay, good morning. Honorable Keelan Begay, the floor is yours.
92887163110. Can't take your call now.
Chairman Keelan's here.
Yes, good morning.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hey, kudos. It's okay. Maybe just get a quick written response. I believe there's very important legislation that we continue to just bump them to the next NABI meeting. Legislation decreasing, and I believe there's housing by Kodo appointment to the NHA board membership legislation open holders. Maybe if we can do the report after or ask for a specific written statement of how much we have again. Otherwise, I believe that we might go into midnight again with all these legislation. If not, if you average about 2 hours or 1 hour of even the items on the agenda, even half of it, that's it. Another these onsen. I don't 30 minutes is late going into accepting the agenda and deliberating on the agenda and I mean, it's good to get this information. Maybe a written statement would be more appropriate as well. If not, maybe at the end of the legislation, Chairman. I mean, I believe as important as getting the information is also important that these legislation be larger. If there's no 2/3 vote, or those are not going into the council, the final committee for NABI, otherwise maybe request to have the appointments to the NHA board to get that large let them get to work as well. Based on that, so, Chairman, that's my input and request.
Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. With that, to the motioning party, Honorable Daniels, one is a request to modify to actually have this as a requesting for a written report from the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the hardship assistance, specifically with those two questions at hand that you raised, Honorable Daniels. And if not, then moving this, I guess, moving this at the end of the agenda, towards the end of the agenda, if the first request to modify isn't recognized. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Behind these are very important. So I don't have a problem putting her at the end of the legislation. That way she can get prepared. Get all the documents in place. So after the legislation, without them, Mr. Chair.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. With that, motion to modify is accepted to move the report till after the agendas and after the action items under new business. So with that, Honorable Otto So was the second. You good with the modification?
I would like to hear it up front, but I guess the motioning party wants to move it to the end. And truly, there's a lot of people asking. We haven't heard any public press release from the controller's office. I too myself get calls every other day relating to we haven't get our check yet. Are they still issuing it? And what's the number to the controller? Or you give them a number that's provided, and that phone number don't work. They keep calling those numbers. So I guess some sort of answer really needs to be provided, since the Naabik'íyáti committee approved and was the final authority of authorizing the hardship account or hardship for our Navajo citizens. And they are let's hear the concern, and some of our Navajo citizens has not got their hardship assistance yet. But again, it's up to the if it's okay with the motioning party, I'm okay with it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Daniels.
Honorable Daniels?
After hearing my great shake without Delegate Otto So, without Chairman So, let's hear from the controller, Mentee. I kind of agree with that also without them. So with that, switch back to before the legislation though. Let's on that deal though. I don't on that deal kid though. I guess done. Get to the point. So let's go, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, then, okay. There's your answers, Che. That moving on down. We are still at the original amendment, as stated for when the motion party originally at the original intent of the amendment. So as of right now, Amendment 1 is update report from Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the hardship assistance program. And this will be at the first before at the regular reports, which we would be going into next after the journals. So again, let me go ahead and move on down. Chairman Hino.
Chairman, Council. They put some special things in there. They Kiel McGinn had the exact because of the idea that prepare response to the question to the from the committee. Okay, the legislation is such a they're important to the some of the I'd say they're important that you need to just leave them behind and adjourn early and stuff like that. So and not educate us. If we can get to the legislation as quickly as we can. Some of them require no DD and no sense of value. Not be on any from there. Poor the that needs to diabetes kid after we take care of this. So not educate, but then not sorry, question on the style.
Honorable Daniels, request to modify as a motion party.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Chairman Henny, I'm sure our Navajo people are listening. AC short shot that the season when the call. So if we do it after the legislation bans, that's the case. It's going to be way too late though. Like close to midnight, and there's I did that because you get the schedule. So here that's the case. Also, I'm going to stick with the original amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? If there are none, again, colleagues, I just want to say that the reason why we're having this special NABI meeting was to catch up on the agenda items that some of them have been sitting on this agenda for the last 3 Naabik'íyáti committee meetings. And that was the whole intent of today's meeting. But if this does move forward, I really, colleagues, I hope to request that we can keep the dialogue and on point and continue on due to the fact that there are numerous pressing legislations that we must get to at this meeting today. So again, if there are no comments, questions on Amendment 1, let's go ahead and go to the board and vote on Amendment 1. Ms. Nota?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Allen votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
It's out.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker, with a vote of 8 in favor, 11 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. That 8 in favor, 11 opposed, chair not voting, motion fails. That back to the main motion on the agenda. Colleagues, any other comments, questions on the agenda?
This is Vice Chair Smith, Chairman Damon.
Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, thank you, Naabik'íyáti committee members and chair and those that are listening in and committee members. This was very important. We had a lot of folks that were calling in wanting answers. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to put this report at the end. Hopefully we can at least get an answer for folks that want an answer. But it was voted down. So I'd like to make a motion to have the report done after the Naabik'íyáti resolutions have been completed by a report from OOC on the hardship. This leads into the fact that OOC said if there's any funds that are left and all these are paid out, then it's up to council to do another legislation. Because a lot of folks said we didn't make the deadline or our documents were missing or and they would like to get an answer on that. And council has appropriated that money for hardship and they're still wanting direct answers. So I make that motion that this will be at the end of the legislation. Shenanda, thank you.
Kelowna, second that motion.
You with that, amendment number 1 by Honorable Vice Chair Smith would be add update report after new business from Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the hardship assistance program. I heard there was a second by Honorable Halona. With that, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak, sir.
Chairman Nez, go ahead. Good morning.
And Honorable Speaker Damon, as well as my colleagues. What if we have the controller's report tomorrow afternoon about 1 o'clock? That way we can have all afternoon and evening to discuss this report from the controller rather than late at night. So I just thought I'd ask if we could just have that scheduled tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. There's a recommendation. Is that a request to modify, Chairman Nez?
Yes, please. Thank you.
The request to modify Vice Chair Smith would then be we would schedule add on to the new agenda a new item number JKL, a Naabik'íyáti committee work session tomorrow, March 19th, with the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller giving an update report on the hardship assistance program, starting at 1 o'clock. I would need a pro tem chair due to the fact that I have meetings then. So if that does pass, but we can make sure that that does happen. Well, Vice Chair Smith, there's a request to modify.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and also Chairman Nez Che on the requests. I didn't realize that there was going to be a work session tomorrow.
No.
However,
Vice Chair Smith, no, there's no work session. The amendment would create an option to have a work session tomorrow. There's no work session as of right now.
okay, thank you, Chair Damon, for clarifying that. I will decline that because we have Navajo Indian Irrigation Project set for a meeting at 2 p.m. and we're required to be at those meetings, and I'm sure there's other obligations. So I will respectfully decline the request. Shache. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Kellen.
Honorable Kellen Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, other committee members, while we're debating this, maybe directly ask the controller to provide a written statement even before we get to that report. I believe the council is not saying no. It's just a matter as important as the hardship is also these legislation are important to get direct service to the Navajo people. Legislation gi onas na izno the net ala isi be kite or wasangi onas abendas di tasna halenti can niniki ko a kwaki kisi jo to pa kondosen. So it's just a matter for me to say that kudo hardship gate or in hichodo list or the tati nida ko no so lending hicho yi lao apete that stop kudo even question on this chairman.
Speaker, tell yourself.
Thank you. Was that there was a request to modify? Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chairman Damon. The request that I hear from my Che is they bizdol kai. Che beki akiro sa dashashin. Oh, I guess the main issue is the legislation. That's why we're having this. But the concern is after the legislation, we could still entertain and have the OOC provide a written report and also have the OOC answer some questions that folks would like to hear what's going on. And they do call that number, but there's nobody answering that number. And they do get on the website, and it takes them quite some time. So they would like to get some answers. That's why they're asking the leadership to provide some answers, Chinanda. So I will respectfully ask Che that I will decline to just have it for this afternoon after legislation. Some of these will go quickly. Yeah, no, thank you.
Chairman, your correction.
Honorable Kellen Begay.
Chairman, my request again is to request for a written statement as well. That's my only request, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Kellen Begay. With that, we will reach out to the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller.
Speaker, tell yourself.
Honorable Otto, go ahead. Floor is yours on amendment number 1.
No, you're not kidding. Basically, what the message is. It's just but coming from probably a person that's listening, that's not part of leadership, is probably thinking, what are they doing? It is an important issue that our constituents are asking. I have many of my constituents asking me when our Asosh, Beso, Kodaria, Asosh what's going on? How come I haven't get my money yet? Check out nes hadishla. To call in to hadit ada. I didn't not they haven't picked up a phone or anything. Yeah, yeah, that's it. The next, you can get but if it's in the go down the kick it down the road, I guess on your own shoulder. Anyway, that is my position of it. Guess not kids so. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that I don't see anybody else in queue. Any other further comments, discussion on Amendment 1? Once.
Speaker.
Honorable Freeland, and then Honorable Helena. Honorable Freeland on Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, everyone listening as well, President, Vice President, and Madam Chief Justice, all the Associate Justices and Justices throughout the nomination. I want to thank Honorable Helena for his prayer this morning as well. Colleagues, I support this amendment. I too am getting inquiries from my constituents, my legislative district. I'd also like to know if there's another potential opportunity for us to reopen or establish or let our people reapply, those that missed out, if that opportunity exists for another potential of hardship funds to go out. I know there's some of our people that missed out from various reasons. They could have been in the hospital. They could have been they missed out. We know there's people that missed out, but if there's another opportunity to reopen back up for those who did and give them a chance to get hardship checks, that would be a great opportunity. I think this is such an important discussion we need to have with the controller. That way we can formulate, maybe look at reopening the hardship program. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Moving on now, Honorable Lona on Amendment 1 to the agenda.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues on the line, and all the people on the line that are listening in on the web. And my opinion on this hardship program is 2 stories full, I guess. One, I think we need to know what kind of exit plan we're going to have on this hardship program. How far is it going to go? We need to know how much money is left in that account today and how far that will go. And then I agree with Delegate Freeland that if we're going to reopen it up to certain people that didn't get a chance to apply, we need to figure that out. But we need to find out what kind of an exit plan, a strategy that she has in mind, and move forward with that, because we can't keep this open forever. There are people who didn't apply, and we all are. All my colleagues are getting calls from the same story that nobody's answering the phone. I don't have any information on why I haven't gotten called back. But that number does work. I know it is. I have some my constituents had given that number, and they had called. It just goes to an answering machine, and they leave a message. I'm not sure exactly how big of a staff she has over there, but she probably needs to get some more people to start answering those things so we can figure out how we're going to exit this program. I mean, it can't go on forever, and we just need to get the money out to the people that are requesting it, and shut it down for a time frame until we see what we have left over at the end of the year with this new CARES program. So there's my comments on that, Speaker. I think we need to go ahead and we need that exit plan on what we're going to do with this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Helena. With that, colleagues, we are on Amendment 1. If you're just joining us, and to everyone listening in on approving the adoption of a report Update report after new business on Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the hardship assistance program. Are there any other further questions or comments on Amendment 1?
Delegate James.
Yellow hair.
Honorable James, and then Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, another speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, other Shashkahasi, so Eastern Otsaki. For those another baby kid and dishash and so the written report diki. Nihit for those nisako. Johot a husband. Hot I adot na adolet not up a hot dot he can hit the net. Be a husband a stoko. Ado shit the net. Not no sneaky quite is by years tiako. A call based upon not in that ben hitcher or the based on nonsense he's no controller and he's a hot seat in a call. La at thought that the no is a cheat to eat at base on nothing station be beneath me to this. Aje a co hit the net or has net. Ado based on the naking he okay the consult and his holds the show controller because 100% now he's now a ashin he eat on quite anati nako. Ko a day ya cut the nati ashin so based on the niki the yes doko. But I do stand with the written report, and just to make it known, I'll be voting red for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Honorable Yellow Hair and then Honorable Slater. Honorable Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now a speaker Horn Hassan Tahi Ara Councilman. Shukra Innovation Trigger, not any Honorable Raymond Smith. I need Oya Hatli. According to it on hard or so Charles Indie Care Act hardship funds. We need to see in the quick base with the get out of just case not because that's the about the year that's the accord 80 so can on it on it down not on a singy. I started the minister is a tin in that all his had me. I don't say pizza that all yes. As glad needs attention that all you had taught me. I could the art of its own I see art. Did about Ohiki? I started the Tinoska team bandal ya, not I thought yes. I was a pizza that all Yahweh and a kidneys a team to make 500. I call didn't know kid. I don't know who times I not out that see. I had asked you. How could ask on it as later than not based on in Niet net aan leren je dat shares it's very legitimate. This expenditure report fund balance got to be provided to us Navajo Nation Council. But national Ashebini now dot the Naba Bandi name so this is not only Hontabe Hasiber Candy it is important. Yeah, speaking not the doors Lawson. It's here Hontabe has stated not only I'll vote green for this. Mr. Honorable Raymond Smith, okay, the written statement by it's important that documents also request by my brother, Mr. Key Allen McGay, Honorable Key Allen McGay. Thank you. So the concept of green, there's candy not on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, moving on down on Amendment 1, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I'd like to echo support for what Delegate Ricky Nez brought up. And I think all of these issues that we're discussing right now could easily take through this evening to discuss them fully. And because the purpose of this Naabik'íyáti committee special meeting was to work through the legislation. I respectfully ask for the motioning party to withdraw the motion. And then Speaker, I ask that you commit to holding a couple different things. One, a council or maybe a Nabi leadership meeting with the controller to speak about the issues and get an update, and preferably have that as soon as possible. I don't know if we're able to do something very early tomorrow morning. And then two, to have a Nabi work session on hardship that could take up an afternoon that would provide a platform for the controller to
Hello?
Is there someone saying hello? So have the work session next week to provide a platform for the controller to speak to our people and use council to help provide that information. But if we're just discussing these issues now and it's 11 o'clock, I can't even imagine the level of discussion that's going to take place when we have the controller before us. And I just feel that if this is such an important issue, then we should be able to have this time dedicated to it. But we have legislations going all the way down to the letter K, and a lot of these I think are very important for moving through. Thank you, Speaker.
Vice Chair Slater, your first request was a Nabi meeting to sit down with the controller and the committee on what kind of issues? Could you explain that again?
Like a phone call or a virtual meeting with her to discuss hardship issues that our constituents are facing and to get an update.
Okay. Okay.
And that would just be a leadership meeting, so we wouldn't have to like post an agenda, and then we would have a work session that would be public facing in order to get this information out to our constituents.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So it'd be like a preliminary meeting that will guide us to some of the answers that she might not have, but just get it readily available for Naabik'íyáti committee work session regarding the hardship. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Slater, for that suggestion. There is a request to modify. Vice Chair Smith actually is a request to withdraw your amendment. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Damon and committee members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Let's just vote on it and decide. I'm not going to withdraw. I'm going to stand firm on what my folks in the Navajo Nation are asking out there. They want answers. We can have them provided. So therefore, I will not withdraw. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Again, as Delegate Honorable Slater indicates, 11:04. We're still on the agenda, colleagues. I do
Speaker,
have
this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Herman Daniels on Amendment 1, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chair. Yeah, I don't know speaking to the amendment, because the case has not that because the amendment that I made it failed. So the case has not that. The not the sneaky toy and he daddy need a did toy and he actually that need a did. I'm doing this I'm saying this for my people not just in my area but throughout the Navajo Nation United Kitty given nothing that it was so none of $1,000. You sit in Yequado. The conflict and the Zinigi are which in along to the hand. So say that either. But just out of the that were out there, but at the car on the radar, get to the hand. We work with our community in the radar chapters. What they call the 4 chapters out of some delegates. They represent 8 chapters. Out in the additionally, down could also get the neighbody, Medida. That is given the $1,000. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Moving on down, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. What was yours?
Chairman Kale and after.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, colleagues, you may recall a few weeks ago, or maybe even months ago, I did send out an email to the entire 24th Navajo Nation Council asking you as delegates to help assist at the hardship. And the reason for that is there are many of our elders in our communities that that we had the opportunity to reach out to and to call, to work with them. I worked at the hardship for 2 weeks. I got to see firsthand how the hardship was working, what kind of questions they were asking. And we did run into a lot of issues with our elders not really understanding the process, but thankfully we were able to get past that and get many of them approved with their applications. There were some, and this is how I was able to learn about some of our elders who applied, but whose applications were never submitted by their chapter house. And so we were able to get in contact with many of those elders and to try to assist them. I don't know if any other delegates went to the hardship to offer that, but we're talking about helping our people. That was one way that we could have helped our elders. And again, I volunteered there for, I believe it was like 9 days, and there were sporadic. So it wasn't 9 days straight, but it was sporadic. And I was able to reach out to a lot of my elders in my community, but also other elders in other communities as well. So I don't know, again, if any other delegates took up that offer. I know that Controller also had that door open as well, and she was really excited to show the delegates firsthand how the Hardship Center works, and then also how you could assist in your community, especially with your elders, and to help them with the application process. So that's the first thing that I do want to make clear, that that email was sent out, but I didn't get any response. So I'm hoping that maybe delegates were able to reach out to the Controller herself and set that up. I know that Delegate Vince James also assisted at that time, and recently, like this past weekend, we were able to help an elderly couple whose application wasn't lost. There was what they call a name exception. And what that is a lot of our elderly people were born with original Navajo names, and those names still exist on CID documents, but they applied with their English names when they applied for the hardship. And so verifying that information is really where a lot of our elders' applications are being held up. So again, that invitation, as I understand, it's still open. So for the delegates who are saying we want to help our people, that's one way that you can help them, is to go to the Hardship Center and volunteer your time, call your elders, walk them through the process and help them. In addition to that, when I was helping, I know that there was a wait list that was being created. And what that wait list was because some of our elders, their applications were not submitted through the chapters. We don't really understand, or we really don't know how that happened, but there are a lot of elders whose applications, their paper applications, were never submitted. So what we had to do in that instance, and I say we because I was a part of those conversations, is we took their information and we filled out an application for them, but it doesn't guarantee that they're going to get money, because at that time when I was assisting, the money was already spoken for. And so what Controller's office was waiting for was for the funds to be returned so that these people whose applications were being taken, they could, possibly get some of those fundings. And like I said, a lot of times it was elderly people who were telling us that they did wait in line, that they filled out a paper application. So what we did was we accepted a lot of applications at that time, and we explained to them that if there's extra funding available, that their applications would then at that point be submitted. But Controller did say at that time as well that they are getting those names, and they're helping these people by filling out an application at that time. but everything was dependent on whether council was going to, reopen the hardship to allow these people to get some of those fundings. And the reason is because the deadline of November 30th, 2020 was set by council. So controller did state, that it is not her say-so on whether this can happen, that a legislation did have to be dropped. So that was one of the issues that we did run into. So there is a wait list. Whenever somebody calls in and finds out that their application wasn't accepted or something happened to their application, an application is filled out at that moment with somebody who's on the hardship call with them. And then at that time, their name is put on the wait list. And that was the information that the controller provided to us at the last report that she gave to us. And the last thing that I do want to state is that I am working with the controller to drop legislation on this wait list, and then also how to assist, because I think the questions that you're asking is what we do need to know, how much money has been reverted back to the hardship pot. So I just want to make that known at the time, Speaker, that I have been working with the controller to try to figure out how we can drop legislation so that these people get included into, into the hardship application, the database. Thank you, Speaker.
Colleagues, we are on Amendment 1. We're just putting on requesting for an update report from new business from Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the hardship. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that rundown. I think that is a brief intro to what would probably be discussed if this does pass. So thank you. Colleagues, again, we are on Amendment 1 of the agenda. This is requesting for a report to be added on from the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller regarding the Hardship Assistance Program. I do have Honorable Kealan Begay next on Amendment 1. Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay. Kealan Begay going 3 times. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1? I don't have anybody else in the queue. Going once. Going twice. Honorable Eugene So. On Amendment 1. Where's yours?
The Chris Kamashi that is not in the boundary to the so actually vote green on this. I would really like to know, yes, to me, feel I already know about my people that others are conversing and verifying. There are some applications that were lost by the chapter that filled out themselves. So those are some questions on me. But again, we went through this rodeo before. So we're also now we can understand that it needs to be on and across the street.
Honorable Eugene, so you're breaking up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So that, Honorable Herman Daniels on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Amendment 1 put up by his put up the great I by yet in a little bit you should on the great controller, not a base abandoned it. Called consultant, Jay hired the 11 yet delegates. I want to hate just on soy consultant, so I hired that guy. Even on this Ito and listen there on here. I want to hate we were going into other districts, so those big delegate districts. So it is I could up at it could on a great based on the need. And the year could up so it's been Mexico could 20 million is a lot of money. So I don't know could on a great I don't know great the net I saw it so back body net the body snip for several than to open the door in Kilman and then it get a report from the controller to see where we're at. I don't know on a great dollars that were reverted back into hardship, like the $34+ million. I don't know. There's the Lonely Lake Enterprise. I don't know the NTU. That so basically, in the need to stop with us. So that other benefit is not on. It's been yet without them. Should not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote on Amendment 1? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go to the board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
And Chair Charles Newton is texting that she votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 11 in favor, 3 opposed, and Chair not voting.
At 11 in favor, 3 opposed, Chair not voting, motion carries. Back to the main motion. That we are on the agenda, colleagues. Any other comments, questions on the agenda? If there are none, going once, going twice, and 3 times. Let's go to Ms. Nakai, second reading.
I've lost my, okay, exit. Okay, Mr. Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the second reading of the agenda for the Naabik'íyáti Committee special meeting, March 18, 2021. One includes one amendment, and that is an amendment to receive an update on the hardship assistance program presented by Perlene Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller, and that will be item 7, 7A. And then new business, all of those agenda items A through K become item 6. So that is how the agenda was amended, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go to board. Stop. Bobby.
Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
For the record,
I'll vote green. Yellow hair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Ms. Nota, and just for the record, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, and Chairman Edmund Yazi are all excused.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Chairman, Del Kale votes green. Just to let you know, somebody continues to mute my phone.
Honorable Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with the
Speaker,
vote
this
of
is
13
Delegate
in,
Charles Newton. I vote green, and Speaker, I've been texting the number that we normally text, and I also text you as well, but I haven't got a response yet, so I'm not sure if we can't vote via telephone, how we put our vote in through text. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 14 in favor, 1 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Mr. Hotel, for that. We do have 14 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. And we will, we're working to fix that. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Hopefully we can get that done. And yes, you can still continue to text in that number or myself. I did get one text from you, Madam Chair, and that was to vote green on the amendment. I mean, red on the amendment. I haven't got anything else yet. Maybe it's still coming over the mountain. All right. Well, let's continue on. We do have an agenda before us now, colleagues. Let's go ahead and go on down to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We have one dated for March 11th, 2021, and that was sent out to everyone. What is the will of the committee?
Motion, Halona. Accept the journal.
Motion to accept the journals by Honorable Halona. Is there a second?
That was Paul. Okay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Any comments, questions on the journals dated for March 11th? If there are none, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Mitten. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Green, thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote yes, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Speaker, with the vote of 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. 16 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries to accept the report today. That continue on, colleagues. Item number 5. We did move that till the end, so new business is item number 5. There are none. Item number 6, new business. Starting off on item number A, legislation 0011-21, sponsors by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Ms. Naka, if you could read that into the record.
Let's see. Okay. Mr. Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation number 0011-21, an act relating to Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Navajo Nation Hashkeje Nahat Beso Bahowan by amending Title 12 of the Navajo Nation Code, directing that the award received through the Navajo Nation versus Department of Interior number 14-CV-1909 TSC be deposited into the Hashkeje Nahat Beso Bahowan after reimbursement of litigation costs, directing that the proceeds from future litigations related to the Judicial Branch PL 93-638 contracts or annual funding agreements be deposited in the Hashkeje Nahat Beso Bahowan, establishing that the fixed cost litigation account shall be reimbursed for litigation costs. And this is sponsored by Eugenia Charles Newton. The legislation has a written memorandum dated January 26, 2021 from the Office of the Controller. And then it includes a Budget and Finance Committee report with an amendment. And did you want me to read all of these, or has this been done previously? Read it. Okay, so the Budget and Finance Committee report has been read into the record previously, Speaker. And then the vote tally sheet is also attached. Also, the Law and Order Committee report is attached with a do pass, no amendment. The Budget and Finance Committee has one amendment attached to it. And now it's at the Naabik'íyáti Committee for consideration, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, on legislation 0011-21, I'll go over to the sponsor, Madam Chair Charles Newton. The floor is yours. Oh, actually, whoa.
Thank you.
Sorry, jumped the gun. Sorry, Madam Chair. I need a motion. Motion on legislation 0011-21.
Yellow.
This is
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Second, Delegate Brown. That, Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. This legislation number 0011-21 is here at Naabik'íyáti, and I am asking for your favorable vote on this legislation. In 1975, the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act allowed for allowed for tribes to enter into 638 contracts. At that time, it was determined that BIA was required to provide those 638 contracts to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Speaker, somebody is talking.
There it is. Go ahead, Madam Chair. We did them.
Thank you, Speaker. So since 1975, Congress has been providing funds through 638 contracts to the Navajo tribe. Judicial branch has been underfunded by BIA for years. And for instance, in I believe it was 2013, judicial branch was not funded $17,055,517. Which is what they were being underfunded by the BIA. So in 2014, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, after talking to the judicial branch, filed a lawsuit against the BIA for violating the ISDEAA, which is the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. In April 4th of 2017, the Court of Appeals did rule in favor of the Navajo Nation and the judicial branch, and they awarded the Navajo Nation $15.7 million. We waited for whether the federal government would appeal the decision. They did not, and so the final awarded amount was given to the Navajo Nation in the amount of $18,279,923.32. So what this legislation is stating is that per the rules, the $18,279,923.32 is originally supposed to go to, I believe it's the general fund. And at that time, it gets dispersed to the Navajo Nation as a whole. However, this legislation is basically stating that originally, the judicial branch was underfunded by the BIA, which resulted in a lawsuit. And the Navajo Nation did win that via a settlement. The money that was given through the settlement, what we're hoping to do is to give it directly to the judicial branch and not have it go to the general funds. Again, I will repeat that. This money is not going to go to the general fund. It'll go directly to the judicial branch. I am asking at this time that when this money does get transferred, of course, that will be dependent on your green vote. But in the event that it does get transferred, that some of those funds also pay for the litigation cost that is associated with this legislation. Now, I know that there may be some delegates who may argue that this money should go into the general fund, but at the heart of this legislation, at the heart of this litigation is the fact that judicial branch has been underfunded by the BIA, which resulted in the lawsuit being brought forward. I am asking my colleagues to vote green in favor of this and to give the judicial branch the money that they have been underfunded, but also to keep in mind that the Navajo Nation Council has continued to underfund the judicial branch as well. So we hear about court cases that are being halted as a result of judicial branch. A lot of this is because we have not funded judicial branch fully. I believe that the executive branch and the legislative branch does get a pretty good chunk of change from the Navajo Nation, but the judicial branch doesn't. This funding will allow them to be able to use that money towards some of the projects that they have already I guess, that they need, but have not been funded yet. I have with me a agent from the judicial branch, and I also have Doreen McPaul, Madam AG. She can't really talk about the litigation costs because that is part of the legislation, but I believe that that's considered to be a attorney-client confidential document, but you should have that information before you. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the judicial branch at this time. So we have judicial on the line.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton. This is Stephen at City from the Judicial Branch.
Stephen, if there's anything that I may have forgotten to mention, the floor is yours at this time to help assist with legislation 001121. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have very little to say. You described the need for this and the purpose for this very adequately. Good morning, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Shay, Stephen, Brian at City, Dashajina, Tohe Glini Nishle, Ashiha, Edishja, Aro, Hutsotni Edishache, Kodachini Edishanella, Adnenshle. I am the Administrative Director of the Courts for the Navajo Nation Judicial District, and we are, and I've been working with my staff and the Chief Justices, the past 3 Chief Justices more recently, to ensure that every year we make our requests in the amount of a little over $17 million to the Bureau of Indian Affairs in our applications for our 638 contract budgets. And we've been doing this under the, as Chair noted, under the framework of a lawsuit that was started in 2013, 2014. And we've been tracking this lawsuit since it started to reach its conclusion, and we are very pleased with the outcome at this stage. And we are requesting and hoping that the proceeds of this court award are placed into a specific account for the use of the judicial branch for our judicial system here on the Navajo Nation. We do realize that the Navajo Nation Department of Justice has been assisting us along with outside counsel, and we know that there are expenses that are that have been incurred and paid out for those legal services. And so we are understanding of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice requesting for some of the proceeds of this court award. But we are looking forward to this as a very first step in being able to utilize these funds for the benefit of the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. And we're hoping that you can support this legislation and approve it so that we can establish this account. There will be additional legislation that we will develop that will provide more information and details about the authorities for what types of expenses will go in to this by virtue of a expenditure plan or a fund management plan. And we know that we have to get that also reviewed and approved by the various committees of the council. I believe the Budget and Finance Committee will have final approval on that. But this legislation is the very first step that we're asking your assistance on for establishing this account. And I know that there's been some deliberation as the bill is making its way to the full Navajo Nation Council on the purposes for how to use this money. I would just respectfully remind and request members of the Navajo Nation Council delegates that there is a need to define and delineate purposes, but the real work of getting into the details of how this money will be used will be forthcoming in the expenditure or fund management plan legislation that will follow this. So we are working on that, and we look forward to getting information on what the amount of actual dollar amount we have to work with, as that information is still being held in confidence per the request of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. So at this point in time, I'd like to turn it back to our sponsor, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Law and Order Committee. And again, just request your support, and I'll be available to help answer any questions, should there be any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Rhapsody, for, yes, I apologize, Speaker. I should have waited for you to recognize me. I apologize.
Oh, the time's yours, Madam Chair. You already have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I also have on the line Madam AG, who could talk a little bit about the litigation costs that were associated with dropping this lawsuit on BIA. Madam AG, are you on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm here.
If you want to go ahead and fill in the committee with any information that you can share regarding the litigation costs with this lawsuit. Thank you.
Sure thing. So good morning, Speaker and honorable members of the council and everyone who's listening on the call today. We've provided some updates to the leadership with this ongoing litigation, various updates in person at our biannual litigation update meetings, but also via email, just to report on the progress of the litigation. And this particular case was filed in 2014 by former Attorney General Harrison Sosi and former Deputy Attorney General at the time, Dana Bobroff. And so we have a lot of institutional knowledge remaining here at the nation with respect to this case. And several DOJ attorneys also worked on this matter, but it's primarily been handled, as the judicial branch has reported, by outside counsel. And attached to the legislation are two confidential exhibits with respect to the cost incurred by DOJ through a fixed cost litigation account by the outside counsel handling this matter. I do want to just clarify that this particular award is not a settlement. It's a judgment that was entered in favor of the nation. After this case was filed, we actually lost this case in 2016 and had to appeal that loss. We got a reversal in 2017 in the nation's favor. And since that time, we've filed two mandamus petitions, basically to force the court to implement the reversal decision. And that took nearly 3 years, but the court finally entered judgment for the nation in June of last year. And because that decision was not appealed by the United States, that decision became final, and the nation received the $18.2 million judgment on October 8th. And that's paid from the US Treasury Judgment Fund, which means it's unrestricted dollars that's coming to the nation. I did advise the committees that allocating to the judgment to the judicial branch is consistent with the purpose of the litigation, and that had BIA awarded the proposal as it was legally required to do in 2014, the funding would have gone directly to the judicial branch through their 638 contract. And that amount, I want to say, is around $15.7 million. And the judgment that you see, the amount that we ultimately received with from the U.S. Treasury in the amount of 18.2 million includes also interest on that amount. And additionally, just so the committee is aware, DOJ also continues to litigate successive year claims for the judicial branch and for the nation for fiscal year 2015 to 2021. So these are ongoing annual claims that we litigate, and those claims for 2015 and beyond total over $110 million. And so I think that's all I want to share at this point, but if there are questions, I'll stand by. Thank you so much.
Speaker, I believe that concludes our presentation at this time. I am asking colleagues for a green vote on this to allow judicial to proceed forward with the projects that they have in mind and to also use that funding to help assist with the services that they did to the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. at City and Madam AG. Hi, colleagues. Any comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue lined up. I do have a motion by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Let's go on down to the Honorable Keon Begay. Jay, floor is yours.
Chairman, Nana.
Oh.
Kudo Ado also Kuron Hita so Zishma. Ado Kudo Judicial Branch, Ado Department of Justice Kudo and the Sosnagi. Yat a penan Hidish needle ocean on Yagit. We know do you based on Linki Slat that made Sohni? I guess my specific question is that the legislation is only establishing the fund management plan. Eight topic na. Kon let that base so you have data after that's in Chihodina, that Navajo Nation. That's in here in Chihodia, it'll divert rather than going to the general fund. It could be the nota. Other be on the do we have specific plan by the judicial branch specifically? Because will this particular funding could be utilized at once, or will they gradually be using it as the year goes by? The specific reason why I'm asking for the plan is certain Chinle agency has we got the Chinle district and then we got the Jislajin district. Accord Jislajin district it the Ayub baby Nahot personnel that's it be utilized because the expenditure outlines of creating certain projects. Although if it were to be a debt financing process to continue build the judicial branch, any modification to this particular account establishment obviously is usually the oversight and the budget and finance with recommendation by Chief Justice Baka. The thing is that the Chief Justice reestablish another year. With Chief Justice recommendation, with consultation with the district, the Baka or that's amendment to give that's a inch kit or listen chairman, or because this is going before the full council for this particular issue, because we always say and I always advocate that a lot of times these decision making always just stays with the window level. We could say, and they can easily say that, well, yeah, we've consulted with these the programs at the agency or district level. Usually it's just one person that based on each that's a prime example. Yesterday they have been doing tribal consultation with the Treasury Department. Based on each not only the Chief Justice should have that say so, but it should be consulted with all the district courts, especially the court administrators, including the judges and the peacemakers. And I always say that at least the the secretaries and even the janitors should have a say-so on how their environment should be improved with these funding that are being allocated at the council level. Chairman, so maybe legislative council. I think I'm referring to one of the pages on the legislation where it's asking maybe after each of the area where it talks about with recommendation by the Chief Justice with consultation by each of the court district. Chairman.
With that, thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker.
Oh, go ahead, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much. I guess
Chairman, I believe
the point of what Keelan Begay is speaking to is the Chief Justice is.
Honorable Otto So, hold on real quick. Hold on. Honorable Keelan Begay, I'm sorry, I must have misheard. You motion for an amendment. We have that amendment ready.
Mr. Chairman, again, I apologize for, that I always think that my conversation in Navajo is sufficient to ask these amendments and anything, but I'll go ahead and indicate that I want to make an amendment on any of the language, those that are underlined, the fiscal matter, Title 12, page, Chapter 28, Navajo Nation, Cascadian hat abes behas hat agukobakaki page 6 of 10 dohahol akoko the purpose of the Bakato investment fund of the Baka auto expenditure plan do audit the Baka expenses of the Baka ako amendment giki jo haki la e be bohonet zala jo the snow dik akodoba hasi. Not only the Chief Justice should have make a recommendation in utilizing the fund, maybe there should be a specific language in this particular document to say that after the Chief Justice had made consultation with the district courts throughout the Navajo Nation, my amendment would be that there should be, I don't know if the word shall should be in there, but the shall after the consultation with the district courts of the Navajo Nation. Maybe that would be my amendment, Chairman.
What I'm looking at right now is not what you're referring to, Honorable Keelan Begay. Have you worked on the amendment with the Office of Legislative Counsel, Shay?
Well, let me go ahead and have other committee member speak, and let me work with the Legislative Council. Thank you.
Okay. Office
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
If I guess Honorable Keelan Begay will be coming to, or probably assisting, will need assistance in drafting that amendment there in that section. Also, Keelan Begay, if I can email Ms. Barbroff, or in this case, I think Ms. Barbroff, then she can go ahead and move forward on that. Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay. And I'll come back to you when that amendment is ready. With that, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess speaking to my brother's questions also too is that Honorable Keelan Begay, the Chief Justice is the supervisor of all the court districts. And I believe she makes her decisions based off of what is needed out in the field. And unless if there's some inadequate funding that has happened, maybe that could be brought to the attention of the committee of Naabik'íyáti, indicating that, maybe Madam Chief Justice didn't fund a certain program or underfund a certain program. But these monies that came from the settlement dollars was for that purpose, is to we got this judgment because the federal government within the 638 contract underfunded the Navajo Nation. And the person to really indicate where the monies are needed is not us here at leadership. It's the people that actually work in the management position there. Whether they need to beef up money in the business court, if there's a lot of inquiries, or if they need other dollars for process servers. This is a time that the Chief Justice and the judicial branch can put the monies where it's really needed to enhance the Navajo services that need to be provided through the courts. And but in a way, I do support this legislation the way it is, and this is a chance to set some money aside for the Chief Justice. And they can reach into this account and allow to withdraw monies when they need to, so that they can cover costs. Because you just look at the comprehensive budget, Council. The president just line item vetoed the judicial branch budget. I think it's $1.5 million that they were asking for. And that clearly tells you that, the executive branch does not support the judicial branch. The dollars that's needed for that. Madam Chair is right. The Navajo Nation, we don't fund the adequate amount for our court. And when it comes back to the three-branch chiefs agreement, Speaker, I really hope that you don't sign this year, because that three-branch chief agreement is not part of Title 12. And when you sign that three-branch chiefs agreement, it binds you to that. It ties your arms. But when they veto it, agreement is line item that's just the way I see it. And the Navajo people gave him that right, gave the president the authority of the line item veto. But that three-branch chiefs agreement, I really like what Chief Justice says. With the three-branch chiefs. And when a line item veto occurs, that tells you that whoever did that line item veto was illegal. Or but again, this gives a chance to allow the judicial branch to apply monies where it's really needed. And then also, this coming budget season, I think we need to set a percentage ratio so that the controller can just go ahead and allocate a certain percentage when the budget is the final projection comes out. The controller says this is the percentage for executive, this percentage for legislative, this percentage for judicial. That way, but again, this is a chance to get some resources to the judicial branch, and then especially returning monies back to the Department of Justice, because they constantly litigate these litigation for us. And based on application, but we don't. At times we don't fund them, or it gets lined up with. What happened? But again, I really hope that we do support this legislation and the management of the judicial branch to disseminate these dollars where the dollars are really needed. If it's needed in janitorial supplies, they can put it there. Or if it's needed in probationary area, they can put it. We're not the person working there. We're not the boots on the ground. We're just the body that legislates and authorizes legislation. They will decide how the dollars will be utilized in the best interest in providing the court services for the Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation. And I really hope that the judicial branch is listening on this, because I am sticking my neck out for you, and make sure that you do thoroughly put these monies in the right area. This is a chance for you to put monies where you really need money, resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So that let me move on down to Honorable Yellow Hair, and then I'll come back to go back to the sponsor. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh yeah, today Speaker of Navajo Nation and all members of 24 Shinat Ahno finish on Aron that already is not Shinat Shidan Bandil Nishigi Cheya Jimmy Yellow Hair and Shia Aro Tohan and Shido to the Chin Bashes Chindo Askamato Dashanella Shindashi. Let me tell you about this budget. Okay, branch, 2013 at Judicial branch 2013 at left judicial. That was the last time that I submitted $15 million on the I-call underfund at that time. Underfunding the Navajo Nation Judicial District Court. There was one area that was a district court trip. There were we need at least 20 more clerks across the board spread out the judicial district court. Even budget every year. It took me about maybe 14 years since the end was 2013. Also, there were also position addition we needed probation parole officer. Mostly those two positions that were needed because number one, we were in the backlog. There was a lot of cases, like 72 to 82,000 cases at the time. Chief Justice and attorney Law Mary Bebausen, the first name, got about her last name. She's now court building in Skidney. $72 million Washington D.C. to travel with the Chief Justice Robert Yazzie and Herb Yazzie. The last time we went to was Oklahoma, and they already had $54 million. Mr. Yellowhair, $54 million getting Katie. Talking done better. The under 630 so, but on love cost get quite building because that's the last time the auto I think was in 2011 or 2012 or 2010. But most of all time, it was a funding that we need a position to be so we can hear the case promptly and and also economically, no, even yearly peso cost and the other it open yet it specifies that we need funds for these positions. No, about the I think our Attorney General, Ms. Paul, probably have these records somewhere up there. What are records? Attorney's budget very uniquely. Attorney General budget and Attorney Department of Justice bonds and General bonds. I really provide a good index to it. Auto copy. I send it over to BRA2. What a shaba has any ago? The budget in the system, but I wouldn't this budget. There probably a few money that was requested for it under a Supreme Court administrative. Those regional based by Chida. Leisure project in way now because family court and district court. Now I did can find this record in the Department of Justice somewhere in there. She filed it was in the binance. It's only what I been asked. This behind the honorable also his position. But I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know how many cases are there at the time right now. She is because it was thousand. It was thousand. What I and his British about the near did stand did open yet. I bet it on this here. No, we go before President for next committee. They approved this one here under funding. And I want to understand his spells and all this. She got is on the way. Judge he car a conscious that clear. A any his Hanaki and that or this no work record administrator out of business. A budget preparation of budget. What are this nice in the cashier it on the if she's just abandoned not on litigation. This I work for this one here. I see up and so and basically the landing that stand Hanan Dash no. A little of net not otherwise Nahaya so Kundado share National State or the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you very much. Put this money to use. Not today. Don't just put a savings. Not have been hard. No, it opens us and is Nilla. Based on ins and then she thought Miss Eta but audio without once in charge. Zero cases let's put this money in the direct deposit, establish account and take care of this for the judicial branch. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go on. Thank you, Honorable Yoher. Let me go on to Honorable Vince James, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Before I come back to you, Honorable James. Honorable Vince James.
Wah. She asked. Hakwashina.
Oh.
She get Honorable Eugene so at this at it all trial dashin a she asked here. Ako yat etan sinale Speaker. Ado sinat no sleniki pesman sa ane. Nihitanasis kaniki kodo. Eya dide amendment. Eya sa addition so eya kodo hadis additional ishan leko. Amendment to legislation 0011-21. Eya kodo budget and finance to make changes on page 7 in line 28. Nikita email dalia ida. Ako Asian ya Ecuador Nihinchke Dolis. Eka, Sinale Speaker.
Okay, thank you. With that, Amendment 1, Ms. Nakai, if you raised by Honorable James. Ms. Nakai, could you read into record before I get a second?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is an amendment to legislation number 0011-21. 1, page 7, lines 21, delete the language below as follows. 2, operational, and those 2 words are deleted or overstricken. 2, referring to the amendment made at the Budget and Finance Committee, make the changes as follows on page 7, line 28, delete. So the language is 4, to fund an increase in judicial branch personnel, update pay scales, and fund fringe benefits costs. That's all to be overstricken. Insert 4, new language, to fund an update of pay scales. 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. That is Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. With that, colleagues, we do have a motion. Is there a second on Amendment number 1? There's a second? Once. And twice.
Also a second.
Also second. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment number 1? Going once.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Yes, on Yellow Hair. Go ahead.
I thought about Hananas. The district court, they have their own account. We need to establish the account number. It don't have to be established at their account. This money can go into the regular account that was exist with 638 account. On the 638, it could be in there, and there's a lot needs to be done with this budget. When they put this in 638 budget, they're going to have to modify the general fund budget too at the same time, because they had to credit these as general fund account. They have all of them. They have the account, and meanwhile we could put this money more or transfer the district court needs to move back into 638. Even in the or be in the area A638, John Day, our new Chief Justice at Nanata, not additional. What's that? Only John. Put the district court clerk back into the originally. That's the way they like to hear the budget in Washington, D.C., OMB office. They like to see this because district court this budget has to work with 2 general fund and also 638 fund. Some staff has to be transferred, and then it should be bring before a law and order committee with a worksheet with involved by district court to make sure that this fund is used and put into a better management. A lot need to be planned under the judicial branch now. That's the way I see. I thought the account and each one with district court general fund. I thought the account. Also 638 they have one account outside the account. Even that they have to work with and modify both budget. That should be the way to go with this amendment. Hajoban Soke, Hajo H. Nadia and Jonathan, Nevada Court Ministry, Hajo State or little the Hajion Associate of Taka, once done Asian Gardens, a collaboration that needs to be done. Once about her state or it's not complicated issues. The district court administration shall take care of this budget, both general fund and also 630. With this $15 million be at both budget. On to Bahasi, Speaker now, Hassan Tahi, share and go back on mute now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Chairman Keelan.
McKellan, Shay, floor is yours.
Yeah, no. The amendment earlier, Kodo, a very interesting statement that was made by Mr. Yellowhair, Delegate Yellowhair. I know the term that I was then Judiciary Committee and Law and Order Committee. He worked with the judicial branch. These people have in and out about what the situation is, which I believe Mr. Yellowhair was one of the finance person over at Judicial Branch for so many years. The one thing that I'm at the same time much afraid of, funding based on through litigation. We had to go through all these process to have access to this funding. Now the president veto na yield beso didot ego go baby na case why can't this funding go directly into their existing account? The existing accounts rather than creating this fund account, could there be the funding go directly into these accounts so they have immediate access to it? That way, let the other branch have a say so on how they want to spend this funding. Otherwise, if the way we're going is that it has to be approved by the LOC and then it has to be approved by the Budget and Finance Committee with the recommendation. So I don't know if that is a route that could be done, or is that a different legislation that could be established? I mean, reintroduce. Okay, let's just accept the funding on behalf of the branch. As a legislature, only request is that they do a periodic audit report. Budget and Finance with the Oversight Committee. So that's a true way I believe that the judicial branch can have without any influence by the council to say this is how you should spend it and no, you should spend it this way. Speaker, I pose that question.
Thank you, for that question. So let me go back to the sponsor then. Honorable James.
Oh, yeah, it Nana Speaker.
Oh,
do dan snelle. Do is not Honorable Yellowhair. Kodod ba na dos kedod. Asati Kodod Legal Counsel. Ajit not sauce budget kosla do budget kolia shitla. Sad lini because it's ito lisod up on that ado. Nana Kododi, the Kodon Hitaton, so the gide or kodon ede be la dipleto bayas ki igi sabine sa lito legal counsel che ko se ko amendment 2 do le ko but not no state do le yeah speaker.
Oh, that I don't have anybody in the queue at this time on amendment number 1.
Speaker
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, and then back to Honorable Yellow Hair. And
Yeah,
Honorable Keelan in there too. Okay. Honorable Keelan, is there a follow-up?
Let me send an email to Legislative Council.
Okay, all right. Well, let me go ahead and go to Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Daniel So. Actually, good afternoon now.
Oh, good afternoon. I was late calling in. It's not because I overslept. It's just I had a different teleconference with IHS and 3 of the chapters in the district. Yati sinantai ado has 20 zani da ino sagi sitkes and kodo di siche amendment e lagi oyo sitna kinle ko e kwaki sato share lati tahi naidish kedole. This question would go to Chairman Damon. This question would go to Chief Legislative Counsel. This particular amendment, what exactly does it do? On the one hand, it's talking about the language that was incorporated by BNF. It talks about upping the pay scale. And then this amendment basically eliminates it, but then puts it back in a different term. And I'm wondering exactly what the intent and purposes of this amendment actually is. That would be my question to Legislative Council Chairman, and I may have a follow-up after the response. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This amendment was actually requested by the judicial branch after the Budget and Finance Committee met, is when it was proposed, or we were asked to draft that. And so why the budget and, why the judicial branch wanted that language taken out or revised, I really would defer to them. However, what it does from a legal standpoint is that so on the first, on the amendment, which takes out operational, what you're left with is that the dollars can be used. One of the purposes is to meet the systematic needs of the judicial branch. It did read operational and systematic. I think it's just some word smithing. I would say that systematic is broad enough to cover operational. Judicial might have a further need. And then also all judicial requested. So the amendment made at Budget and Finance Committee was that one of the purposes would be to fund an increase in judicial branch personnel update pay scales and fund fringe benefit costs. The judicial branch requested that it just be limited to funding an update of pay scales. So what the amendment, that amendment does is it reduces the breadth of what they can use the funds for as far as personnel is concerned. I hope that addressed Delegate Chairman So's question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. With that, Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Cecilia. I hear that, Cecilia.
Okay.
Yes, I don't know why judicial branch would want to narrow the focus of what they'll be able to use these funds for. So, yeah, it's a little puzzling. That's why I asked the question. Thank you, Ms. Barbara.
And thank you. That, let me go to Honorable Yellow Hair, and then I'll go back to Honorable James if there's any further follow-up. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Here, Nana, Speaker of Navajo. Here, Nana, and Hiroshima, asking for councilman. Like I said, she usually need many that area I judicial branch I just not all the Joe what I basically under turning in it through a DOJ. Let them fix it themselves. Like I said, there's also general funds involved. Due to short funding, could they hold just 2022 beyond that judicial branch chief justice has to work with. So I pretty ask not on the chief justice. She has to work with the all or 10, 11 judicial district court under with court administrator, because they have to amend and modify a general fund. We don't know how much money is going to be available under general fund. These are they're a combination, both sides. It came to a judicial branch operation. Any operation that they told the upper banana, I don't that they asked. Because you put a purpose or something, need to get cow to re-branch. Well, agree. Other chief justice of Ajiba, just $15 million. They're going to be used. So they report not only through a 638 regional office in BIA in Gallup, but Nahan, other BIA, but Nahan, and Washington. You talk about the budget over there. What happened to a $50 million litigation? Eba Nahan, what are not? They are up in the space of Nana Kid, so I pay $100. If $50 million, hey, then I create a people or have to miss. If what are yet, or you by your just give it back to judicial. Let them work with the Law and Order Committee, chair or vice chair. Holy, it's a thing, $1. 100 update dog, let them bounce out the needs, today's needs, down. According Sako area, it's our Chief Justice, Judge. We need, this is just my advice, or my suggestions too. They need to put the district court clerk back into 638. Even the special inch K down, even that it needs a we're behind. We got a lot of backlog that the district court clerk is CEO in a court to give a Yisabet in a law, a justification by the hand there. According to the kid or time additional on Senegi, well, yeah, in Jone up in is that took care of increase it in so. It'll be got the a budget finance committee partners. They justify it's like a regular budget. Of course, both budget had to be balanced out. Such as that the on the general fund. So could they 630 fund it or a year or less? Of what between the three branch chief and negotiate on that one. Of course, it's a huge slide on it's a honest Speaker of Navajo Nations at Silla. Here, not in honey, thank you. One for the here.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. If you could put your phone on mute. Thank you. With that, we go back to Mr. Willie. Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong name. Gosh. Just got a text message. Sorry, colleagues. Let me go back to on to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll come back to Honorable Vince James. Elmer Begay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. Legislation by Naabik'íyáti. I know that we're trying to get the legislation to go forward, and right now it seems that I haven't. I'm not sure if I'm looking at the current resolutions or any supporting documents that you're supporting this legislation. I think for Dalcon, for Dalcon area, we have a court here, and we use most of the court. The system that we use mostly is the peacemaking courts, and we have 3 rooms for that. And I wanted to know that is there any I know that they're on the with the peacemaking courts. There's a lot of traditional counsel, and then also there's some traditional practitioners that are part of this. I wanted to know that if they were given opportunity to.
Point of order. Hold on, Honorable Elmer Begay. Point of order, Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you could keep us on track, we are currently discussing the amendment. It sounds like we're, going all over the place with how this money should be spent, but we're specifically on Amendment 1 that has been presented by Delegate James. So if we could keep on track with that amendment, Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay, we are on Amendment 1, which is deleting some language and then also including to add language. That amendment was sent out to everyone. So speaking to the amendment, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, put it back on the main motion then.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, let me go back to Honorable Vince James, and then I'll come back. I do have a couple members in the queue, but Honorable James, let me go back to you for any kind of response at this time.
Yeah, Senate Speaker, Ado Senat Arnochlenegi, Kodo, if Mr. Stephen at City for Traditions on the line, is about the dish to respond to some of the questions that were brought up and comments that were made by Honorable Yellow Hair and Honorable Daniel. So, Honorable K. Allen Begay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Shannon. Delegate Stephen at City. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the fundamental question about this amendment raised by Chairman Daniel So and Legislative Council's response, we can just add that there are concerns that the judicial branch has, and we want to remind our council that this is a one-time award of funds through this litigation, and as we look to the future as to how we're going to actually implement and execute the use of these funds, we have to refer back to our Navajo Nation policies on recurring sources of funding and non-recurring sources of funding or revenue. When we look at this and we see a $15 million estimated figure that we will be able to use, we would like to be able to thoroughly think through in our fund management plan and our expenditure plans if we're going to be using any of these funds for recurring use. We would need to make sure that we don't go outside what the Navajo Nation policies are. At this point, when we look at the word operational and we see language in the purposes section that speaks towards personnel costs such as salaries and fringe, those are recurring annual costs that we were concerned about, because if we have that as the use of these funds, it may put us in a position when the fund is depleted as to how we would sustain those recurring costs. That's just a specific example of one of the things that I would be concerned about. There are no guarantees that, as what Attorney General McPaul stated, the future actions and ultimate resolution of the remaining claims. She mentioned a cumulative total of the remaining claims that we have being in the $110 million range. We don't know if that is going to be yielding any additional resources. So we have to look at what we have in hand and try to do our best to maximize the benefits, and also be very cognizant and aware of not putting ourselves in a situation where the use of these funds has implications for the period that would end up being beyond the use of those funds. I understand that we do need to look at our personnel and the compensation issues. We've been discussing that for years for some of our positions, and it's definitely needed. We need resources to address these, but one of the fundamental concerns I have is making sure that we don't make decisions using these funds that then have implications for future years after this fund is fully used up. And that also applies to other expenditures that would be meeting the definition of a recurring cost. Those are some of the things that are at the basis of our concern, and that's why we suggested and recommended to our sponsor that we, at this point in time, in this particular legislation, just for creating this account, that we rely on language that is fairly broad and not as specific. And as we work through the expenditure plan and the fund management plan, we can get more into those details. And of course, as we present budgets on specific budgets to implement the use of these funds, we can even further discuss the appropriate use of this non-recurring external funding source. And I also wanted to thank Legislative Council for their assistance on this amendment. So hopefully, Mr. Delegate Daniel, so that we help you understand why it might be a little puzzling regarding the language of this amendment. Also want to thank Delegate Amber Crotty for her understanding as to why we would make modifications to an amendment that she put in place in early February when this was at the BNF. And for the questions and concerns raised about why we have to create a new account and why we would not just use existing accounts, my understanding is that these types of external funds are normally placed into special accounts coming by way of outside sources from lawsuits. And as the Attorney General mentioned, this one in particular is a judgment that comes from within the federal government's judgment fund, which is managed and administered by the United States Department of Treasury. And it is coming to us as a Navajo Nation in unrestricted status. So we have to pay attention to how we're going to use this fund to get the most out of it. And we also have to, I believe we would be looking to expend it rather quickly, as opposed to having a 5 to 10 year period to expend it. But those would be some of the things that we would be looking to fully examine as we put together our expenditure plan for review by LOC and BNF. So I believe I've answered the questions that are in front of us. Thank you, Delegate James.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and go back. Honorable James, did you state that you'd also like Honorable James, does that conclude your response? Let me just ask that.
Oh, Shanella, that concludes my response.
Okay. Let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Eugene So.
Good Chair, can you hear me?
Oh.
Sure. Idena sosti panta stini pesa. Ahlane ya. Zeno shini chonal ya hanchut aba honstino ni chonholia to e she. Regards to ile ba honstid. Copenhagen honerna. Judiciary hele ta honesna. Is it just judiciary or the whole Navajo nation? That's my question, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. If there's none, let me go back to Honorable James for response to Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah, Shanella, Speaker, I'll go ahead and relay that question to Honorable Shanella, Eugenia Charles Nairn.
Shanella, Shaja, Honorable Eugene. So the answer is that this money was originally for judicial. However, because the Navajo Nation was the one who brought the lawsuit, judicial cannot bring a lawsuit against the BIA. Only the Navajo Nation can bring a lawsuit against the BIA. So in this case, the BIA, when they're giving the settlement, it is given to the Navajo Nation, which I stated at the very beginning. Originally, if we continue to allow it to go to the Navajo Nation, it will go directly into general funds. what this legislation is doing is it's creating a separate fund pot for judicial, and it's going straight into that fund pot. I know that Delegate Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair talked about, just putting it back into one fund, but I believe that, and I could be wrong on this, and I think I might need Dana's assistance on this, but the 638 funds is a one-way, I guess the way that I look at it is it's a one-way fund pot. So it's going from the federal government straight into the 638 funding, and then it goes out to the programs from there. I don't think that we could put funds into the 638 pot. The general funds, as we know, there are various fund sources that put into that pot, and then that money goes out to the Navajo Nation. And then this third pot that we're trying to create is just for judicial. And it's saying that BIA litigation funds, those settlement funds, those court funds, those are going to go straight into this pot, which we are trying to establish, and it's called the Heshkeje Nahat Beso Bahawan. So that's all this legislation is doing. We are not talking about the expenditure plan. We are not talking about how they are going to spend that money. All we're saying is originally the money is supposed to go into the general pot, but what we want it to do is, since it originally belongs to judicial, we want to give it to judicial, and we have to create a separate fund or a separate pot. I hope that answers your question, Shaja, Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you. That we are on Amendment 1. Any further comments, questions? Once, twice, and 3 times. Let's go to the board. On Amendment 1.
Honorable Amar Begay,
I would agree.
Honorable Amar Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Paul Begay,
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, that is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
To vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellow hair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. On Amendment 1, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Back, colleagues, we are back at the main motion on legislation 0011-21. And on the main motion, I do have Honorable Elmer Begay next up in the queue. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, good afternoon again, Speaker, around the members of Naabik'íyáti. And on this legislation, though, I thought Chanel to present you like it. I was just wondering if there's any latest document supporting this legislation from the peacemaking courts and issues. Is there any input from there? I'd like to maybe ask Mr. Okay, if he has any input from the judicial branch themselves. So he has tweeted and has consulted regarding the peacemaking court, because I know that it was mentioned that this is a one-time settlement, but to think about it, you know, that this is our court system, and this is something that we're looking forward that any settlement that'll be coming around again, maybe there'll be a place to have account for it and maybe to grow from it. Yes, on this case, yes. So I was wondering what kind of discussion did they have, because I know that myself, I usually go back to the elderly about what they think about certain things that's going to be new to the government. You know, I usually share it with them. Not only the top administrators, the leaders that they do the decision, they do most of the discussion. But I just want to know how the peacemaking courts, is there any outlines that they put on that, which I would like to hear from them. Speaker, so that would be my question.
Thank you very much. Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, any other further comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue at this
Ye-
time.
Delegate Yellow Hair, Speaker.
Chairman Callan.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
We'll put Honorable Yellow Hair and then Honorable Keon Begay, but specific question, let me, before I go back to Honorable Yellow Hair, let me go back to the sponsor, Madam Chair Charles Newton. There's a question from Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Ottawa Shanella, Delegate Begay, thank you for your request. So right now, all we're trying to do again is create this pot. The spending, I guess the expenditure, that comes second. And just to be clear, we established a precedent on doing this back on January 28th, 2021, when we were listening to the legislation 0308-20. At that time, there was no expenditure information provided, nor was there a fund management plan. During that discussion, that was brought up, and as delegates, we overlooked that and we said that it was okay that we could go ahead and we could move forward with establishing this pot, which is what this legislation is doing. It's following precedent, and it's saying we're just creating this pot. In regards to how that money is going to be spent, that's the second step. And I think that is what Shanella, Delegate Elmer Begay is requesting, by listening to peacemaking. I think that is part of that second step when they're deciding how that funding is going to be established. So at this time, I think we just need to just stick with the first step, and that's hearing from judicial and from Madam AG and from Dana, who was part of that whole litigation process. When we're talking about institutional knowledge, she holds that. So in regards to the request that Delegate Begay has asked, I'm going to respectfully ask that be saved for the second step, and that's when they're going to decide where that funding is going to be going. If you look at the legislation, the intent of the legislation, it does provide some indication as to where the funds are going to go, but it's not specific. It just gives us a general purpose, and that is on page 7 of 10 of the legislation. It states to plan, develop, purchase, and/or construct judicial branch facilities, including power, water, electrical, roads, infrastructure, parking lots, government and traditional Hogan buildings, and surrounding infrastructure necessary for the use of government buildings, and to meet the systematic needs of the judicial branch, including but not limited to information technology, and to develop and implement programs and projects of the Navajo Nation courts, peacemaking programs, administrative offices of the courts, and probation and parole program that enhance public services for the Navajo people and improve the development of the judicial branch's operations and internal systems. So that's just a general purpose of what this pot, where that money would be going. So again, Shanella, Delegate Begay, that conversation that peacemaking wants to have, we're not at that point yet. We're just trying to establish this pot. Thank you, Speaker.
Order.
Thank you. Hold on, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. I think there was a point of order raised. Was that you, Honorable Elmer Begay?
Thank you for that, Speaker. Speaker, I think I make a direct question. See if establishing this fund management, I just want to know that if peacemaking courts or any people that are within that court for a long time had an input on to say something about this, establishing this. I'm not talking about the expenditure plan. If you could listen to my my question.
naso ati nindishita ati ne large has kajin not actually come better for one that's nindishita ati ne and no say to the fishing as being date or the what artist or the next issue of riot.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Hold on, Honorable Elmer Begay. Point of privilege, Madam Chair. Charles Newton.
Delegate Begay is using his point of privilege to argue his stance, Speaker. Please redirect him on what a point of privilege is. Thank you.
He's actually raising a point of order to go back to explain the question that was at hand. So, Honorable Elmer Begay, I guess your question is: was peacemaking court involved in the development of this legislation? Correct? Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yes, Speaker.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Order.
Point of order, Honorable Otto So.
Oh, thank you very much. I believe Madam Chair clearly indicated that this is creating the account, and what Honorable Albert Begay spoke to is relating to the expenditure plan, and that's how I hear his question. It's relating to the expenditure plan, but the expenditure plan has not been developed yet. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, I guess the question though is that Honorable Elmer Begay's initial question is: does this legislation 0011-21 was with the assistance of the entire judicial branch, but specifically was peacemaking court? Did they have a say in developing this particular legislation?
Yes, Speaker, that's my question.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I guess I would have to refer back to Mr. Atsity. I don't want to put words in judicial's mouth. I think we need to hear directly from the administrator on this question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Atsity.
Mr. Speaker, Otto, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for the question. When we were informed back in October, we began, when we were informed that the funds had been deposited within the Navajo Nation Controller's Office, we were informed of this, and then we developed a team to start looking at how to get access to the funds. The Chief Justice asked for a small group of people to begin working with some of our internal legal counsel to begin developing the draft of this legislation. And the peacemaking program and the manager, Shanella, Mr. Roman Bitsui, took the lead and worked with a small group internally and developed what we then transmitted and submitted to the Office of Legislative Counsel that ended up evolving into this legislation 0011-21. So if you look at the page 2 of this legislation, under the finding sections, items D through G reflect a strong reflection of the role of the peacemaking program and its inclusion in the judicial branch. So it recognizes the importance of Diné fundamental law, and it recognizes the importance of the peacemaking program within the judicial branch. And then, as Chair Charles Newton mentioned later on in the purpose, you see that the peacemaking program is also supposed to be a direct beneficiary when these funds are available for implementation. Thank you, Shananta.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Atsedy, and thank you, Madam Chair. Let's move on down to our next Honorable Yellow Hair. And then I have Honorable Keontae after that. Yellow Hair.
Hello, yeah, Speaker. Don Chairwoman, Gina Charles Noon, Stephen the City, thank you. We're talking on behalf of the judicial branch. The way one-time funding underfunded. They call the archives, the micromanagement to file and record all court cases. Some cases were behind that 12 years. It is on the Law and Order Committee. There's no position to copy all these court cases. Those are like one-time funding, Stephen. Chairwoman, Ajoya Hodne. So it all you had, and just for the safe to bench to put in a special account. Could blood agency. Arishito, Mr. Yayati, after you court administrator, I see that new court, the idol peacemaking, the attacker, Argent Darling. Yayati only. It's going to come to be in the committee. I just want to right here because we're going to ask that one. Chair Henry Chia thought this though. What that's your after thought, Ella Abahazania. Because it on the deal. So the money was just a deposit for the safe that will be used this coming year, 2022 on there. I want to know the other shaker. I want to get Tanya Abipo Boneta, Almer, the idea that she hunted at all this. Penalties kidole is budget finance committee. So this money going to be used for 2022. What elo is not on it all share one sort of don't only soka. We're going to go to limit now to the cut of the so yet it does vote on this legislation. Thank you very much. Once it all go back on mute now.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. That will go to Honorable Keontae.
Chairman.
Oh,
the only other way, again, for me to be to get myself clear is the legislation, even the title of this has changed, but based upon one niniki one in such a case. J need after is hashing up enough bad. So did a piece of stated Jahanako one I like his natural son such case arch. Oh, but what ain't there? Did has sent not just in the lead. Oh, maybe that's my direct question to legislative council is upon I don't need brother Yayaki Alma Begay, Delegate Begay. Ish to Tasato. I don't know the peacemaker. I guess that's my reason of requesting for an amendment. But I sent an email to the sponsor, but I haven't get a response unless she's going to respond back verbally. But that's my purpose. Upon recommendation by the Chief Justice, upon input by the district courts and the programs, that way everyone at the district level, court level have an input of how this money would be utilized. But going back, my question directly to legislative council is that once this house is established, it will be housed, the funding will be housed there. Now to have access to it, will it be similar to citizen funding where we got to develop a legislation, has to go through the process of a committee and has to be approved? Is that how we're establishing this funding? If that's the case, I mean, that's the reason why can't we just give it directly back to the judicial branch for their own instructing what that base or Johnny Bahna kid Alan Order Committee United kid. Say love Khalid Ahnes no a based on each Johanna Johanna. this is not new money, but this was shortfalls of funding that were given to the judicial branch through 638 contract. So I don't know why it's hard to put these fundings back into those existing accounts that's already established across the judicial branch account, though even probably through the judicial branch, the district court. We're doing the 15.7 million on behalf of the judicial branch, and then we just give it to them, and then let them budget how they choose to use it. I mean, I think that would be more appropriate rather than having them have to continue coming before the committee and asking for certain amount of funding. Committee meetings, legislations, and so on. Just so it is legislative council Chairman.
Thank you with that, Honorable Kiamgi. Let me go then back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair, there's questions, and I'll go ahead and refer to you. The floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Speaker, Otto, colleagues, none for listening on this legislation. So just to be clear, I feel like the questions that are being asked, the answers are within the legislation. So this legislation is creating the Hashkeja Nahat Ahbesa Bahawan, which is a fund pot, and it's saying that those litigation funds, the money that the court awarded to the Navajo Nation, that money go into this fund pot, Hashkeja Nahat Ahbesa Bahawan. And then that will allow judicial to use those funds. So they're not having to come back to council to ask continuously for using that money. Again, to be clear, the way that the code is written is this funding that the court awarded is going to go into the general fund. If we allow it to go into the general fund, as Shitsui Kialan Bigay stated, judicial will have to continue to come to council asking for those funds. However, if we pass this legislation 0011-21 and we create the Hashkeja Nahat'ah Besa Bahawan, when we create that fund, we are putting the money into that fund pot, and we're giving judicial the authority to use those funds as they see fit. And it is stated in the legislation. Section 2809 on page 9 of 10 does cover the termination, and it states that the fund shall expire and terminate when all fund principal and fund income have been expended. So that part of the termination covers the fact that we currently have money coming down that has been awarded to the Navajo Nation. And there might be, and I say might be, as Madam AG stated, there might be some more funding that will be coming down from this litigation. But we don't know. We don't know if that money is going to be coming down. All we're just saying is, in the event that it does, it's going to go into this fund pot. Again, that fund pot being titled Hashkeja Nahat'ah Besa Bahawan. So that's what this legislation is saying. The second step for this legislation is for the judicial branch to create I guess it would be a fund management plan. How are they going to spend the money? That's when it's going to go to Budget and Finance for their approval, which Budget and Finance does have the authority the overall authority. Anytime money is awarded like this, they have to be a part of that. So Budget and Finance will be a part of that, and Law and Order Committee will be a part of that. And that's when the Judicial Court is going to say, this is our plan, on how much money is going to be spent for these projects. So I think in a way, I'm hoping that this legislation does pass. To me, it's a very straightforward legislation, because in a lot of ways, what it is it's very similar to how we council captured funds with the CARES money. Remember, when the federal government said, hey, we want to give you guys this money, we had to accept that. So that's what this legislation is doing. It's saying we're going to accept that money and we're going to put it in this pot for judicial. It's not going to go to the general funds. It's going to go to this pot that Heshkeja. I always have to go back to the title. Heshkeja Nahat'ab Besabahawan. That's where that money is going to go. And so I think that's, to me, all of that is within the legislation. But, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dana. Perhaps she can explain the legal part of it and why this money can't go into the accounts that are already set up for judicial. Dana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that there's lots of good questions raised. The reason that it was set up as a fund was not only to separate it from the general fund, but if you'll note, there is a couple of different provisions in here about investing this through the master investment policies, and also with the interest earnings on this fund being returned, kept in the fund. So basically being available, the interest earnings will be available in the future for the judicial branch to use. General funds are not invested, dollars that are put into accounts are not invested in the same way. Their interest earnings are different, not as high generally. So one of the big reasons to setting it up as a fund is for the investment purposes and for the ability to have
the point of order,
interest.
please, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellow here.
Ms. Barbara, hold on real quick. Point of order, Honorable Yellow Hair. What is your point of order?
The point of order is Dina is giving us the wrong message. It's not for an investment to put it in a special account. As you know, when the external fund comes to the Navajo Nation, the judicial branch should have been prepared now, going before the Law and Order Committee. Start putting the budget together with $15 million. There's needs. There's different needs. The judicial branch have different than the two branch because of the hearing. Not you don't make a projection of when will be heard because it has to be here the case. But this is why they call here the side case justice and promptly and economically. It's not for that, Dina. The first time that I really disagree with you. I want to make it to your attention. Right now, this budget, $15 million, should be going before the Law and Order Committee right now for preparation. Speaker, just like my brother said, Key Ellen. Thank you.
Well here. I guess the point of order is just a disagreement, but Ms. Barbroff, the recommendation was for you to help assist in explanation, but you can continue, Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you, Speaker. I am giving my best legal advice. If Mr. Yellowhair disagrees with it, I apologize for that, but it is my best legal advice. So, set up as a fund, it will be invested through the master investment policies. The interest earnings will remain in the fund. They get put back in the fund. So they stay with judicial. So judicial will have the opportunity to use those interest earnings as well as the principal. Also, as you have heard from the Attorney General, there are, I'm not sure she said 2 or 3 subsequent pending legal actions for the additional years. If those actions are successful and there are additional amounts awarded back to the nation, they will also be placed into the fund, and interest earnings will increase. Under this, the way it's set up is the Chief Justice recommends an expenditure plan. It can be an annual or a multi-year expenditure plan to the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. Law and Order, because it is, of course, Judicial's oversight, Budget and Finance, because of their finance experience. There is in the section on expenditure, which is on page 8, section 2805, there is also 2805B speaks to the fact that the judicial branch does not have to expend all of the dollars at once. They can do long-range planning with them if they so wish. I have to defer to the Controller's Office, perhaps DOJ also, as far as just adding the dollars into the 638 accounts. That would strike me as being very, very problematic, in that those 630, if you want, it would be commingling of federal and Navajo Nation money. The other is, I don't know how you could get earning interests, investment earnings on that. Also, the 638 is 638 funds are restricted to certain purposes. I am not sure that Judicial wants to restrict these dollars, to put these dollars under the same restrictions of the 638 dollars, because, and this is important, the way these dollars came back to the Navajo Nation, they are not restricted. They did not maintain their character as federal funds. So the judicial branch can spend them for whatever reasons they think fulfill the purposes that are being set out here, not the purposes that are under their 638 contract. So that's the best way I can explain why the fund was, why the legislation was set up as a fund. I would also like to point out that it was the judicial branch who first, as Mr. Edsity said, it was the judicial branch who provided the first draft of the legislation and the desire to set it up as a fund. The last thing, Speaker, is that I did send out an amendment to Delegate Key Allen Begay to add the language he wished. I sent that out at, about an hour and 15 minutes ago at 12:16. Thank you, Speaker. I'll stop for now unless there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that rundown there, Ms. Barbara. No, go ahead and continue on now. Madam Chair, Charles Horton, does that conclude your response?
Yes, it does, Speaker. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. With that, let me go ahead and go. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any further comments or discussion on legislation 0011-21? Once, twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here.
I'm a yellow hair. Go ahead.
Can she read, or someone to read that what the Dina Brava make that for Mr. Honorable Key Allen McGee for the amendment? Can we hear that, Speaker?
Honorable Kellen Begay, was there a request for that amendment? Was there an amendment request?
Chairman, this is Delegate T. Allen. Again, all these communication are in the email. It's in the email, and I guess I'm choosing not to go forward, just to with the stance by the sponsor of the legislation. The chapters the district court district court input I guess it's a simple yes or no. Giving opportunity for them to respond. So I'm just interpreting that as that I don't need to do anything else further. But I do just want to be on record that I believe judicial branch will be utilizing this funding. If you read closely, it does say with the approval by the Law and Order Committee and Budget and Finance Committee, similar to the citizen approach. There's always a change of plan. Expenditure plan. Plan to keep based on the plan to get change in that. It has to be approved by the Oversight and the Budget and Finance Committee of utilizing these funds. So again, I indicate that this is similar to citizen funding, where it will be very much be control how the judicial branch will be utilizing their fund. So so I probably will not motion to making an amendment unless other committee members choose to do that. But the proposed language is in the email, Chairman.
Thank you very much. That. We're on down then. Any other comments, questions at this time on legislation 0011-21? Once, going twice, going 3 times. Aye, second reading.
Mr. Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti legislation number 0011-21 has one amendment. And Amendment 1 says page 7, lines 21, delete the language below as follows: to operational and Referring to the amendment made by the Budget and Finance Committee, make the changes as follows on page 7, line 28, delete 4. The deleted language reads, to find an increase in judicial branch personnel, to fund an increase in judicial branch personnel, update pay scales, and fund fringe benefits cost. Insert new language 4, to fund an update of pay scales. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So this was motioned by Vince James, seconded by Otto So, with a vote of 18-0, chairman not voting. And that's the second reading.
Thank you. Let's go to the board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Kellen Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Jamie Henio, Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Waneka, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Eugene So,
Vote pleasure, Cat.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sota. 17 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That legislation 0011-21 is destined for council. Thank you, colleagues. Let's continue on down on the agenda. We do have item number B, legislation 0012-21, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. With that, Ms. Nakai, if you could read legislation 0012-21 into the record. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, assigned to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Fence, Law and Order Committee, Fence, Budget and Finance Committee, Fence, Naabik'íyáti Committee, Fence, Navajo Nation Council. Introduced by Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Otto So, prime sponsor. And then tracking number 0012-21. An act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending the charter of Diné College, 10 NNC, section 2001 through 2023. This has gone through the, this has been electronically read into the record, and then the exhibits and such are attached. And then the Internet Public Review has, the first report has 1 supporting comment, 1 opposing comment, and then the other one is unclear. So there were 3 comments in the first report that came out. Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has a committee report reporting that there were no amendments or directives and vote tally sheet. And then the Law and Order Committee has a do pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet as well. And then the Budget and Finance Committee has 2 amendments on page 5, line 18, before instrumentalities, insert the word separate. 2, on page 5, line 25, at the end of the sentence, insert new language, and the Navajo Nation shall not be liable for any actions of such non-instrumentalities, financial or otherwise. 3, on page 20, line 14, delete the words ethics and rules and insert law and order. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So then Amendment 2, on page 10, line 26, insert at subsection E. New language, must not have any felony convictions. Line 27, delete felony convictions 4. A new paragraph will read, must is existing language, and then new language, have good moral and ethical character as demonstrated by background clearance revealing existing language, no acts of dishonesty or moral turpitude within the 5 years preceding the date of appointment, end quote. 2, on page 18, line 25, delete entire sentence beginning, all officers of the college must have good moral and ethical character as demonstrated by background clearance revealing no felony convictions or acts of dishonesty or moral turpitude within the 5 years preceding the date of the appointment, end quote, and insert thereof new language. All officers of the college must not have any felony convictions. All officers must also have good moral and ethical character as demonstrated by background clearance revealing no acts of dishonesty or moral turpitude within the 5 years preceding the date of appointment. 3, on page 24, line 11, add new language and its entities. And then quote, the bonds and other obligations of the Diné College, new language and its entities shall not be considered to be obligations general, special, or otherwise of the Navajo Nation. And then it was referred to in the Naabik'íyáti committee. The vote tally sheet is attached. And the second report shows that there is a recommendation from Joe Begay. Mr. Chair. That concludes the reading of the legislation into the record.
All right, colleagues. Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. That, could I get a motion on legislation 0012-21?
Motion, Lona.
Motion by Honorable Lona. Is there a second? There a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? This legislation's, that's for council. Once, twice, 3 times. Go to board. Legislation 0012-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kate Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Purnell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Purnell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Heniel.
Kenya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Heniel votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, touch this.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Legislation 0012-21, 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. Again, colleagues, 0012-21 is destined for council. That continuing down on our agenda, we are at now legislation, or actually item number C under new business, legislation 0017-21. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. That, Ms. Nakai, could you read legislation 0017-21 into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Naabik'íyáti Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 30 year 2021, introduced by Eugene So, co-sponsored by Seth Damon and Raymond Smith Jr., tracking number 0017-21. An act relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $1,616,413 for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters. Community Emergency Response Plans, waiving 12 NSC Section 820E, F, and J. There are, this has been electronically read into the record, and the Internet Public Review, the first report shows that there were no comments made. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment in their vote tally sheet. Budget and Finance Committee has a due pass with 2 amendments. The first amendment, on page 4, line 14, insert a new paragraph H as follows. The new language reads, H, in its approval of the Navajo Nation Budget Instruction Manual, BIM, for fiscal year 2021, the Budget and Finance Committee recognized the difficulties involved in obtaining signatures on budget forms related to requests for appropriation. The fiscal year 2021 BIM therefore reflects that divisions and departments are encouraged rather than required to have written concurrence from their appropriate branch chief or division director. Navajo Nation BIM fiscal year 2021 section 12B1AI. 2, on page 5. On page 5, line 8, insert new section 6 as indicated below. New language, section 6, waiving 12 NNC, section 820O pertaining to chapter distributions. The Navajo Nation Council waives 12 NNC, section 820O to allow for the chapters to receive the distributions as indicated in the budget forms and allocation schedules set forth in exhibits A and B respectively. 3, on page 4, line 2, after exhibit A, add the words new language and B as follows, attached as exhibits A and B is new language. 4, on page 4, line 26, insert new language as follows on exhibits A and B. 5, on 4, line 28, insert new language as follows in accordance with exhibits A and B. 6, on page 4, lines 12 through 14, make the changes as indicated. Overstrike section G, The Office of Management and Budget was requested to provide a memorandum to satisfy the requirements in 12 NC Section 820M. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it is available. New language, G. The Office of Management and Budget has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit C to satisfy the requirement of 12 NC Section 820M for a budget impact analysis. 7. Insert the Office of Management and Budget memo dated February 28, 2021 as new Exhibit C. 8. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel shall coordinate to recalculate cumulative totals if needed. 9. Renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. The second amendment on page 4, lines 9 through 11, make the changes as indicated below. Overstrike F. The Office of the Controller was required to provide a memorandum to satisfy the requirements in 12 NC Section 820L. The memorandum was not ready at the time of drafting this resolution, but will be included as an exhibit when it is available. New language F. The Office of the Controller has provided a memorandum attached as Exhibit C to satisfy the requirements of 12 NC Section 820L. The Office of the Controller has indicated the request is non-recurring and the balance in the UUFB as of January 20th, 2021 is $63,795,352. To add the Office of the Controller memo dated February 9th, 2021 as Exhibit C. 3, rename Exhibit C in Amendment 1 as Exhibit D. 4, on page 5, lines 1 through 6, delete Section 5 as follows. And the deleted language, Section 5, waiving 12 NC, Section 820E, F, and J to the extent these provisions prevent the unreserved undesignated fund balance to be used to fund recurring expenses. The Navajo Nation Council hereby waives 12 NC, Section 820E, F, and J to allow UUFB funds to be used for recurring expenses. 5, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. And then the vote tally sheet from the Budget and Finance Committee. Also included is Exhibit C, which is the memo from the controller dated February 9th, 2021. Exhibit D is the OMB memo dated February 8th, 2021. As well, the second report from the Internet Public Review shows the Chinle chapter government resolution. Third report includes the Mexican Water chapter resolution. And fifth report is the Eastern Navajo Agency Council resolution. And that concludes the reading of the legislation 0017-24. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, on motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Motion, my Honorable Keelan Begay, second, my Honorable Chairman Daniel So. That, Honorable Eugene So, I do have some individuals who'd like to speak, so you have 20 minutes on the board, Honorable Eugene So.
Den jeg har et arbejde det siger kort at Australia least beyond amendments. It is a big one for Kisto the store. No really now in Chatham has on. Okay, the Honadi Nisi
Correda the West, the Nada is Chile, the Chino, the North of Nevada, who is still a there's a lot of emergency in the area, go there in a certain ways and in different ways. Our Eastern Eastland, our Koro, every had this Takala, a Quishi Shin, get Mr. Hudner. So, even I should go, I'll turn it over to you guys. Don't share all this. Thank you, Speaker Shiche. Excuse me, Speaker Shiche. Is my agent on the line as Yellowman? That's true.
Yellowman. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, speakers. This is Ms. Yellowman. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, let me go to the floor. Honorable Chairman Rick Nez. The floor is yours, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council, Honorable Eugene. So, here, what are chapters? But, I would like to make a motion for an amendment that I sent to everybody. It was pretty much developed by our Office of Legislative Counsel. The base of $250,000 to the Administrative Service Center. Khala lay agency has ada. Chapter this supplemental funding shall be used by the ASC Department to develop and facilitate delivery of emergency management and mitigation plans. And the 110 chapters, across chapters, you had training. Babedo, Asto, Bespera Husband on Labit and Kingo, the Ajbanish Yosandoleti, and the Ray chapter done the local emergency response auto recovery. Ahora, Hegi, Ben Yetik at Corn, Sohotan, Daily, the Costan San, Hastates are Tapidin, Nini, Benachin, Sea Case Gogo. Ayego, Nahot, has Lake, Benina, 80. As this Skendo, but the UFB Arohadon, Nishiki, Naabik'íyáti, it so. The Hunsagoshir, a crop, that's not all lesson, and so, thank you.
Delegate seconds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, Ms. Nakai, I think you have the amendment up. If you want to read it into the record before I get a second.
Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, this is Amendment 1 for legislation number 0017-21, sponsored by Rick Nez. 1, on page 1, line 16, after plans, insert new language and $250,000 to the Division of Community Development to facilitate development of chapter emergency management and mitigation plans. 2, on page 4, line 26, insert new section as follows. This is new language, section 5, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 to the Division of Community Development. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 to the Administrative Services Center Department, Division of Community Development, it should say, as set forth in Exhibit C to facilitate the development of chapter emergency management and mitigation plans. B, the supplemental appropriation of $250,000 shall be from that amount of funds that exceeds the minimum fund balance of the unreserved undesignated fund balance as determined by the Office of the Controller. C, continuing new language, this supplemental funding shall be used by the Administrative Services Center Department to develop and facilitate delivery of emergency management and mitigation plans to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters and to provide chapters with the necessary training, knowledge, and technical skills for local emergency response and recovery to guide activities for duration of the COVID-19 major disaster declaration as they continue to navigate the impacts of the current pandemic and other major disasters, including how to safely reopen. New language, the Administrative Services Center Department shall take all steps necessary to ensure that development of the emergency management and mitigation plans are submitted to FEMA reimbursement in a timely manner. New language E, the Administrative Services Center Department shall report their progress in the development and facilitation of the emergency management and mitigation plans to the Resources and Development Committee at the end of each fiscal year quarter. 3, insert new Exhibit C. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. And then there's also an appendix, I believe it's the budget from the, for this amendment that is also attached to your amendment that was sent out.
Is that it, Ms. Sakai?
Yes.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, Amendment 1 is read into the record, sponsored by Chairman Rick Nez. Is there a second? Going once.
Second. Second, Slater.
Second by Honorable Slater. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment number 1?
Chair, Speaker, this is Doug again.
Yes, I'm going to begin. Go ahead.
Chair, thank you for the time. I don't know, Chairman Nez, Amendment in Lagi. I have a question. It's stating that supplemental fund is to hire a consultant to conduct central training for the 110 Navajo Nation chapters area to provide necessary knowledge and technical skills in developing chapter emergency management and mitigation plan. Because I thought the ASC office is there to oversee and to ensure funds to look over the 5 management system. What are they've been employed like that for so many years to provide training to these chapters. Because I thought that they were there to do that. Hire none of them to do their job again. My question is, are they able to do their work on their own to train the chapters? Is that the reason why we have mismanagement funds at these chapter level? Is it because of that they can't do the job, they can't do training on it? I just keep knowing that they've been there for so many months. Right now, through this pandemic, they've been out there to provide these trainings. I wish to see their plans and start training these chapter officials or the chapters administrations. So it seems like we're just hiring another person to do the job for their job again. What I want to say basically, but the Hungary insha, the Hotestan, based on a Babahan in the Neko, Kadea,
all duplicate service meters, another Charles Newton duplicate service money. Can you explain more to that? Why we're hiring a consultant for their work? That's my question, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead, and then I'll go back to the sponsor, Chairman Nez, for the questions. Chairman Daniel So, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, and I should care then. Kato should have been. Thank you for the amendment. The question would go to the agent. Of the 110 chapters, how many have an emergency response plan? And in the declaration of the emergency, it had to have been declared by the Emergency Management Commission. Where in this particular work are you coordinating with the commission? But basically, they're the ones that are the head of the response and remediation. In that aspect, it just seems like you're funding something that's already the responsibility of the Emergency Management Commission. But to go back to the question, how many of the 110 chapters have a emergency response plan? And follow-up is, how many have been approved by the Emergency Management Commission? Thank you. And I may have follow-up. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to Chairman Rick Ness.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer Begay, Adoshana, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, Corona, Edos Kidigishin, Koro, Dr. Yellowman, which in Hodesh Lito, not on Hitchin Hato, Dr. Yellowman, if it's okay, Speaker Damon.
Dr. Yellowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Speaker Damon. Honorable members of Naabik'íyáti, the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Sponsor Eugene So, and Chair Nez as well. Delegate Elmer Begay, thank you for your question on the supplemental funding. The purpose of this request is to assist us on receiving content and the content and material for addressing information on the public health side of the coronavirus, as well as the public health information and content moving forward on all hazard emergencies. In the past, I feel and believe that we encountered weather-related or other types of emergencies, but this being a major public health disaster or a major public health pandemic, we worked closely with HCOC throughout the pandemic. Originally, last year, we had requested and worked with DEM for these fundings in May of last year. And then we also received some supplemental support under CS 73-20, in which we had the same intention or the same desire to assist on emergency management planning and to receive the content and training for a consultant who would assist in public health. At the time, under CS 73-20, with more time then, had those contracts been able to go through and be fully executed, our plan was to receive other training on public health information, all hazard information and content, disinfecting at the local level, deconning at the local level, and mitigating public health for our chapters, 110 chapters. That did not come to fruition under 73-20, but we are requesting for support for content and material for 110 chapters. Once our chapters and local staff, chapter staff and local new elected officials are able to receive this information, the responsibility still remains at ASC to assist in maintaining and sustaining those emergency plans, or assists in maintaining and supporting the implementation of those plans. So really the consultant that we're looking is the content and knowledge and information and technical assistance in delivering that information through orientations and one-on-one information, or to be able to provide one-on-one technical support to the chapters. And for Delegate Daniel, thank you for your question, Yate. I do have a list of emergency management plans here. I can go through all 110. I'll count them up here. At the start of the pandemic last year, when funding was allocated to the chapters, there was emergency planning, and all 110 chapters did execute and implement an emergency management plan. If you recall last year, some of the services that had to be deployed, even though the chapter building was closed for social gathering, many of the chapters remained open, and some of the services that they had to continue or that they tried their best to implement or provide services were like solid waste, mail, U.S. postal mail, curbside delivery for senior citizen centers. So some of those were part of their emergency management planning last year that they immediately kind of had to shift a lot of their energy into doing that. And this is when we were at the height of the pandemic and we were really getting hit hard. So the chapters did kind of implement that type of an emergency management planning. Later on, that emergency management planning transitioned into zero contact, curbside delivery of services to the chapters. And then we had to adjust to both the census and then to the elections. So some of their emergency planning did transition based on what was happening or based on some of the closures and public health orders that were being issued all the way from March, April, May, June, July, August. We had a slight reopening, and some of those emergency plans did kind of transition and mirror some of the public health orders that were issued from HCOC. And then we went into another closure November. So delegates, there were some emergency management planning that were implemented to meet the demands or the crisis that we were encountering last year. We did need to work with DEM. DEM is the Department of Emergency Management. They play a critical role in emergency management. However, during the structure of the HCOC Command Center, the Division of Community Development, we remained open throughout the whole pandemic to support the needs of the chapters. The needs of the chapters were so great that we needed DEM, and we still need DEM. And we had to work in conjunction with HCOC. We were under the ICS structure, the Incident Command structure, and we incorporated our information, or we integrated support from the ICS. If you recall, in the late May and June, where we had to establish the points of distribution, or the pods, we opened 11 distribution sites throughout the Navajo Nation, and those served as emergency posts or points of areas where we could distribute food, water, and essential items during the pandemic. So we were really under the ICS. We worked closely with DEM under the humanitarian branch and the donation branch, and all of those items that went to the humanitarian branch, we worked closely with DEM with those aspects as well. We continue to work with DEM under CS 73-20 to distribute the essential items, which we are still, now March, we are still distributing items. As for your question, Delegate Daniel, so I do have the numbers for the first area, Baca Pruitt. All of the chapters for the Baca Gallup ASC site, all the chapters except for 1, 2, 3 are not complete, and 2 are pending. As for the Chinle area site, all of them are, all chapters in the Chinle area have their emergency management plans, but all of them need updating. For the Crown Point area, 1, 2, 3, 4 do not have their emergency management plans, and the rest need updating. As for the Delcon area, all of them have plans but need updating. As for the Fort Defiance area, all of them need emergency management plans and updating for the Fort Defiance area. And for the Kayenta area, they all have plans. And for the Shiprock area, they all have plans. Some are pending updating. And for the Tuba City area, those areas will need new plans. And I can send an email over to you for the total counts, Delegate. So, Speaker, I hope those answer all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, any other further comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charlton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Madam Chair, hold on real quick. Let me go to Chairman Daniel So, and then I'll put you right after Chairman Daniel So. Chairman, because you did request for a follow-up. Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, it's a Naabik'íyáti committee members. This question would also go to perhaps to Office of the Controller, as well as the legal aspects would go to Legislative Council. In appropriating these funds, will it require, we're hoping it'll be reimbursable by FEMA. That was the legislation back in 2019, 2020, now this legislation. The question is, does an emergency response plan have to be in place by each of the entities, the 110 chapters, for those funds to be deemed reimbursable by the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Authority? That one in compliance with perhaps auditing requirements to OOC, and then the legal question to Legislative Council. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Ms. Yellowman, I just want to make sure that I have this correct. So you stated that that DCD wants to do, I guess, gather this information. I guess I'm a little bit as to how DCD is going to use that information. And I say this because, Ms. Yellowman, you have stated that DCD has no control over chapter. You have no control over the community service coordinators. You have no control over community service managers. And so if this money is going to be authorized and so how is DCD to implement local level if you have no control? So I'm just a little bit curious. And to me, as Chanella Delegate Elmer Begay has stated, it's a duplication of services. ASC should already be doing this job. And I question, what ASC is doing, what DCD is doing. And I've made that very clear over and over to my colleagues. We have still yet to receive a report on where the distributions have gone, since March of 2019. And you're asking this council to approve more funding to DCD when we have seen time and time again that DCD cannot handle the responsibilities that they currently have. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to give you this money again and nothing is going to be done. And then I think in lines of what Delegate Daniel So has asked, I'm also a little bit curious too about the FEMA reimbursement, because I did sit down with the Auditor General and I was concerned because Shiprock never approved the usage of their emergency fund. And to date, they still have not approved the usage of emergency funds, but I believe 90,000 has been used. But you, Ms. Yellowman, you okayed that, and you said it was okay, that Shiprock didn't need to do that. And so now we're learning that those funds may not be reimbursable by FEMA because the chapter never approved the usage of those funds. So I'm just a little bit curious as to how you, Ms. Yellowman, under your direction, how you plan to, as you stated, implement this at the local level. When again, you have stated time and time again that you have absolutely no control over the chapters, over your community service managers and your community service coordinators. To me, this is just a waste of money because we're duplicating services. And then on top of that, it's going to give more responsibilities to DCD, which DCD cannot handle. I don't believe that you guys can handle this because there's still a lot of unfinished projects that are still sitting on your table. We have citizen that has not moved with a lot of our chapters. There's just so many things that are happening right now, and we're starting to see some of those negative effects as we were going through the pandemic, about how, the chapters have not really, in some cases, there's some really good chapters, I will have to admit. There are some really good chapters that are on top of, what they're supposed to be doing. And then there are some chapters that are not. And I know that when council reaches out to you, nothing gets done. So I will have to state that I'm concerned about giving DCD any more money. And I'm currently concerned about, just where the projects are at and why they are not getting completed. Thank you, Speaker.
You, Madam Chair. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, on Chairman Nez.
Thank you very much. Koron Daidos Kitigation and Shana Honorable Daniel So, as well as Honorable Chair Charles Newton, Kuroshi, Dr. Yellman, Banat, and Shahatale. Is that okay, Speaker Damon?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Yellman.
Thank you, Chair Nez. Thank you, Speaker Damon. Yacht 8 Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton, thank you for your question, and thank you for your concern and ongoing expression of DCD. I am not sure what you mean by gather this information, but the purpose of this is to improve and advance emergency management planning to include public health and all hazard information. Because of what we experienced last year, we need to put our chapters in a position where they are knowledgeable about public health mitigation and safety. And many of our chapters did employ or immediately go into responding to crisis and COVID relief efforts. We did so without any prior training. That was across the board for many other departments, schools, entities. We feel that we need to empower our chapters by providing this type of training to them and for them. At the very least, we experienced the pandemic, but we have to leave the pandemic at least being knowledgeable and being prepared, and having coordination with our CHRs, having coordination with other entities that we need to work with closely at the local level. Some of the chapters had to work with nonprofits. Some of the chapters to recruit for volunteers to help with food distribution. And at the very least, we empower our chapters with this type of all hazard or public health type of emergency management planning. This will allow us to hire the experts or the consultants in that type of content and material, and ASC would be assisting with DEM in delivering that content to our new chapter elected officials and current and previous elected officials, those who remained on, and to our CSE and to our chapter staff. And as for your comments that we have no control over it, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but we've been working very closely with our chapters. The Division of Community Development and ASC, we work closely with the CSCs at the chapters. We do have some chapters that elect to have local direct supervision of their CSCs, but I commend ASC on working with those local direct supervisors and even advancing the conversation to include supervision, training, and ongoing communications regarding personnel. So, Madam Chair, I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Speaker, could I ask a follow-up question?
Madam Chair, go ahead. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Yellowman. So my question is in regards to empowering the chapter. So let's say, as you stated, the purpose is to improve and also include, I guess, some stuff that you talked about with public health. And earlier you did state that the purpose is to receive content and material and to also assist in implementing the plans, sustaining plans that have come out of this experience. So I kind of feel like, you're making general statements about the purpose of this funding, when again, in my opinion, I think that we are duplicating services. However, what I do want to circle back to is your statement about empowering, the local communities. So let's say the money is given to you, you guys gather this content, you guys make recommendations, but a chapter passes a resolution and says we don't want to implement those plans, or we don't want to incorporate, what DCD has, has passed down, saying that we need to do these things. Because if we're talking about local empowerment, what we're saying is that we trust in our chapters to make the right decisions for all the people, not just the registered voters in that chapter, but for all the people living in that community. And so I think when you are talking about empowering, the local chapters and the communities, they then have the option of, choosing to take what you have and implement those. So it's a choice. But like, again, you're kind of going all over the place, and you're saying that DCD is going to implement this. When DCD, technically, if you're saying that the communities have the power, you can't implement something that is passed down from Window Rock to the communities. And I think that that's where there's a lot of confusion is I think that this money technically, shouldn't go to DCD. I think it, should go directly to the chapters if we really are talking about local empowerment. And as you stated, the chapters know their communities, they know what needs to happen. And so, that's where I'm a little bit confused is you can, to me, in the way that I see it is it's either or. Either, DCD says, okay, for this particular health order, or this particular issue, the chapters are all going to have to implement the plan from DCD, or you can continue to say local empowerment, and the local communities have the option of implementing these that are coming down, or these recommendations coming down from DCD. So I guess it's a little bit confusing, when you talk about, DCD is going to do this. Oh yeah, local empowerment, because those are two different things. I also was just now looking at your webpage, and it looks like you have a lot of vacancies for your CSCs and your AMS. And so I'm a little bit, again, this is a responsibility on you, Ms. Yellowman. And now you're asking for more responsibility when, we have all of these positions that are open that should be assisting the community. So if I can get some clarification on the purpose of this money and your plan to implement it at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That go back to Dr. Yellowman for the follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker Damon. Naabik'íyáti, Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. The way we found that was very helpful. Hello?
Hello? Hi. I was supposed to have made it here earlier. I was just trying to learn how to do this, like unmuting and muting. My name is Yukana James.
Ma'am, can you hold on?
It was in reference of.
Can you hold on? Ma'am, on Dr. Yellman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. What was helpful and what we find helpful in providing math information and training material to the chapters is in the past we've had, for example, we had orientations and now because of the pandemic, we have to go online and we have to provide online trainings, which we had done last year. What we envision moving forward is having additional online orientations where the chapters would log on and begin to receive information on areas and parts of their emergency management planning to include how to mitigate and apply safety measures to both the public health concerns that we're currently in and also all hazard concerns. Previously, chapters have had emergency management plans that either tailored to weather related or search and rescue. They've had emergency management plans that did not include public health. It was so new to everyone last year. And additional other hazards that now the chapters need to be able to include into their emergency management planning. We did not have a choice of coronavirus coming onto the nation, but now we do have the ability to educate ourselves, and now we have the ability to expand our capacity as to how we address and mitigate COVID-19 and moving forward additional public health matters and all hazard matters. And Madam Chair, in our plan of operation, the Division of Community Development, we are connected to the chapters through Title 26, in where we assist the chapters in excelling and flourishing. And that may mean, to me, empowering. We need to assist our chapters, all 110 chapters. They did not have a choice. We were all impacted by COVID-19. We were impacted in the public health of what we encountered last year. And at the very least now, our chapters do need additional knowledge. They need to expand their capacity on how they respond in the future and moving forward, and how they address to all hazard matters, in addition to previous other forms of emergency management. We will employ a training mechanism and orientation in which we have been utilizing the last year. We had multiple types of trainings prior to 73-20. We had online trainings where all 110 chapters by regions or agencies logged on and went through a training. We seek the support of all chapters engaging in additional information and training so that they can respond better to their local community members, so that they are in a better position to address emergencies and public health matters. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellman. With that, colleagues,
I have a follow-up question too.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Madam Chair Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Speaker, Ms. Yellowman didn't answer my question. How is DCD planning to implement this at the local level? She shared the information that they would be receiving and how past, the chapters have been getting information, but she didn't share how DCD will be implementing the knowledge that they will be getting and also recording and what the plan is, and again, how they are going to be implementing it at the local level. Thank you.
Okay. With that question, we did try doing it through the website, correct?
Dr. Yellowman? Is it the specifics, Dr. Yellowman?
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Yellowman, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. So last year during the pandemic, as I stated earlier, that we were seeking support services. Under 73-20, we had a small allocation of funds to assist us. We did go through proper procurement, and we did go through and search and look for a consulting team with the expertise of emergency management in public health and mitigation, along with all hazard information. These types of teams would assist us in tailoring content and information that the local chapters would then be able to implement or include in their emergency management plans. We envision this type of training to happen by agencies with technical assistance being provided, so that, for example, a chapter or a chapter officials could log on to the training, receive content and information, and then begin to implement and update their existing emergency management plans. This material and content would allow them to expand how they respond, allow them to look at what we experienced last year, and then improve upon their existing emergency plans. Right now, many of the chapters have their emergency management plans, but what we experienced last year, we need to expand our knowledge and information on how to insert that into our emergency management plans so that we can fully execute or implement those in the future. Many of our chapters are still operating on a limited basis, or many of the chapters have learned how to disinfect, respond to the public health orders, and respond to the coronavirus as a whole. But at this point, we need to update their emergency management plans to include public health and all hazard through trainings. And by doing this, we'd have to consult and hire experts in the field to assist us in delivering that information to the chapters. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. With that, let me go to Honorable Elmer Brigay.
Thank you, Speaker, again. Although members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Sutudo, Ms. Yellowman, Yad Edo, Kiado, the report, and then also to give us more detail on the request. But I still have a question regarding the chapters, the way they experience here, the Southwest chapters that I know, that at the first announcement that came out from the Navajo Nation
as a government is to close down the chapters, to close down the governments of Zaya. But very few chapters on their own, with their own dedication and their passion for people. They know that there's people out there which is still like that today, but then they still don't have homes. Homes that they live in is dilapidated too. Other than kada hasado, other the floor that then at least the bagandaro, sa a brick on this, so sa a paper box na not of another this, they're still living like that. They continue operating, even though they were not considered to be essential employee from your department, but they did on their own. Today, they still, some of them didn't even, most of them didn't get their hazard and special pay. Today, so the money that we are asking for is to get a consultant for your department from your, so I don't know, but there's still no funding that's going to be given to the chapters. The chapters are more, they're not in power. The central government still has the full control. What we can give you the money is not going to be giving the money to the chapters. The chapters right now, even today, some of these chapters they still have, they have more responsibility with no funding. They're still operating like this. So even now, I think what you're requesting, you are a political appointee, and there's how many political appointees with the Navajo Nation government now? And we know that Division of Health, they've been invested with health and emergency issues. Mr. Dr. Jim, she's invested with this Department of Health by Yelki, how to the public health by Yelki, I don't know, because you got the emergency, so why are you not communicating that, or how you are starting? There's no resolution supporting you from these chapters that I know. They're particularly on their own. So how are you gonna be if you can go into this training? How do you know that the chapters will be fully exercising with that that duty that you can be providing to them? Based on that, then go. That's been my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brigade. With that, let me go to Chairman Rick Nez, and then like to respond. Chairman?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Arusnand Anarseniki Beshbahasa Anna Anarsko. Yat Eko Daidoskit Anarsko. Jo Etiolia Naabik'íyáti hat the Holiat Eko go Bahats the Holiat Eko Stohot Ot in the Kro Deep Soki Anito Ak Ehostonoko chapter between Hodneta. Deep or $250,000 Neniki A Hadida, professional consultant and expert in public health. Di Koro I see that Anihiki teach or stoit any national got the costant side the no asa na fetana na hans neto a conlate ni chapter the question chapters because that's don't ancient Ad has tweet or sunny as china but haidan dan beda haigita sashito yo yeda anita di Shispehados in Ila Hait Allah Edo Hait I Coronas Tanadi mitigate Ado Hait A Asanda Atlenas Nelgo Hait A leader disinfect that all nesto Hodat Hiki Gise Koro Naabik'íyáti do ha Ida Ahosh o peso Koro oballa hochito is or neither deep base up in yet inigation and not seniki yet ensign data Harlan hit a neben and nest ha go ya dosen go at da holia a store at da hayagi a koto hot out did Kate other pets east baby na video nasta pedal not go. They sat up a cat or what DASC or DCD, but then again, or experts than later. They're not professional consultants in the area of public health, neither are we. Nihigi is not experts need leader TP so Gio Quibandon. Is this in the Hishi IC and Nihiki, but you know what all Nifto the Latin is not, as not. Chapter nilgin the note histo arien that tindo le deep and nacheki or what hati koro nihinch kitchen and no seneki so once to go 80 but this just hot egg on daidos kito hot ish that of neniki hota or hot end igisiki hati hidden the note hisiki ben yeah ahat a koroshi Dr. Yellowman one out of this and honorable speaker Damon.
Thank you, Chairman. Anything else to add, Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Akihat Nana, Chair Nez. It just reiterating and supporting Chair Nez. We really need to advance our chapters and being prepared and moving forward and just seeking the support of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Let me go ahead and go back on down to the floor. We do have Honorable Wilson Stewart in the lineup. Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart, we are on Amendment 1.
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon, Celeste and other colleagues. Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment is the work and the effort of the DCD and the chapters to work together. And this has been proven as far as a chapter official along with the chapter administration and how involved they are and how involved we are with our chapters as well. It takes all of us to work with our chapters that we are delegated with to make sure that these policies and these decisions are followed through and to assist ASC in implementing these areas. There are some chapters out there that find that just because they are officials, they can do what they wish with their funds. That's how they become sanctioned. From the chapter officials not understanding or the staff not understanding that there are policies, which is what DCD implements according to what is Title 26, abiding by Title 26. So they do play an important role in that area. And with that, that's where the chapter officials and the chapter staff need to work together with DCD. It is not duplicating services. It's making sure that these policies and procedures are adhered to according to Title 26. That's all I want to say, Taylor. Thank you.
Sorry, must have been speaking on mute. Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in the lineup. If not, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Arishnan Anostheniki and Hin Hanselati, the Hajigoshin or Ahaki and Arnold Haniki chapter Giston, Igishiban, Sokesto Latin, the North Tiki, the professionals, any Debon Tindo Latin Stotan, late the Neban Hastop Cargo, so Ado Hen Hiridation, his Nagoshin, Hot Edo Lesto, Hen Sago Lest. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Well, everybody else on board going once, going twice.
This is Delegate Charles Smith.
On amendment number 1, not on the main motion, on amendment 1. Madam Chair.
Speaker Daniel So had placed questions to OOC and Legislative Council.
Madam Chair Charles Newman and Chairman Daniel So. Let me go back to Madam Chair first. Then I'll turn it over to Leg Council and OOC. Madam Chair Charles.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I understand what the request is being asked of. So DCD is asking for $250,000 to hire consultants. Of course, the purpose still has not been made clear, at least to me. I'm not really understanding how DCD can, take on this extra responsibility. What I want to know is, since we're talking about, the chapters of how this emergency management plan would, the recommendations made to the emergency management plan would be helping the chapters. What I want to know is what are the thoughts of Dr. Jill Jim on this? Because if we're talking about we're talking about the pandemic, we're talking about the health concerns of the community. I want to know, where does Department of Health stand in this, and how will that, this continued, relationship between DCD and Department of Health, be, what is the plan? Again, I don't think that my question was ever answered about how they plan to implement it. It sounds like to me, it sounded like they're saying we're going to get to $250,000, we're going to hire a consultant, they're going to go out, they're going to get information, and then we're going to provide training. There's nothing in there that says that chapters, it's going to be mandatory for chapter officials to attend. And it's going to be mandatory that the recommendations provided will somehow be implemented into their emergency management plan, nor were there any information about how that would be done. And so I feel like we're going to give DCD $250,000 to hire a consultant to go out to get information that may or may not be put, and I say may because it's not shall, it's may. They may or may not, the chapters may or may not decide to add into their emergency management plans for the ones that do have the emergency management plan. I recall also there was a question at one time about, how many of the emergency management plans have been completed. This was prior to the pandemic. And I recall that the answer was that the chapters were still working on them. And so I'd like to see, as Chair Daniel So has pointed out and has asked, of like the emergency management plan for the entire 110 chapters. I think I recall there was a comment made at one point that the former director, I believe the name of that former director is Johnny Johnson, who was putting this together, as well as my former LDA. They were working on this plan, but it was never completed. So I'm a little bit curious as to who at DCD was heading I guess the project for getting the whole 110 chapters emergency management plan completed and put together. And then two, that, I want to know when that was completed so that we know that there's actual record for all 110 chapters that there are emergency management plans in place. Thank you. So, Speaker, just for clarification, I would like this information in writing from Ms. Yellowman. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a request, Dr. Yellowman, just in writing. So let me go to Chairman Daniel So's question to Office of Legislative Counsel, and then we'll go to Office of the Controller. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair So. So as I understood Chairman So's question, that had to do with the FEMA reimbursements. Now, I want to identify that I don't consider myself a FEMA expert, so I know DOJ is on the line, so if they want to interject, I would encourage that. But from what I have reviewed about the FEMA and such, what would be subject to reimbursement in this amendment would be, and when it would be in reimbursed or eligible for being reimbursed, is after the Division of Community Development has developed their training materials and provided those training materials to the various chapters. The reimbursement would not be based on the chapters having emergency management plans in place. That is my understanding, but I certainly defer to the Department of Justice if they have a different interpretation. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair So.
Thank you. With that, is anybody on the line from the Department of Justice?
Hello? Hi. Hello?
Are you with the Department of Justice?
Yes. So you were asking about how to implement a plan and whatnot. We've done tried a website, right? And that seemed to not really go well. Excuse me?
Can you state your name?
Yeah, Yukana, James?
Okay.
All right. And I was just thinking about this too, because I've noticed that there's a big impact, standing from my point of view of my sidelines. I've seen that, even though we have a lot of technology and we do have education and we do have the advancement of learning, not a lot of our individuals that are on the reservation, not in town limits, they're not, they don't have the source or the people to help them get to, like some people might be illiterate, some people just didn't want to learn to go, they didn't want to finish school and stuff, and therefore they're the same boat as, the older people who doesn't know how to read and write very well in English. So that was one of my main concerns, because not everybody knows how to use a computer. And for us to be going out and putting ourselves into the public and extending and pushing, the coronavirus out more is another matter that was at hand. Well, I seen that you guys had tried the approach of using the cell phones, the text messages and stuff like that. I kind of like the way that went. I don't know how it went on your guys' end, if it was crazy or not. But I like the feedback where you guys would have to give them they give you the information, then you guys confirmed it and like talked with them and did whatever else you guys had to do on your end. I kind of like that idea. It makes it a little bit more easier. But then again, I don't know what you guys would think would be more appropriate or more, how can I say this, more head-on to get this immediately taken care of, because our fundings in the chapter houses, I see that like we have nothing. I've been looking all onto the chapter houses, and we need help, and we need to catch up with times, not, times catching up with us, and we can't catch up, So I believe that we need to get our people educated.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
Whoever is presenting on DOJ.
That Ms. Barbara, can you put yourself on mute? Chairman Daniel,
Question basically is, do the chapters need an approved emergency response plan in place so that they can qualify for FEMA reimbursements? The response from Department of Justice is almost like personal commentary. Speaker, back to you.
Okay. And but Dr. Yellowman, is that something you can answer, or?
If the attorney from DOJ can regroup, I'd like to hear from her take.
Dr. Yellowman, and then I'll go back to Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. Adonana, thank you, Delegate Daniel. So in our process working with FEMA in the last year, we did have to determine what items were eligible for reimbursement. For example, items that were purchased or certain types of acts that were deployed during the emergency management. As for the emergency management plans, no, they may not be required, because how I understand the language from FEMA is, for this current disaster, did the disaster cause the nation to create emergency management plans? And the answer is no, because we already had emergency management plans. So if we were to look at what is eligible under the current disaster, we would have to look at what did the coronavirus cause, and that helps us assist in what is eligible or deemed eligible for reimbursements during this current pandemic. But we are receiving technical assistance from FEMA. We do work closely with the assigned FEMA team that has come onto the nation, and we have been working with Mr. Todd on collecting data and information from the chapters as to the role they played at their local level for what deemed eligible during the last pandemic. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. With that, Department of Justice. I don't know who's still on the line.
Speaker, this is Legislative Council. I could not hear the DOJ attorney's name when they introduced themselves, but the person may not have been from DOJ.
Okay.
But I have notified the Attorney General and she may be able to get on the line. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, let me go to the office of the controller then first, and I can come back to DOJ. Madam Controller, are you on the line? Or Mr. Willie? Mr. Winika? Mr. Willie? Mr. Winika? Madam Controller? Staff, can you reach out to them? I think it I can come back. Chairman Daniel So, seems like they're not on the line right now, but I don't have anybody else in the queue, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I guess in that respect, it's like this amendment comes to us like the Division of Community Development has no other funds. Has no other funds for training within their approved budget or within the supplemental budget. And that's why they're coming to us through Chairman Nez to say, I need, that the division needs an additional $250,000. And it's like, okay, there's some chapters that have a emergency response plan that's approved. And she reviewed that. And there's some chapters that have no approved plan. So I'm concerned that we're going to be given more money when they possibly already have money in their divisional budget to accomplish the intent and purposes of this particular amendment. So in that regard, I myself will not support the amendment. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. So I went back because I felt like my question wasn't answered, and I'm reading the language directly from the amendment. And it states that the $250,000 would be given to the Administrative Service Center Department under the Division of Community Development. And this is directly from the amendment to facilitate the development of Chapter Emergency Management and Mitigation Plan, which is directly in line with the statement made by Chair So, that at first we were told that all 110 chapters have this emergency management plan. Now they're saying we need an additional $250,000 to facilitate the development of Chapter Emergency Management and Mitigation Plan. The amendment further states that the supplemental funding
shall be used by the ASC department to develop and facilitate delivery of emergency management and mitigation plans to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters, and to provide chapters with the necessary training, knowledge, and technical skills for local emergency response and recovery to guide activities for duration of COVID-19 major disaster declaration as they continue to navigate the impacts of the current pandemic. And it goes on a little bit, and other major disasters, including how to safely reopen. Based on that language, it sounds as if the chapters don't know what they're doing, yet they're going to be reimbursed by FEMA because DCD is saying, yes, they do know what they're doing, but we need an additional $250,000 to hire a consultant to make sure that we fully understand what should be included in a chapter emergency management and mitigation plan. So I feel like there's just a lot of back and forth. There's really no purpose for this amendment and for the additional $250,000. And what concerns me is we don't have Department of Health on the line giving us information. DCD again is taking on this responsibility when they currently can't even handle the current responsibility that they have. And they're, saying that they want to develop this emergency management plan after telling council, oh yeah, we have all 110 emergency management plans. So I'm not in support of this amendment. I feel like, we're just giving DCD $250,000 to duplicate services when they said that they already have it completed. So which is it? Do you or do you not have the emergency management plan? And if you don't have it, then why are we telling FEMA and the world that we do have it? So that is a concern. And again, there was no clear answer provided to us by Ms. Yellowman. And so it's a huge concern because it just makes the Navajo Nation look like we really don't know what we're talking about. So do we or do we not have emergency management plans implemented that were implemented during the pandemic? And if we don't, then why are we saying that we do? Why are we telling the federal government that we do? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charleston. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Delegate Yeller,
Go ahead.
Oh, Chair, Speaker, Shumaya, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Doba Hosiki, 250,000 Banto, Nigo Aya. Out of 110 chapters, there will be $2,273 per chapter. Arata ni ain't no king to pay so up out something she say honorable ned nation. I see a piece of unity and shoshes no. I do all the what about maybe just put on a 5 or 7 agency to have a training in maybe 2 days. That way consultant won't take all the money. How they are trained is it per chapters? Or that Chinle agency example, they could come to Chinle. Other than they be chapters in the but then Chinle. So yeah, what others I think okay, we need to have it clarified on that one. On the agency, I thought, we're gonna save a lot of money. What out about my suggestions but I said to us when what next to see the Naabik'íyáti what I honorable Nance Shikis as a hot ada to hot Arza and Tiata and so yeah to the not Ayat Edo we respect the plan for each other. Say could you pay 250,000. It's going to be 1/3 will be used for that particular training for a chapter official. Thought the net as this was I just in the other so what are the honorable Nance she's not also she makes it name so it's been a shnita. Huntsapa Stido Prato Hitas, she that in as you're not your plan. I want to talk about this. The cat can know any. Thank you.
Well, yellow hair. That colleagues,
Yeah.
any further comments, questions on legislation, or actually amendment number 1? Twice, going 3 times. Good board.
With the second CARES funding.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiala votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Board votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Heaney votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellow hair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, Joe. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed, chair not voting.
Colleagues, on amendment number 1, 12 in favor, 8 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. That, moving on back to the main motion on legislation 0017-21. Going down the line, Honorable Daniels on the main motion.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And also good afternoon. Late noon. Senegi kodo. Shazadan Frago kodo. Papa here kodo. Legislation Gitanis source kodo da. Shanala. Delegate Eugene So. Kodo legislation Gitanis source kodo. Arunana kodo da. By Yes Kido. Baba Yes Naabik'íyáti. What Ecuador? Arunana Ecuador dam. Since Ecuador dam. Mr. Chair, or even I did this Kiliki, and I dam. Or you should be oh, that's indeed. The title of the legislation, Arunan, the purpose of the legislation. In Ecuador. The purpose of this resolution is to appropriate 1.6 million. $1,616,413 from the UUFB to the 110 chapters, 110 Navajo chapters, Navajo Nation chapters, for their community emergency response plan. If you go deep into the legislation, chapters, but how I read this, how I understand this is chapters are the language. But when you look at the legislation, some chapters are not going to get any. Threshold 25,000, over 25,000, they're not going to get anything. So it's not idea about this thing. So I don't know if this legislation is out of order. The way it's written, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Daniels. Let me go refer to Ms. Barbara for the confirmation and more of an explanation. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. So the purpose of the original purpose of the legislation is to provide 1.6 million to the 110 chapters to support their emergency response plans. The way the legislation is broken up is that each of the chapters' balance will be raised to 25,000. So each chapter, because they have different balances, would be receiving a different amount, but they all should come out to a balance of at least 25,000. So that's the purpose. That was the original purpose of the legislation. As far as Delegate Herman Daniels' question, I did not understand why he thought the legislation was out of order. I did not understand that question. I apologize for that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Honorable Daniel? Honorable Daniel?
Yes, ma'am.
One more time, please explain again.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. When you read the purpose or the title of the legislation, it says to appropriate 1.6 million from the UUFB to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters for their community emergency response plan. But when you look at the legislation, when you look at the chapters, how much they're going to be getting, some chapters they're not going to get any. Like the ones that are over 25,000, they're not going to get any of this 1.6 million. So when you look at this, the title and also the purpose, it sounds like it's going to give dollars to all the 110 chapters, but it's not. So that was my question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Herman Daniels is correct that it is not every chapter will be receiving funds. I don't think that the inclusion of, in my opinion, the inclusion of 110 Navajo Nation chapters, I don't think that makes the legislation out of order. However, as Legislative Council always says, if you don't think that it's within the purposes, that is a choice for the Speaker to make first, as whether a legislation is out of order. And for the committee to determine whether they think it's consistent with its purpose, a simple way perhaps to make it more aligned with Delegate Daniels' concern is in the title to take out the reference to, take out 110. So it says for the Navajo Nation chapters community emergency response plans and doesn't indicate 110. Thank you, Speaker. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Moving forward on this legislation, if that amendment, if Honorable Daniels wants to make that amendment, that's an option, Honorable Daniels. But I can say there has been many times that there's been precedents exactly for this legislation that has gone through. I think the original legislation idea that went through was probably in 2017 to bring up the amount of funding to Navajo Nation chapters to a certain threshold. And at this time it's 25,000. So there has been precedents before utilizing the same language. I think we can definitely move forward with this legislation just for the fact that there has been precedents before, Honorable Daniels. But Honorable Daniels, if you want to make that amendment, or if you want to work together with Legislative Council to make that amendment, again, this legislation is not final authority here at the Naabik'íyáti Committee, as this legislation does go to Council. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on legislation 0017-21?
Speaker or Chair.
Wait. We'll go to Vice Chair Smith on the main motion, and then I'll go to
yes.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and Naabik'íyáti Committee members of the Navajo Nation and those that are listening on this legislation. I'd like to motion an amendment, and the amendments are emailed, and they should be sent out by Legislative Council. And the amendment is to insert the right and proper amount of the chapters
that are not funded appropriately or correctly. I can't find that amendment right offhand, but here it is. It was set out on today at 2 p.m. from Legislative Chief Counsel, and the amendment is Exhibit B, Exhibit A for the legislation of 0017-21. And could we have that read into the record? Thank you, Chairman Damon.
Thank you very much. With that, Vice Chair Smith, Ms. Nakai.
Chairs, Speaker Damon, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is Amendment 2 to legislation number 0017-21. And it's sponsored by Delegate Smith, co-sponsored by Delegate Iyazi. On page 1, line 14, page 3, line 29, and page 4, lines 8, 20, and 22, delete $1,616,413 and insert new language, $1,690,174. 2, on page 4, line 3, delete $598,958 and insert $647,730. 3, on page 4, line 4, delete $339,544 and insert $339,865. 4, on page 4, line 5, delete $321,020 and insert $259,846. 5, on page 4, line 6, delete $206,708 and insert $208,606. 6, on page 4, line 7, delete $150,183 and insert $234,127. 7, replace Exhibit A, budget documents with new Exhibit A, revised budget documents. 8, replace Exhibit B, chapter distribution schedule with new Exhibit B, revised chapter distribution schedule. 9, replace Exhibit C, OMB impact analysis with new Exhibit C, revised OMB impact analysis. 10, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. So that is Amendment 2.
Thank you very much. With that, there's a motion of Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second on Amendment 2? When once.
Second, Delegate Slater.
Slater. Colleagues, any comments, questions? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Good boy.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Bobby, Madam Chair, Charles Newton is actually excused.
Okay. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Honorable green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay,
I vote green. Can you hear me?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Otto So. Speaker, with the vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
That, colleagues, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries on amendment number 2. We're back now at the main motion on legislation 0017-21. Go on down to Chairman Henyo. Floor is yours.
Speaker.
Chairman Henyo. Chairman Henyo.
Speaker Winika.
Yes, Honorable Winika, I'll put you in the queue. Chairman Henyo. Twice. Chairman Henyo. 3 times. That, let me go on to Mr. Winika. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, Speaker, I support this legislation as far as chapters talking about emergency response plan. But my concern has to do with the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation has a draft emergency response plan, but it has never been officially adopted by the council. And I think that's one of the things that we need to talk about also, because this past year during the pandemic, there was no place for the command center to be. They kept moving around. And I think we had about 8 or 10 instant commanders. There's supposed to only be one instant commander. So we really have a problem of not having an emergency response plan.
as far as the Navajo Nation is concerned. I think the amendment that was done by Ricky Nash should have been for the emergency response plan for the nation. I remember when I first joined the council, I talked about this, and I made a motion that we do a response plan. And I remember I was told to give it to the RDC, and I didn't accept that. But maybe we should do that. Maybe the additional money should go to RDC for additional meetings to address the emergency response plan for the nation. I think we really do need one, because we don't know as far as this pandemic is concerned. I don't know if we're done with it or what, or if it's done with us or not. So if it's not, then we need to continue to work together, because having a response plan, that's exactly what it does, is help us to coordinate whatever needs to be put in place for the nation during an emergency. So we are addressing the chapters, which is good, but I wish the nation also had a response plan in place. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Monica. That is there. Chairman Heaney, are you back on the line now?
No, yes, sir, I'm back on the line.
Okay, Chairman, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you again, Officer Speaker Damon, Additional 24th Navajo Nation Council. Just a concern I have regarding this legislation is that the threshold is 25,000 for chapters that have less than that. And my concern is some of the, looking at the listing, there are some over expenditures that we will be rewarding, and to bring these balances back to 25,000. And it's not fair to the other chapters that were mindful of their spending, that really took care of their money and made sure they only spent 25,000. But my concern is the one that overspent, and there's really no oversight from DCD or ASC to monitor their overspent expenditure. And it seems that we're just rewarding that again by giving them extra money to bring it back to 25,000. At the same time, what's the guarantee that these same chapters will not overspend again? And then we'll be introducing similar legislation to say, oh, yes, our chapters need money and we need to help them, and we're just allowing them to do the same thing again, overspend, without no oversight as far as not being able to not overspend their money. And I remember one delegate in the past council used to say, we are rewarding bad behavior. I still could hear him say that sitting in the council chambers. And that's the way I kind of see it too, is that they should be more held accountable and not just being rewarded with extra money again, because it's not fair to the other chapters. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'd like to the Speaker, Damon.
Thank you. That, colleagues. Any other comments, questions on legislation 0017-21? Once, twice, 3 times. That, Ms. Nakai, second reading.
Speaker and members of the NABI committee, Amendment 1 was sponsored by Rick Nez, seconded by Carl Slater, with a vote of, you took my screen away. Let's see, with a vote of 12 to 8. Yes, the vote was 12 to 8. And do you want me to read the amendment again into the record? Okay, on page 1, line 16, after plans, insert and new language, and $250,000 to the Division of Community Development to facilitate development of chapter emergency management and mitigation plans. 2, on page 4, line 26, insert new sections as follows. And this is all new language. Section 5, approving supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 to the Division of Community Development. A, the Navajo Nation hereby approves supplemental funding from the unreserved undesignated fund balance in the amount of $250,000 to the Administrative Services Center Department, Division of Community Development, as set forth in Exhibit C to facilitate the development of chapter emergency management and mitigation plans. B, this supplemental appropriation of $250,000 shall be from that amount of funds that exceeds the minimum fund balance of the unreserved undesignated fund balance as determined by the Office of the Controller. C, this supplemental funding shall be used by the Administrative Services Center Department to develop and facilitate delivery of emergency management and mitigation plans to the 110 Navajo Nation chapters and to provide chapters with the necessary training, knowledge, and technical skills for local emergency response and recovery to guide activities for duration of the COVID-19 major disaster declaration as they continue to navigate the impacts of the current pandemic and other major disasters, including how to safely reopen. D, the Administrative Services Center Department shall take all steps necessary to ensure that development of the emergency management and mitigation plans are submitted for FEMA reimbursement in a timely manner. E, the Administrative Services Center Department shall report their progress in the development and facilitation of the emergency management and mitigation plans to the Resource and Development Committee at the end of each fiscal year quarter. 3, insert new Exhibit C. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes, and it includes a copy of the Appendix K, which is the budget forms for $250,000. The second amendment is sponsored by Raymond Smith, seconded by Carl Slater, and the vote was 18 in favor, 0 opposed. 1, on page 1, line 14, page 3, line 29, and page 4, lines 8, 20, and 22, delete $1,616,413 and insert new language $1,690,194. Excuse me, let me do that again. $1,690,174. 2, on page 4, line 3, delete $598,958 and insert $647,730. 3, on page 4, line 4, delete $339,544 and insert $339,865. 4, on page 4, line 5, delete $321,020 and insert $259,846. 5, on page 4, line 6, delete $206,708 and insert $208,607. 6, on page 4, line 7, delete $150,183 and insert $234,127. 7, and replace Exhibit A, budget documents with new Exhibit A, revised budget documents. 8, replace Exhibit B, chapter distribution schedule with new Exhibit B, revised chapter distribution schedule. 9, replace Exhibit C, OMB impact analysis with new Exhibit C, revised OMB impact analysis. And 10 is the language to renumber and reletter succeeding paragraphs, etc. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the second reading.
Thank you. Let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
How about Green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Dr. Shah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Otto So. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. On the main motion for legislation 0017-21. That, colleagues, continuing down, that legislation is destined for council colleagues too as well. We do have on our legislation under new business, item number D, legislation 0019-21, sponsored by Chairman Nez, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. Ms. Naka, if you could read that into the record.
Okay, legislation number 0019-20 is a proposed standing committee resolution, and NABI has final authority. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by who? Who's the sponsor? Rick Nez?
Yeah.
Okay, Rick Nez, and co-sponsored by Seth Damon, tracking number 0019-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti committee confirming the appointment of Mr. David N. Sloan to serve on the Navajo Housing Authority Board of Commissioners as the registered architect. And this has been electronically read into the record. The Internet Public Review has no comments. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, is there a motion?
Nino. Motion, Stewart.
Chairman Hino, second by Honorable Stewart. Comments, questions? Once, twice.
Question.
Chairman
Delegate
Daniel.
Danielson.
That Chairman Hino, or Chairman Rick Nez, 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. Navajo Housing Authority's Board of Commissioners to appoint Mr. David Nelson Sloan as the registered architect. There's a Navajo Housing Authority selection committee in place, and the three that are the selection committee are Honorable President Jonathan Nez, Honorable Council Speaker Seth Damon, and myself, Delegate Rick Nez. So what we do is we have applicants submitted to us, and we vet these applicants. We go through them, and we all three concur to make a selection to bring before the Naabik'íyáti to approve. Mr. David Sloan should be on the phone with us today, and I would like for him to introduce himself to the 24th Navajo Nation Council's Naabik'íyáti Committee. This confirmation is Naabik'íyáti's full authority. So currently, there are three that are sitting on the NHA Board of Commissioners. Two of them are expired. The other one is still legally sufficient to be a board member. They all are according to their plan of operation until they are replaced after their terms have been expired. So and I would like to introduce Mr. David Sloan and have him introduce himself, if that's okay, Honorable Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman Daniel, so.
Thank you, Chair Seth Damon, the members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and legislative staff, legislative council.
Chairman?
Rick Nez. I guess the main thing is I think all of us have a concern regarding the actions or the inaction of NHA, the administration, as well as the board. And a few months ago, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton had placed an email question to one of the NHA board members. And the response was, I don't answer questions unless it goes through the oversight committee. And this particular question goes to Office of Legislative Counsel and, if need be, to the Department of Justice. Do the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council have the right to ask a single board member of NHA a question. And the other is, do the single members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council have a right to ask NHA administration a direct question without having to go through the oversight committee? Thank you. That's back to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, let me go back to a question or comments, or actually a response, if there's any, Chairman Nez.
I believe the question is for our legal counsel, Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, chairs and speaker. So the question, does an individual delegate have a right to ask an individual board member a question? The delegates have a right to ask the question, but then it goes back to the board member as whether they believe that they can answer that question individually, or if they need to present the question to their board and get an answer on behalf of the board. So you've got some balancing going on there. As far, and once again, the situation is the same. Yes, individual delegates can ask a enterprise, an authority, a question such as NHA. They can ask them. It is then the responsibility of the employee that they ask the question to respond appropriately under NHA's plan of operations, etc. Oftentimes, employees do need to run those questions through their upper management, and that can extend also to the board. So really depends on the situation. I hope that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Once. Twice. Went 3 times. Go board. Legislation 0019-21. So
Speaker, I need a question.
Voting. Green.
I've been pushing *9.
Honorable Eugene So. I did call for the question. It's brief.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, but I've been trying to push the *9 and you didn't get it, so I thought I'd speak up. Do I have the floor?
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
So, so yeah, not the desk then. So, ayo, great audit, ayo, that is kitty. Yeah, pick your holding needy. maybe Trace Conduction session. Satney Chinley on the Frank Davis, CEO. Because seeing that Navajo housing authority, CEO has history is bad. A current NSA board now removed where there's I think there's 4 of them. Yazi, Roberts, Dugal, and the recent days. I don't know new CEO. I don't think the only accomplishment of the current board is removing CEO if confirmed. How will you act on the CEO retentions in addition to Mr. Sloan? And maybe we need to go back to the 8 members that as a board. Please conduct 8 and need. I was looking at the legislation here. 17 is with a resolution that we're at request for 5. Right now, that board should be working on the 2022 Indian Housing Plan, IHP. I want the Chinley Public Safety Police training, Academy. Maybe an audit is also necessary. NHA board needs to allow NHA employees to do their job of filling houses or people not returning funds. Based on all your nothing, based on your base, you have only best on NHA. This is on this resolution. It seems that they have a lot of job here, but it seems that we don't see that out there on the ground. The reason why I'm saying is because we have the Christian religion leaders in this, and then mostly the people there are always complaining about how it's being affected by them, by whoever is taking care of it. Because I'm having so now they could not go quite on the could Halit Ayan 6 seasons, so they don't have necessarily. I don't know that the need to so. And so on the way to love the academy in the public safety, not only for police, but others don't need housing. Be as part of the housing plan. I want for all this speaker should say, thank you.
Chairman Nez, back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, and Honorable Eugene Sonaiden, Kidiki. The in the agent bananas ille, Egisabaniga, out in the height Arian, Sikasigishi Api Hadot Zisto. I believe Mr. Sloan has a lot of professional experience as far as a registered architect who can respond professionally at the question. So, Mr. Sloan, if you will allow him, Honorable Speaker Damon, he may respond.
Yes, Mr. Sloan.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon. This is David Sloan. Thank you for giving me the time to speak with you, Speaker, and the rest of the council members there, as well as the other people or persons that are listening to the proceedings. Again, my name is David Sloan. I am Tualaglini, born for Plisplana, and my Nali is Salt Ushing, and my Che is Tuchitni. I grew up in, if I may summarize quickly, I think the council members do have my resume, so I won't speak too much about the details about it, but very briefly, I grew up in Utah, and as well as Arizona and New Mexico. Currently, I live in Albuquerque. I've been to boarding schools, border town dormitories, and Flagstaff. I went on the BIE relocation back in the mid-60s. I wanted to be a carpenter, but I continued my education out there, finished up in University of New Mexico back in 1975. And since that time, I've worked at different jobs, including a few years with the Navajo Nation, working with their Office of Program Development back in the mid-70s. But I've also been a instructor, counselor at NAU in Flagstaff. Briefly, I worked for another architect, and I did open my own office back in 1985 as D. Sloan and Associates Architects. And since that time, I've worked pretty much all over the country with a lot of different federal programs from the National Park Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Service, and I finished up a project with the Smithsonian Institute. But I've also started out working primarily on Navajo at first, back in 1985. Did a lot of small projects there, including a lot of work with the Navajo Housing Authority. Since then, I primarily worked as their architect, planning, designing, and doing construction administration with the NHA. So I have the experience out in the field working with contractors, working with the different housing offices all across Navajo. I've been pretty much all over from eastern Navajo to western. So I'm very familiar with a lot of the different housing authority management offices, as well as a lot of the contractors who do work out there. But I also am somewhat semi-retired right now. I do part-time work with different tribes, but I do not work for the Navajo Housing Authority anymore. My last project with Navajo Housing Authority was, I believe, back in 2017 or 16, and I don't pursue or do any professional work with NHA. So again, I applied to offer my experience and knowledge to the board of directors in being an advisor. I don't intend to try to manage or try to instruct anybody at NHA to how to do their business, but offer advice and give them.
Order, Chair.
Hello. Okay.
Hold on. Point of order, Honorable Eugene So.
My point of order is I only ask a question. If confirmed, how will you act on CEO retention? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, again, I'm an advisor, and I can only advise on my past experience and working knowledge, to the administration and management of NHA. I do not intend to tell anyone how to do their job or to be anything but an advisor. And I do understand, you know, what you're talking about when at times you're not only trying to balance tribal government, but with the federal government also. And it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. And that's part of the challenge, that the reason why I applied to be on the board. But I guess to answer your question, I don't intend, like I said, to be giving out instructions to anyone, but advising them. Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. That, colleagues, back to the main motion. I did again call for the vote. I did Eugene So ask his question, so let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
I vote green. This is Delegate Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Caleb Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable
Delegate
Carl
Green votes green.
Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edison Winika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edison Unica votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, with the vote of 18 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. 18 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries 0019-21. Final authority was here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. That, congratulations, Mr. David Sloan. With that, moving on down.
I vote green, Speaker. This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Bobby, did you get Honorable Yellowhair's vote?
No, Speaker, I didn't.
Okay, so that's green. That makes it 19 in favor. 1 opposed, chair
Thank
not.
you.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Item number E, legislation 0020-21. Sponsors, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsor Honorable Freeland. I think Honorable Freeland's on the line.
I'm here, Speaker.
No, Chairman Yazzie is excused today, so Ms. Nakai, if you could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Legislation number 00220-21 was assigned to Resources and Development Committee. Then it's here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Nomination Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Edmund Yazzie, co-sponsored by Mark Freeland, tracking number 00220-21. An action relating to the Resources and Development and Naabik'íyáti Committees respectfully requesting the Governor of the State of New Mexico, Michelle Grisham, to repair and repave, resurface New Mexico NM State Highway 371 from Theroux to Farmington. And the committee report from the Resources and Development is attached, and it has a do pass no amendments, and it has a vote tally sheet as well. And there's a second copy of the committee report and vote tally sheet. And that concludes the reading of legislation number 0020-21. Speaker, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sakai. With that, colleagues, on legislation 0020-21, is there a motion?
Delegate James.
Vince James, second. Second.
Delegate Stewart.
Understood. How much questions? Once. Twice. 3 times. Let's go to board. Legislation 0020-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is sad.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Favor.
Speaker.
Opposed.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Mr. Walker. Ms. Nota.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Speaker.
21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. On legislation 0020-20. With that, colleagues, that legislation 0020-221 actually. Final authority and Naabik'íyáti committee. Thank you. With that, moving on down. Item number F, legislation 0024-21. Someone is speaker.
Honorable
Hello?
Speaker Damon. Honorable Freeland's trying to speak, sir.
Honorable Freeland?
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you for that vote on the last legislation on the position to Governor Lujan Grisham. We do need help on Highway 371. So, thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey. That, moving on down, on to, where was it, lost? Legislation 0024-21. Sponsored by myself and co-sponsored by Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, do you want to take this one or?
Speaker, since you had the greatest hand in crafting this with your staff, I think it would be best if you deliver the presentation.
Okay. Well, colleagues, someone want to, requesting for somebody to handle the meeting over legislation 0024-21.
I can help you out, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Slater. Floors, the virtual gavel is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues on legislation 0024-21. Can we please read the legislation to the record? Oh, sorry, we need a motion, correct? Oh, please go forward, Ms.
Okay, Pro Tem Chair Slater and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti has final authority on this legislation. It's a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Seth Damon and Carl Slater. Tracking number 0024-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and adopting the 2021 federal legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation. And this has a internet public review summary that's attached. The first report includes 4 comments that were made from the various, there's a comment, a personal comment, and then there's a comment from regarding the victims of violence against women and children and disabled and such, and that comprises of 28 pages. And then also a resolution of the Diné Medicine Men Association, resolution of the Naabik'íyáti Association, DHA. Also a resolution of Eastern Navajo Agency Council, Northern Agency Council, Chinle Agency Council, Western Navajo Agency Council, and a resolution of the Fort Defiance Agency Council. Also the Utah Navajo Health System, the Winslow Indian Healthcare System, also the Tuba City Regional Healthcare System has a PowerPoint that they included in their comments, and then resolutions and such are attached. Then the second report has comments from Elmer Guy, the president of the Navajo Technical University. And so that comprises the document that is before you, legislation number 0024-21. Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Committee
Delegate
members,
Nez, motion.
is there a second?
Second, Helena.
Recognize the main motion from Delegate Nez, second from Delegate Helena. Committee members, are there any questions or comments on legislation 0024? Is that Vice Chair Smith? Thank you. Speaker David, you have
Daniel
the floor.
So.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pro Tem Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, everybody listening in. I bring to you legislation 0024-21. It's related here. It's an action, final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. It's approving and adopting the 2021 federal legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation. We worked on this starting in late November, into December, and into January of this past quarter. In the late September, we had not only on late November and early December was, if you remember, we took recommendations for the state priorities, but we also took recommendations for federal priorities. We extracted those and spread them into each one of the states, and we also put them extracted them into what the federal domain would be, I guess, in the federal bubble. We took recommendations not only when the staff broke down to work together on each one or with each one of the agencies. And then we worked together with priorities built off in the standing committees. And then we also took recommendations from the Navajo Nation State Task Force Subcommittee. It molded those all together. Staff worked together not only with the committees at hand, but also worked with the departments in the legislative branch. And that's what you see here before you in legislation, but most importantly in the Exhibit A. If you look at Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation 2021 federal priorities are positioned in there. One is the Navajo Nation sovereignty, COVID-19 relief, special tabulation regarding the Census Bureau and effects of Navajo Nation, and the farm and agriculture positions, Navajo Nation area Indian Health Service, recommendations for that, the Nelly Initiative, economic development opportunities, energy development, water infrastructure priorities, housing, Office of the Navajo and Indian Relocation or ONER, quadrilateral agreement, or in this case, it's tasked to manage its resources to better the position of the state of that Navajo's position. Chocolate Canyon and its resource management plans, transportation, broadband and telecommunication, Veterans Affairs, public safety, education, Bears Ears National Monument, even got recommendations for United States Postal Service, and last but not least, the abandoned uranium mines. So we took that again from the recommendations that from everyone on the Navajo Nation Council. But remember, when we broke it up, we brought those ideas and initiatives from the grassroots portion that you brought to the table, colleagues, at the agency level, at the committee level, and also there at the Navajo Nation State Task Force level. So this is a document that has been portrayed and presented to you today. This is a recommendation. There is also the inclusivity to make sure that that there can be amendments to this, but again, colleagues, this is something that we wanted to push, but we really needed to have some time to put it together. So again, I thank everyone for helping assist creating this document as well. Other than that, Mr. Chair, if there's any questions or recommendations to continue to add things to this, and there probably will be. One thing is we can do is take those recommendations into today, develop those recommendations, and then turn those recommendations into amendments. And that might possibly be maybe take a week or two, and we might have to just table this legislation. But we'll see how the decisiveness on the debate goes here to today. So again, colleagues, if there's any further address that needs to be made in this, we are open to all positions in order to give as solid presentation as we can give for the Navajo Nation legislative branch. So again, thank you very much, Honorable Slater, for helping assist and chairing the meeting. But most importantly, colleagues, thank you for your input that we have in order to develop this document. Kat, I'll yield back to the floor. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker Damon. Committee members, the lineup that I have is Delegate Smith, Delegate Kiel Mbege, Delegate Daniel So, Before I recognize them, is there anyone else who wants to get into the lineup?
Freeland.
Anyone else?
Ms. Odo.
Okay. Delegate So. Committee members, if you want to get into the lineup, please text 928-247-0511. I'll email it to you right now. Delegate Smith, you're recognized.
Daniel, put me in the queue.
I got you, Delegate
Did you
Daniels.
get me, Honorable Slater? Freeland?
Yes, you're after Delegate Daniels, so Mr. Freeland.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you.
Oh, Shania. Delegate Smith, you're recognized.
Well, thank you, Pro Temp Chair Slater, and thank you for this legislation, Chairman Damon. Legislation number 024-21 is very important, and this is the Navajo Nation's voice for the 2021 priorities. And I see that there's a lot of thought put into this and a lot of good ideas put into place for the priorities of the Navajo Nation. But I'm sure there's a whole gamut that we could put into this legislation to make it even thicker. But I'd like to talk about Navajo Land Commission, and I know that's in there, but it's specifically under ONER, I think. And Navajo Land Commission had a meeting this morning regarding some priorities from the Hatutsi, and it was passed unanimously this morning. And I don't think it's been signed by our chair yet, but if we do relay this, I'd like to get that in there because that's one of the priorities from the new lands. And I'm sure that the other chapters that are throughout the 110 may also like to put their input in for the priorities on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So, Pro Temp Chair Slater, I don't think the committee report has been signed. I was going to, excuse me, I was going to request that be put in the priorities for 2021. And I think Chair Otto is making his way up to sign that committee report. But as we move forward on this legislation, Naabik'íyáti is the final authority, and sure would like to make sure that we don't exclude or leave out any priorities that our chapters or the chapters of the Navajo Nation are wanting to put in. And also, I represent the Navajo Nation Indian Irrigation Project, and we're going to be having a meeting tomorrow. I guess that's the question to Chairman Damon. If we do put some priorities in tomorrow, could that be added to this? If we do vote on this as Naabik'íyáti final authority, or how do we go about that? Or I know you mentioned maybe we could table it until everything is put on board. But I don't want to table this at this point in time, but I just want to get some guidance on this. And there's other committees that we all sit on too. And I know that Navajo Indian Irrigation Project is very important on behalf of serving NAPI up there and their water issues and their irrigation and so forth. Shananda, thank you.
Delegate Smith, to clarify, you do not have an amendment to offer right now, but you will be offering one later?
That's correct. I would like to hold off on the amendments because our committee member, our committee chair of the Navajo Land Commission, hasn't signed the committee report. We just had our meeting before Naabik'íyáti this morning, and we passed the resolution for Nahab'íyáti's priorities. And I asked Chair Otto So at the time, I said, can we include this in the Naabik'íyáti committee because we're going to be talking about the priorities? And he said, sure, that can be done. So I don't have anything right now. Pro Temp Slater, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Smith. Just let us know or text me when you're ready to get back in the queue. Delegate Kiala and Vigesh, you are recognized.
Yate, Pro Temp Chair Snaash. You hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. The Kodo legislation Hitanil, so Ado Kodos Che, Speaker Damon, Cat Olis Kage, not something Hitanil, so Ziggy. The federal priorities for 2021. I'm not sure if this is, I mean, you know how the DC level, the same as Navajo Nation Council, move things through. And the listing is good. I mean, that's needed, yes. But how do we determine or indicate to the congressional delegation at DC level of how focused we could be in these specific areas? I mean, we're talking about almost 100 lists, 100 items that's list a daily, and what's achievable, what can be accomplished within the year. Especially if we're saying that this is I mean, what happens next year, 2022, legislation, I mean, we're already about 2-3 months behind. I think Congress got into session back in January. Mid-April, that's in the Kodo, which have been ilnitole. Page 3, there's 5 areas I like to ask questions. Okay, on page 3, of the priority listing under or near at 11C, 11C. Kodo, I believe in an email I sent to you, Speaker Damon and Land Commission Chair Sitsila. Letter C, Gigi, create additional assistance for the Navajo Partition Land, NPL, with emphasis on Jedito, White Cone, and Tistu Baka. Halet ala 8 Athako community gi Kodo identify Elia Lanson. Okay, let that Washington, that Tiena, Titika NPL. Ego go the ilte or be like jetted to the white cone, the teeth to it, don't need ne, but the don't need that. A carbon nago go, could there be, with rather than saying the emphasis, unless there's a good justification why those only 3 communities would be emphasized for the NPL, because the remainder of the, like I represent 2 of the NPL community, Low Mountain and Touchy Blue Gap on the Burnt Corn site. What Egon was also for me to support O'Neill and this priority. Should I don't wish it ni Jundishni chapter that Jordan Han Saha case the door to in ha and ha hadnet bespans an don hat dat sesta git e ko shaka o zit aita ko ebe ben nasiko e ila ahishnilan so ado eben na go halet ala the Hopi Land Commission that's it other commissioners and linigi ado jo consult ya go ti hatelia that's only z jo ben na go e my only response to the chapter was that jo ti hatelia do still going through the public comments and then na hun te ko de Naabik'íyáti jo be sign ya la ad shi ba hatis stini the jake a ko ba yashte ko elahit could there be a more straightforward where all NPL chapters, the affected chapters, are emphasized, all of it, not only a few. That's one of them. The second one, the key A, number 15, broadband and telecommunication. You know that the Navajo Nation continues to send information, and there's a lot of congressional bills that the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee had supported in a lot of the broadband or telecommunication infrastructure. And this will relate to number 17, public safety. After FirstNet. We're under emergency situation, no, but yet we don't have the sufficient communication for our public safety or first responders. Last year, CMA 1220-A, I may be wrong on this resolution, but we did, the Navajo Nation established, passed, and then President signing emergency legislation to implement telecommunication on the Navajo Nation. With that came with the FirstNet establishment. For number 15 relates to number 17 with public safety, FirstNet communication. And I believe that the Navajo Nation is known to advocate for FirstNet implementation. Although number 16, Veterans Affair, because that might be a typo at letter C. Establish a certified veteran service organization. I believe that should say veteran service officers. That's what the acronym for VSO is. Veteran service officers. On the Navajo Nation, maybe that needs to be corrected. Including resource and funding for Veterans Wellness Corp pilot. But the rec service, as you know, the Navajo Nation, again, Naabik'íyáti Committee legislation, forgot the number. The rec service that the no Ecuador Congress, which is that Iliana. Ado number 18, a school housing, so number 18 under education. We need housing for continue to dig at fundings for construction for facilities of a school across the Navajo Nation. Just like any IHS the hospitals. School gate the facility housing and the housing now isn't eight and the house isn't school housing at number 18 under education. Number 21 abandoned uranium mines. I believe the Navajo Nation and what we like to see rather than the Region 9, I mean, that's still my position, that our own Navajo Nation EPA program is capable of assuming all the funding management on behalf of the Navajo Nation. At Region 9, and we've talked about this at Nabi several early last year, called RG Region 9, without much input or consultation by the Navajo Nation. Region 9 continues to award so much money, millions of dollars, to non-Navajo to do a lot of these work on the Navajo Nation. But unless I overlook that particular area, that the Navajo Nation seeks to take full control of the management of these settlements. The other one, Rika, the compensation of our Navajo people, that's the Ajapadat, to be caught and sin, Kodor, Hidden Diniki, in Bantahois Aki, other downwinders that they sneak go Kodor Aja, Di Kodor, Hadolia. Based on Diniki Nadieki, Kodor, that's a lahit other be a card that don't send the quagation and the Noseniki. Okay, those are the 5 areas that I wanted to see if there could be a change in this particular area. Number 11, number 15, number 16, number 18, and number 21 is what I covered. Chairman, Protect Chair, the legislation, and I don't know if just needs to be corrected or modify of the statement. So if not, I'd like to make an amendment to make those changes, Chairman, after the response.
Thank you very much, Delegate Begay. I advise you to start working with the Office of Legislative Counsel on some of the items where you need to add in language, and then the ones where there may be corrections where we need clarification from Speaker Damon. We'll get to that in our responses. I'm going to go to Daniel So, Delegate So, and then we're going to go back to Speaker Damon. Shania, you're recognized.
So, yeah, it's a silly. Those are silly sponsor, the Speaker, Chair Pro Tem. I basically, by email, asked for input from Gannett College, Navajo Technical College, and Tuba City Regional Hospital regarding these federal priorities. And they came back with some proposed language, and I had forwarded to Office of Legislative Counsel, and I see that she's sent it out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This amendment is extensive, and Legislative Council is just advising that the current Exhibit A be put to the side, and this amendment that I'm proposing would be the new Exhibit A. In regard to explaining that process, I'd like to call on Chief Legislative Counsel to outline this particular amendment. The language that are proposed by the colleges are in blue, and the ones that are in recommended by the Tuba City Regional Hospital are in green in the document that was forwarded to you. So it's quite extensive. Committee members, so Speaker Pro Tem, if you would allow Legislative Counsel to expound on the amendment that I'm proposing. Thank you.
I'll consider. Just kidding. Ms. Bobroff, before I recognize you, I'll make a comment. Committee members, the email that contains the amendment and the amendment language and then the updated Exhibit A was sent at 4:56 p.m. today from Ms. Bobroff. It says forward amendment to 0024-21 regarding Daniel. So, Ms. Bobroff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem and Chairman So. I think that Chairman So explained it well. There were extensive amendments, so looking at it, it just seemed easier and smoother just to replace the existing Exhibit A with an updated Exhibit A that includes all of the amendments. It will also make it easier to work in and appropriately place other amendments by other delegates. And most likely, all amendments to this legislation will actually be to Exhibit A. So that was the basis as to why it is done that way. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Should I, Chair So, Delegate So, does that conclude your remarks?
That would be my motion for Amendment 1.
Ms. Nakai, can you read the amendment into the record?
Pro Tem Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And this is Amendment 1 to Legislation Number 0024-21, sponsored by Daniel So. 1, replace existing Exhibit A with new Exhibit A. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Did you want me to go over the proposed language, Pro Tem?
Office of Legislative Counsel, is it necessary to read the changes within the exhibit into the record, or is it satisfactory enough to say that Exhibit A is being replaced?
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I believe it is not necessary to read the new Exhibit A. Of course, that's at the discretion of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, at this time, the chair's ruling is to ask for a second to the motion.
Freeland.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. The chair recognizes the motion to amend legislation 24-21 from Delegate Daniel So with a second from Delegate Mark Freeland. Committee members, is there discussion, questions? Discussion, questions going twice. Discussion, questions going 3 times. I've had no text or otherwise messages. Ms. Notop, please proceed to a roll call vote on amendment number 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Gallowitz Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Can you skip past me? I'm still reading the amendment language. Thank you.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Long votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Any votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is your chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Speaker
Elmer
Seth
votes
Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Nota. Delegates Wilson Stewart and Charlene So, this is your last opportunity to vote. Okay, the chair recognizes 19 in favor, 0 opposed. The ayes have it. We'll move forward and go back to Speaker Damon. Speaker Damon, I think you have some questions from Delegate Callan Begay. You're recognized. Sure.
Thank you so much. And that's in the opening statements, Vice Chair, Pro Tem Chair, and to Honorable Callan Begay, I stated that this is a working document, and thank you for cross-referencing some of those recommendations. And I just suggest that you work together with Office Legislative Counsel to develop a amendment, and that can be placed and brought before the committee. I thank Chairman Daniel So for working on the amendment in advance, as this legislation has been in the hopper for almost over 2 months now, almost 2 months. So thank you very much, Chairman Daniel So, for working on that amendment advance but Honorable Kiambi relate to the amendments that you raised. I think the position statement from all of us, especially with your expertise, not only on Veterans Administration, but also broadband. And if there's any other recommendations on Bokiambige, I think the best reaction would be just working together to make sure that those amendments can happen. I don't know if you're needing some more time than today to develop these amendments, but if that's so, I just have to remember that there is going to be a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, I do believe on the 8th, and if that would be the next one if this is going to be tabled until then. But I wouldn't want to hesitate to table it any further than that. If you're still looking, I know that there's other more of our colleagues that want to possibly have additional amendments. And if this discussion is going to continue on where there's wanting to be amendments, but they're not making or we're not making to get those amendments, and then I would suggest that the legislation be tabled until you get those amendments ready. Other than that, I do believe that this again is a working document, and not only to Anbakian but everybody else that is going to speak. If there's suggestions, that you're more than welcome. I've always said this is our document to present to individuals that have an interest in Navajo Nation's position for federal issues, and it's a working document at this time, and it's something that we pass regularly every year in order for us to push out the new positions, or at least every 2 years, so that we know that these are the goals over the next 2 years that we want to execute, not only with our federal partners, but also internally to make sure that these items are addressed. So again, thank you very much, Honorable Slater and Honorable Kiambi for those comments. But most importantly, again, Che, you're more than welcome to bring in an amendment to the table. Kat.
Thank you very much, Chennai Speaker Damon. Chennai Delegate Mark Phelan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Chitila, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, colleagues, staff, and all those listening online. Thank you for this this legislation, Tila Speaker. Very important legislation. I do have 2 amendments that I want to make, which I need to get drafted up, and I do have one of them partially done. But these 2 amendments that I'm going to propose really refer to the Department of Interior. And you know that just this morning we have a new Secretary of Interior, Secretary Deborah Holland. And I think it's time we put her to work and see if she's gonna see how far she's willing to help Navajo, to what length she's willing to help Navajo. The first one I'm gonna ask to offer is in preparation for the America Rescue Plan. Eastern Navajo Agency, 31 chapters, has issues with land status, checkerboard. We don't have the luxury of just trust land. And when we try to build or develop basic infrastructure, water lines, electric lines, bathroom additions even, for our people, it takes a very long time, years. So my first amendment that I'm going to ask for potentially is to ask the Secretary of Interior to have the Bureau of Land Management waive rights-of-ways processes through BLM lands in Eastern Navajo Agency, so we can get these basic infrastructures developed. That's going to be my first one. My second one is going to be, again, to the Secretary of Interior, to ask her to prioritize Navajo Bureau of Indian Education schools. We need a new school at Sehe'ai Standing Rock chapter. The school was built in 1935, home of the Navajo Wranglers. 90% of the school is portable buildings. We have a blacktop gymnasium. We don't have a gymnasium for our children there. We need a new school. And I'm going to ask at some point to invite the new secretary out to visit that school, along with all the other schools or community schools that are in need throughout the nation. But I really want to advocate and emphasize Standing Rock. And my colleagues, those are going to be my two potential amendments that I want to make. I'll get the language together, but that's going to be to the Department of Interior, Shnatai. With that, Speaker Pro Tem Ado Shnatai, I want to go ahead and make a motion to table this legislation to the next Naabik'íyáti committee on April 8th. Thank you.
Second by Otto So.
I need some clarification on a tabling motion. Do we have debate, Speaker, or does it go straight to the vote? I believe it goes straight to the vote, right?
It just goes straight to the vote at committee level.
Yeah, at Nabi. Committee members, I'm going to recognize the motion or the table to the tabling motion really is 5:30 from Delegate Mark Freeland and the second from Delegate Otto So. Ms. Notok, can you please proceed to a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Privilege?
Okay, can I get clarification, Delegate Freeland, on when you're trying to table this to?
To the next Naabik'íyáti committee, so we can have all of our amendments prepared for the next Naabik'íyáti. Add them into this legislation, Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. And Speaker, to clarify, the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting will be next Thursday, correct? Delegate Freeland, would you be open to amending your motion to have it tabled to April 8th at the request of the sponsor?
Abiga, that's fine. If that's the next Naabik'íyáti committee, Pro Tem, thank you.
Well, to clarify, it's not the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, but it is what the sponsor has requested.
Okay, the 8th is fine, Speaker Pro Tem. Abiga, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Otto So, do you consent to the modification?
Yes, I do agree. That way we can refine all of the proposals for the amendments for all the delegates who have proposals for an amendment to this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion to table legislation 24-21 until April 8th, 2021, held by Delegate Freeland, seconded by Delegate Otto So. Ms. Notok, can you please proceed to a roll call vote?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes
Green.
Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, God, crazy shit.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Notok. Committee members, legislation 24-21 is tabled until April 8th by a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. The next item on the agenda is item G, legislation 0026-21. Speaker Damon, would you like to resume chairing the meeting?
Honorable Slater, if you don't mind, can you continue on just one more legislation so I can take a call?
10-4.
Thank you
I
very
hope
much.
it's either Secretary Holland or President Biden.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Nature.
Nature. Sorry, was that Delegate Daniel So? Are you asking to be recognized?
I said it was nature rather than Holland or Biden.
Okay. Again, item 6G, legislation 26-21. Ms. Nakai, can you please read it into the record?
Yes, Pro Tem Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti Committee has final authority on this legislation. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 3rd Year 2021 introduced by Vince James Primary sponsor, tracking number 0026-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting submission of the Cornfields Chapter grant application to the United States Department of Agriculture for a community facility grant for the Cornfields Chapter Community Services Center project. And this includes Exhibit A, which is the Cornfields Chapter Resolution. Exhibit B is the Community Facility Pre-Application Exhibits. And no comments on the internet public review for the first report. That concludes the reading of legislation number 0026-20. Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. Committee members, is there a motion to consider legislation 26-21?
Freeland.
Is there a second? Thank you. We have a motion from Delegate Freeland and a second from Delegate Eugene So. Committee members, is there a question or discussion on the legislation? Questions or discussion going twice? Questions or discussion going 3 times? Ms. Notat, please proceed to a roll call vote for legislation 26-21.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
So, yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp not voting.
Yahoo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota and colleagues. Vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Legislation is passed. Moving on to item H, legislation 0029-21. Ms. Nakai, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Okay, Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is Naabik'íyáti has final authority on this. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr. Primary sponsor, tracking number 0029-21, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee urging the United States Department of Defense to investigate the deaths of United States U.S. Army Specialist Miguel Douglas Yazzie and Army Private Carlton Chi, stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, United States of America. And so you have Exhibit A, which is giving the background information on this. And there is a first report from the Internet Public Review, and there are no comments that were included. So that concludes the reading of legislation 0029-21. Mr. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nakai. Do we have a motion?
Motion, Daniel So.
Okay, Team So. I'll recognize the motion from Eugene So and the second from Delegate Daniel So. Committee members, are there questions or discussion regarding the legislation? Questions or discussion going twice?
I've got a question.
Thank you very much,
This
Shema.
is Delegate Charleston.
Thank you. Delegate Raymond Smith, you have 20 minutes. You're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair Slater, and also the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, and those that are listening to our session. This legislation here is very important, and it has brought tears to families that had lost their family members to this occasion that had taken place in Fort Hood, Texas, and they would like to have closure on behalf of this, and they're wanting the Department of Defense to investigate the casualties that has happened. And the legislation does specify that there is 2 of our Navajo that were stationed at Fort Hood, Miguel Douglas Yazzie, Army Specialist, Army Private Carlton Chi. They were both stationed at Fort Hood, Texas.
the families and relatives would like to have answers to what has taken place, and they reached out to the Navajo Nation Council. So Naabik'íyáti is the final authority on this. And I have my agent with me, who is the father of Miguel Douglas Yazzie, Specialist Yazzie, who enlisted in 2016 and was an Air Defense Early Warning Systems operator. And he was stationed within the South Korea. And it was prior to being stationed over at Fort Hood. So he did serve time in South Korea, and then he was transferred to the Fort Hood, Texas. And unfortunately, July 3rd of last year, the Yazzie family had lost their son, and he was discovered deceased at Fort Hood Army Base on July 3rd, 2020. The other young Navajo Army private, his name is Private Carlton Chi, also known as Private Chi, from Pine Hill, New Mexico, passed away 2 months prior to Miguel Yazzie, and there has been 28 deaths within the Fort Hood during 2020. Out of the 28, 2 of our Navajo soldiers were part of the 28. So therefore, like I said earlier, the Yazzie family is urging the Navajo Nation to pass this legislation so that we could solicit Department of Defense to thoroughly investigate not only what has taken place, but why. And that would be provided to the Yazzie family. And there is that Exhibit A on behalf of what is in the attachment on the legislation. And it does talk about what they encountered, what they've seen, and gives a background and the introduction, the purpose, and what they had encountered when they went to the base over in Fort Hood. Apparently, he was in a coma, and when they decided to let Miguel go, Miguel was in a coma, but however, Miguel shed tears, and he couldn't talk or he couldn't say anything. And that's where the father had contacted me and asked me, and I've worked with his father for many years, Force Ranger, and we've been in the law enforcement field many years. So he came out to me and asked me to represent him on behalf of this legislation. I said, sure, I'll help you. Mr. Yazzie, Michael Yazzie, who's still employed with the Navajo Nation Forestry Department. At the time, he was busy with the Wood Springs fire and sawmill, and his boss let him take leave and go out to Fort Hood. And before he passed away, he got to see his son, but his son was in a coma. And when he got there, the recommendation was to take him off life support. And that's why the family is wanting to know what caused the death. They asked questions, but there was no answers provided. There was no consultation to say this caused the fatality. And I do have Michael Yazzie, who is my agent on this, and I will give him a few minutes to speak on this behalf of this incident that took place in Fort Hood. Pro Temp Chair, I'd like to call upon Naabik'íyáti. He's on the phone, and I'll turn it over to him. Shananda.
Thank you, Delegate Smith. Mr. Yazzie? Mr. Yazzie, if you're on the line, please try pressing *6. Delegate Smith, are you in communication with Mr. Yazzie?
Pro Temp Chair Slater, I just texted him, and hopefully he'll get on the line. I think maybe he's calling in right now. Naabik'íyáti, if you're on the line, press *6. We need you to be on line with me on this legislation. Pro Temp Chair, he texts me and he says, I hear you, but I can't connect. Michael, could you press *6, and that will let you speak if you can hear us? That will unmute you.
You also have to take your phone off the mute as well.
Thank you, Honorable Halona.
Delegate Smith, if you have the last 3 digits of his phone number and his area code, we could try and unmute him from over here.
Okay, sir. The last digits is 9155. It's a 928 number.
Doesn't have that number on right now, Delegate Smith. He's using the app, and you can hear me, sir, Mr. Yazzie. There's a button that says unmute. But Delegate Smith, if he doesn't come on in a minute, I'm going to ask you if you have more information to provide, and then we can go to the floor. And I don't think our colleagues will object to having him make a presentation and use up the remaining 13 minutes that you have. Okay, I'm going to go to the floor at this time. I believe Delegate Charles Newton, you've requested to speak. You're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. She has Delegate Carl Slater, Delegate Smith, thank you for this legislation.
Sir?
I just wanted to
Mike's,
get
Mike's on the phone right now. Sir?
Shema, can you hold for one moment? If we have Mr. Yazdi, I'd like to complete the presentation.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Yazdi, are you
Go ahead.
Okay. Yada, J. Michael Yazdi here. As Mr. Smith stated, I work with the forestry department. What seems really discouraging is the Army is not hurrying up with a lot of their processes. We went through a lot of hardships with this and still continue. We barely got anything from them. So I see indicate I would see get a congressional inquiry on this. Jay Kapan Snedo Ki Ani Bashis Chain Kat Isanidas Nala Slishidas. So I would like to see this because, you know, when you see your son hearing you, telling him, son, I gotta let you go. It's best. And a tear came out of his left eye and then came out of his right eye shortly, and we disconnected him. We had to let him go. But he's in a better place now. I just want to see closure and not just the Army conducting this investigation. I would like an outside source, as it states, with a congressional inquiry. I think that's what will transpire if that happens. The Army's under investigation. That's all one-sided. So I see, indicate, I ask that you continue on for not just the two guys, my son and Private Chief, but for others who may encounter this type of activity while in the service. Therefore, I really appreciate your thoughts and your well-being. This is all I have to say for now. Thank you again for honoring me and my son.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, and thank you, Michael Yazdi, for sharing this and wanting this legislation to go forth. Honorable Slater and committee members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, just want to make it known that Michael Yazdi is also a veteran who served in the United States Marines and served proudly. That's why he's really wanting to know what is taking place, what is happening. And he's also concerned about the 28 other folks that have lost their family members in Fort Hood too. So with that, Pro Temp, we're ready for questions. I've got two phones hanging on here, so I'll go ahead and mute this phone and I'll go ahead and have Michael Yazdi listen in on us. And then if we need to answer, I'll use these phones to communicate. So thank you, Shananda.
So, vote green.
The committee will be in order. Please do not interject during legislation. Delegate Eugene So. Mr. Yazdi, thank you very much for your presentation. And on behalf of the committee, we extend our condolences to you and your family, and we thank you for you and your son's service. Delegate Charles Newton, I'm going to recognize you, and then we have Delegate Kealan Begay. Committee members, if you would like to get into the lineup, please text the number that I emailed out. Shema, you're recognized.
Yeah, Shiaj, Speaker Pro Tem, Delegate Slater, Otto, Delegate Smith, thank you for this legislation and for allowing Mr. Yazdi to address council at this time regarding his ask of council. Mr. Yazdi, if you can hear me, I'd like to offer my condolences to you and your family. I'm so sorry that this has happened, and you know, the story that you shared about losing losing your son. I don't think that, no parent should ever have to bury their child. And so my heart goes out to you at this time. And in a way, you did kind of answer the question that I had. And the purpose of me wanting to ask this question is because as I recall, and I have to go back and look at my emails, but on December 8th or December 9th, 2020, we did receive information that there was a report on the Fort Hood investigation, and that was released. So Secretary of the Army Ryan D. McCarthy did announce the findings of an independent review committee looking into the deaths of soldiers and other serious issues that were occurring there at Fort Hood. Per this investigation, there was 14 Fort Hood commanders and other leaders that were dismissed as a result of these findings. And I know, and I remember this particular announcement being made on through our email, because if you click on the information provided, it's a 152-page report that has been released. All of their findings of, issues that they found that this report at Fort Hood was listed in this report. However, I did hear Mr. Yazzie state that this is a one-sided report. So my question is, with this legislation, we know that President Nez and Vice President Myron Lizer and Speaker of the Navajo Nation, they did call for an investigation following the deaths of the two Navajo tribal members, Private Carlton L. Chi and Specialist Miguel D. Yazzie, who both who served at Fort Hood. So what I want to know is this legislation that is being proposed at this time, is this legislation going to have weight to it? And the reason why I asked that question is because we already have President Nez and Vice President Lizer and Speaker Damon, who's already requested for this investigation. I just really want the family to know, if closure can be offered through this investigation. I support it 100%. But what I worry about is this is just a legislation that is on its face saying, we want an investigation done. What I worry about is if that investigation doesn't get done, is it really, are we really helping the family? Is there something else that we can do as delegates, as council, to ensure and to really make a promise to the families to say that, we are looking into this investigation and, this is what we are doing. Again, because President Nez, Vice President Lizer, and Speaker Damon have already called for the investigation, even after the report was released to the general public. This legislation that we are sponsoring on behalf of council, is that going to give the families weight in making sure that an investigation is completed? Again, because of all of the bureaucracy that we all know as delegates, we all know what that bureaucracy is. I just really want this family to have some closure. I don't want, to say we passed legislation because we feel that this is important, knowing that, this particular legislation may not have the full weight that is needed. I would recommend, or I would like to ask council a legislative council, what we can do to really ensure that there is an independent investigation that is done, and that the family does in this process, that they do have that investigative report released to them. Again, I hope that this doesn't come off as being negative. I just want to ensure that the family does have some closure, because again, as I stated, I really hate for them to come back and say, hey, we already released an investigative report. and that's not what I want. I want them to be able to say, yes, that we can offer some assistance. Yes, an investigation can be done on these, on our Navajo tribal members, Private Carlton Elchi and Specialist Miguel D. Yazzie, both who served at Fort Hood. So if I can get some information on how we can, strengthen this legislation to ensure that the family does have some closure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Naabik'íyáti, you're recognized.
Yadishna Ashnana, Protect Chair, Adokudo, 24th Council, Adokudo Shaya, Kadonal Sourcing Dahil, Sozigi, Drabin Quaggy, Banite Ishidole, Adokudo, Jan Linigi, Heinziki, Aden, Washinkodo, Sohazendot, Sohazendini Shido, Behedilni. Koko hit ashin hit has adon hol jishikishin kododo nabanit ido kodoshi abenil soit abi ka ijetole ado haje dashi mada dashi kain lenigishin ajo hot hol jish hit ida hatni our condolence to the family this particular legislation, if there's I don't know, Dre, how we want to approach this. Did it happen on the military base or off the base? And now we're going back to the same institution, Department of Defense, asking for further investigation. If the way I see it is that if the family right now did not get sufficient information or weren't satisfied, but yet we're going back to the same institution to ask for investigation again. Would it be more, could we add language? And I believe Ms. Barbara sent out the proposed amendment language, asked directly to the President of the United States to assist in this request of the further investigation, because to President Biden, to a commander-in-chief of all the military branch of the United States, a commander in Lindigi, Bichit Nalsos Ilia, go deep Kitney, Kala Ayego, Bitzil do Lichenson. Ado Bekekun Naki A Kodo, Hasnata Kahaki, U.S. Senator, do House of Representative, Faydi Lahush of our Navajo delegation from each of the states. Fayda is on the Armed Forces Committee. Ada, which is direct Ilia Goko, language, Shiki Hut Ego, Baka Goko, Din Habitat no E Beto Ni Goko. Go from the congressional side, from the president's side, go. I believe it will have more weight in asking of this request. For example, as a delegate, as a council to the Navajo Nation, the then he chose a baseball only clinic. A coco in hash, not we turn around and ask the United States Congress and the President. Ajuko did unhappy that no a don't need all that, but zeal don't listen. Just like us, we have direct oversight of these programs. If we don't know anything of our own community members, just for example, that if the family had asked request directly to the Navajo Veterans Administration, we as a governing body wouldn't know anything about it. If we just sent the statement directly to the Department of Defense, that the Commander-in-Chief and our Navajo Nation congressional delegation won't have much, won't know. But if we direct the request to them, Defense Department aid. So I don't know how you feel about it, Shay. Before I ask to make an amendment motion, because most language Miss Barbara, if I don't, so I'll stop right here, Mr. Slater, of what the response will be. And I don't really want to make this to get it complicated. I really don't want to do that. I want to make sure that there's assurance by the family that the request is very the president did a press release, and we've asked through PR that the as a government to government relation, the president, the Biden-Harris administration, and our Navajo congressional delegation, I see his all which keep so again, I want to stop there, but otherwise, based on your response, I'd like to make an amendment. Mr. Pro Tem Chair, I'd like to get a response back from the presenter of my anticipated amendment based on his response. Then I'll move forward accordingly. Pro Tem Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Ash. We have a few different amendments that were emailed out to the committee, and then we have an email from Delegate Charles Newton that contains an update from the Navajo Nation Washington office when the Fort Hood investigation report was released. Before I go back to Delegate Smith, just hearing a few different things and your presentation, Delegate Smith, you mentioned a congressional investigation, and the legislation and therefore resolved requests a DOD investigation into Specialist Yazi and Private Chief deaths. I think in your response to Delegate Kealan Begay, if we could walk through that issue on whether we would like to, as a committee or as a nation, request a congressional investigation, and then perhaps it would be important to clarify that we're requesting an investigation specifically into their deaths and not all the other issues that were reported in the December 8th, 2020 report. And that's supposed to be an independent commission or an independent investigation that the Army convened, which of course is under DOD. So I think with those pieces of information, Delegate Smith, if you can make a response, and then I think that will guide Delegate Begay and our other colleagues on any amendments that they may pursue. Thank you. You recognize Delegate Smith.
Well, thank you, Pro Temp Chair. On the legislation here, and thank you, Shache, for providing some guidance and some information. As you look at legislation on page 1 of 2, it does talk about the government-to-government relationship with the United States. The Treaty of 1868, August 12, 1868, 15 Stat 667. So we have a government-government relationship with the United States based off this treaty. So therefore, what has been recommended to put amendment language in here, I agree with it.
I don't dispute it. Under line 18 of page 1, it says, and has a government-government relationship with the United States to investigate the deaths of the United States Army Specialist Miguel Douglas Yazzie and Private Carlton Chi. We're not trying to open up the whole can of worms. We're just wanting to get closure on what has taken place. So we have the Commander-in-Chief, and as being prior military, we understand the Commander-in-Chief is the United States President of the United States. So we'd like to present this to the Commander-in-Chief, who oversees all armed forces. So with that, I'm in agreement with the amendment, Chiche, and I support the amendment, and whatever language that's going to be put in here to strengthen this legislation would be honored. And I'm sure the families would be honored to have said language to direct and to get answers so that they can have a closure and being specific on this. The other one is we have Senator newly elected Kelly from Arizona, who sits on the highlight social, who does sit with the committee. I'm sorry. He's on the Armed Force Committee. Yes, thank you. And that will be sent to him so that he can assist in providing the closure to Mr. Yazzie's request on why this took place. Shanada. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Smith. Going back to Delegate Begay, do you have the guidance you need? Are you going to roll all these amendments into one? How do you wish to proceed?
Yatishla Ashnana, Ado Kodosuche, Bahanenzi Gi Aden, Job, Miss Barbara, I know I didn't want to confuse or continue sending request per request, but you've sent a third, where was it? You sent resent a third amendment, and I don't know if that would be the one that can be read into record for motion, Pro-Temp Chair, because I believe that sending the statement directly to the President Biden administration directly would be very much help. And also, I appreciate our staff identifying that the Arizona State Senator Mark Kelly is on the Armed Service Committee, and I would believe that they have jurisdiction in initiating the inquiry on this particular request. I don't know if we could. I don't know if Ms. Barbara would be able to modify again to include the Armed Service Committee representative, congressional delegation from Arizona to assist in initiating the request. So I'll make that motion, Chair.
Gosh, it sounds like the amendment is not done, but we're almost there. Could I ask you to convene with Ms. Bobroff right now? Will I go to Delegate Daniel So and then Delegate Otto So, and then we'll come back for your amendment?
Okay.
Or Ms.
Can I?
Bobroff, I'll recognize you.
Thank you. It's getting very confusing here. I have three different types of amendments coming up in different requests that are going to kind of like cancel each other out in a way. So a primary question probably that I need answered to save confusion in the long run is whether you want a comprehensive change to the legislation, so it's no longer asking for a Department of Defense Commander-in-Chief investigation. What it's actually asking for is a congressional investigation. So I have a couple of amendment requests to make that change. Then I have Delegate Begay's last request, which is, I guess, to specifically ask Senator Kelly to lead an investigation. So if I could get some guidance, that would be helpful, or I'll need a little bit of time to rework this legislation, but I can just do individual amendments. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Delegate Begay, I'm going to come back to you right now. Based off of what Ms. Bobroff said, do you have some comments to offer?
No, I'd just like to make sure that, let me take a step back with my motion. Maybe go to the other delegate because Ms. Bobroff has indicated that she wants additional time to modify the request. So let me go ahead and have her work on this legislation, amendment language. Pro Tem Chair.
10-4. Committee members, I'm going to ask the committee first, and then I'm going to go back to Delegate Smith. If we have an amendment coming down the line that's going to request a congressional delegation, can I just get right now, is there going to be opposition to that or discussion? I'm asking for a congressional delegation. Just say aye. You don't need to say anything else. Okay, Delegate Smith. Delegate Smith. That's presented now from Ms. Bobroff that there are individuals who are going to be requesting it. I just don't want us to develop a bunch of different amendments that are going to delay this process. So I want to get ahead of it. Because you've had conversations with the family and direct communication with them, is that what they desire? You mentioned it during your speech, during your opening presentation. I recognize you, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Question, Pro Temp.
Delegate So, is that a question of privilege? Okay, Delegate Smith, please proceed.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. Yes, I do agree that this can be amended to how the Legislative Council would like to ensure that this goes to directly to the Commander-in-Chief and also the Armed Service Committee of the United States Senate, who was the Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, to do an investigation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Smith. So I think that provides some clarification to motion parties and to Ms. Bobroff. I'm now going to move to Delegate Daniel So, and then thereafter we have Delegate Otto. So, Shania, Delegate So, you recommend?
Oh, yeah, Tilly. Otto Naabik'íyáti committee members, legislative staff, legislative council, and our constituents on this Zoom and teleconference call. Cecilia, the Honorable Vice Chair, Raymond Smith Jr. I see. Hihuinson Kwagi, Sato. Aja and Lini Kwagi. Altos. Vanil Sos. Akeha. Ado. Mr. Yazi. I see. My heart goes out to you. May you have strength. May you put aside the grief and the sorrow and remember the value he has added in volunteering for the armed services. Certainly he was following in your steps. And so you definitely taught him well. It's unfortunate that other people had other ideas, and certainly with our action here, we hope to help you get what you're asking for, the congressional investigation. To the issue at hand. Yes, I believe the amendment is the intent and purpose of the amendment to basically request our congressional delegations, the 6 senators of the 3 states, and the numerous representatives in the House of Representatives. It's certainly again, from the aspect of we help put them in office, that they come and help us when we express this need. And certainly aspect of Senator Mark Kelly being on the Armed Services Committee gives us a great step forward. So I will just say those things, and when I guess the main thing is, yes, the investigation occurred. Yes, we had President, Vice President, Speaker, but that was to the administration that was previous. And now we have a new administration, and we have a new secretary. And of course, in that aspect, I think this legislation is appropriate and timely. And once the amendment is put on the table, I will vote favorably, and the amended legislation, I will vote favorably for it. Thank you, committee members, Otto, Chair Pro Tem, Carl Slater. I give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shinar. I'm going to move on to Delegate Otto So. Delegate So, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Delegate Pro Tem. Can you guys hear me?
Oh,
question. Well, say Ashim, Ashim Soshim, Jazz Benigito, Mashi Hullo, Ado, Ifachi, Ishihullo, Ado, Naabik'íyáti, Hullo, Masanda, Ado, Ishinani, that's a Halonde, Walchin, that's the Halonde. Ko dashin sago ay atin na tikiti sa makaishbanin na to hadit egoda asir ko sa to hadnita tisi iniya jo pa isadis ni adis beben na si amado siya si masan da bikini at isi binni ado dashin sago si binni do at isi bidjita tazota ako ho kude ko chamo in lane isi ade ado ade inan ala ajla ahad ajba hono ba hono tihas hono mino isi babel lach ade nal ba isteo ديتنا خاهد باغوتا ما صوصقاها اللي عازم يديك أخاكو إينا الصوصيك أكودي كن غار خويتش هو إيدي أكتا هو أديشنا إيدي دات إيتاني إبن خادي بعزقاني هذا السابع أنا إتاهن ليني إيه بيشوها أنزي آدي إن خادي يحكي آدو إبن خادي إيا آدو لابا دنين سنتو دنبا بشتايس إتو دنبا بتستون دبقال دون دبئينا هذا حتندا دو كليف شوتا بأي دودي إيبا الآني أي بسابة أنا تحديد آخر من خارجيتي. Oh, I believe that this legislation is in order. Whichever way this legislation goes, I believe the leadership, not only Niklini, to any leader. I don't know, is allowed in there. I don't need long leaning for those last on lean on each. I should know what the whole time. I don't know that I did Washington. I did I thought fish. Oh, you had the Salamo. Oh, not the top chin. هذا بالقاعدة يادو دا نهوتي اللي دا تيسا وين دا يجي دا هديش دا أو هتان نشت هاتي شيء من الكيد ليني الحصان كون شقاها هذا بالنتون دا بنسكيس دو بتجين ليني كهات ايغوكو بنين ليني ايا هيدي كدو تركي كاحيات إيه أجو بعدو يو ينزيني في الضغط الثاني بكاح هذه نتا إني ما تحصان فقدان خان لحظ خان أو كتار إيدا لو شدك إيدا هو أدين خشيدا إشيخ لأن الذي كان يصلاح صون زيني هو يجرينا حيث كو شيء لا تهيب النفسي كو تسكي ليني تحت الإيغو عشان سبو إيا أو تزيد أدخو قاعد عشان إيغو إيا أقارنات الإيغو أو تزيد أدخو خانت إيا أدي إيا أو إيسني بسين سكريت لو شيء تدور مثل شيء تنص لو شيء إن هي هذا وتعشين هيك خطأ زي ko ego para saski na city adon da para ego. We are in order. I will support this legislation. The president and the vice president and the speaker has made a joint statement. Joint statement that in the Kayada Kitobab and the Kalabe at a high state. You cannot only make many and then lean none in a bab and not a cell by Dana the type in the Kayada Washington, Maine, Rio, Savage, and Nado Tato. Heisman, but the whole team. You can't wear Hashimza. He hasn't Hashimza. Now the kid at his supper. A call Corona National as you were a baby king of Kodo. You can't make Jashin Nadi Kidori. Our senators should be able to accommodate us. Just because they think that they can just throw money at American Indian tribes and settle them down. It doesn't mean that we will just give in like that. These are two lives that has possibly a lot of questions on how they were, how they perished. God is not the Kohana not the Kipchen no pot. They Hoshte that is near Washington Mini to Kate to Kenny he thought that he is. Konik hot the hot ego at the shake. Among Lini, Jan Lini. Their way, Yahoo Apple. Is Chado way Lini. That's Instago. Is Chago. That you'll take him. In ugly. Black agent as he is state document. Kodo, she. Not only clean Kodoshi. Oskis at the Sekate. Among Lini, Jan Lini, Kane Lini. I saw hot ego. Now the kid that eat by Washington. Highlight Washington Lini. Hey, I could I always come. They had that of and Kojaka Khan, your horse, Nego. Quite Jahan, the Nixiaki be a gun, Nixiaki be a gun. In such case, that he is. As that he lost. I don't have no Carter. Onsen. We have to find a way to hold the federal government responsible. And the least that they can do is conduct these type of investigations. Another potential he can't a car, the key, Naabik'íyáti. Koi idea agenda, now. The hard as in I call Babin Najot and he doesn't do this. Call what our Obaha street or the neck action. Call back in, so the Schniddle, I did man lean in a giant skinny. The car where could in his aunt Hilliard. What ego, so he what ego. I thought he changed in the sky. What ego, so he hidden it. Out ego on the first case. So how she called it? No, I'm not either. Only putting Lenny, Sonny Lenny, she a switch a yada, cat. I would able to twitch at a horse. My son, she a horse. I can relate to what you guys are going through. And we will support you, we will stand by you, and we will continue to advocate on getting this request that you are making upon your Navajo leaders to speak on behalf of you at the national level, at the federal level, to make sure that we find answers. Oh, it's about yeah.
Thank you very much, Delegate So. Delegate Eugene So, you're recognized.
Yatu. Isagwaya. That's it off. So, Deacon, so by no Venus. Halit Ajo, not the kid had hot meat. Halitza. Seven not the kid, a mother there. And Leany, hard and Leany. Not the kid. Chris Kandashi has peace and raised on Naya. I is Yashania, Chris. It's just Nila, should say. She ate a station, please, Jar. Just Nila. Is this brought his aspect to me? I heard she fallen rather even off or on a board or here. I remember when I got back to Fort Sam Houston General Hospital. My mom was brought over by my late uncle and my late brother. They were Vietnam veterans, folks. They really wanted to see me. What I said, Mom, she kids are eight. They want to know. So hard. You had it. Ever had it. You has only because it. We had the right. Just about all these things. Also, hard to hard. The speakers and the high dog kicks. You should be better than the council that spinning 8 or 5. The legislation gives that we can take the speaker can make a appointment with Kelly somehow and have him carry it or to his office. And he ought to be that cost us veterans. And also, I think what needs to be amended on there is regards to costing the family. Isn't it? So get Zayati to counsel them. You get contact car, that the car. Because they miss a part of them. At all, at then has always a car. Like I said, to see. You get they say on this job. And public it comes out, gee. There is no request for costing from the armed force or veteran administration. Could I be hospital? So I do have feelings for these comrades. It said, pro temp speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate Eugene So, Shitsui. I think the last few speakers mainly were comments. I'm going to go to the Office of Legislative Counsel and ask if there's an amendment ready and for an update. Ms. Bobroff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I just sent out a comprehensive amendment on behalf of Delegate Keon Begay that I hope covers everything. And I think I sent it a few seconds ago, so hopefully everybody got it. I actually sent it at 6:49. Thank you.
Committee members, shows up in my inbox as being received at 6:50. So I hope that this is the most recent email that you've received. It's not too long. And Delegate Kiel and Begay, can you review this, and you're also recognized to speak.
Yeah, this is Asnana. Kudo amendment, proposed amendment land which you committee bicholia. So if you have, I'd like to make a motion for amendment to this particular legislation, and maybe the staff could read the amendment to, read into record. Protect Chair, my motion.
Ms. Nakai, can you please read Amendment 1 to Legislation 0029-21?
Pro Tem Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, this is the proposed Amendment 1 to legislation number 0029-21, sponsored by Kiel and Begay Jr. 1, on page 1, line 11, after the word urging, delete the United States Department of Defense to investigate and insert new language. President Biden, United States Commander-in-Chief, and Arizona Senator Kelly and Congressman Gallego to institute a congressional investigation into. 2, on page 1, line 18, after insert word nation, insert and has a government-to-government relationship with the United States, new language. 3, on page 2, line 17, after the word urges, delete the United States Department of Defense Department to thoroughly investigate and insert new language. President Biden, United States Commander-in-Chief, Arizona Senator Kelly, and Congressman Diego.
We'll see. We'll see.
Please pause, Ms. Nakai. Ms. Bobroff, can you please mute your phone?
Okay, so 3. Am I still muted? Okay.
No, you're going.
All right, 3, on page 2, line 17, after the word urges, delete the United States Department of Defense Department to thoroughly investigate and insert new language. President Biden, United States Commander-in-Chief, and Arizona Senator Kelly and Congressman Gallego to institute a congressional investigation into the deaths of, and on line 19, delete deaths, the word deaths. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent and language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. That concludes the reading of Amendment 1.
Thank you, Ms. Nakai. Committee members, is there a second?
Yellow hair.
We have a motion from Delegate Kiel and Begay and a second from Delegate Yellowhair. Any discussion on the amendment? Discussion going twice. Discussion going 3 times. Ms. Notok, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon,
I can vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Lord votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate
Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Oh, Dodgers.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Nathaniel
Wanika votes.
Brown, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Vince James,
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green.
Delegate Brown
Honorable,
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. Committee members, I don't have anyone in the queue. Are we ready to vote? Questions or discussion going twice? Questions or discussion going 3 times? Ms. Nakai, can we please do the second reading?
Yes, Mr. Pro Tem Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, the legislation 0029-21 has one amendment. On page 1, line 11, after the word urging, delete the United States Department of Defense to investigate and insert new language. President Biden, United States Commander-in-Chief, and Arizona Senator Kelly and Congressman Gallego to institute a congressional investigation into. 2, on page 1, line 18, after insert nation, insert and has a government-to-government relationship with the United States. 3, on page 2, line 17, after the word urges, delete the United States Department of Defense Department to thoroughly investigate and insert new language. President Biden, United States Commander-in-Chief, and Arizona Senator Kelly and Congressman Gallego to institute a congressional investigation into the deaths of. And on line 19, delete deaths. 4, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. And that concludes the second reading of 0029-21.
Thank you very much, Nakai. Ms. Nota, will you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 29-21 as amended?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
The Red Lake chapter has
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Pro Temp Chair with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Nota. Thank you to Shache Delegate Smith for sponsoring this important legislation. And I hope that this starts the process of getting some much needed closure for our Navajo families. Our next
Thank you,
item.
Sensui. Could I say a couple words real quick, Sensui?
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Sensui, Honorable Slater, and committee members of the Naabik'íyáti 24th Navajo Nation Council. From the bottom of our hearts, we really appreciate the full support and also the amendment on behalf of going to the exact place that we need to have this investigated, and the language and legislative council and all the staff that has helped us in this behalf. And I know that Mike Yazi's right on the phone with me, and I think he may want to just say thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Yazi.
With that, he said, yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, okay, honorable council members, and I really appreciate on my family's behalf and also on the nation's behalf, as these are our two Navajo warriors that went forth before sacrificing themselves. All the veterans know and appreciate the work that you all have done and are working at to get this result. Now, not yet, from the bottom of my heart also, to let us remind ourselves, we are always there in the front line and appreciate each one of every one of you.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
That concludes this. Thank you, Shitsui. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Shache.
Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Shache.
Honorable
Oh,
Slater.
yes, Delegate Nez, recognized.
Thank you. I would like to call cadence real briefly for the soldiers to honor them, if that's okay with you, sir. Pro Tem Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Your left, your military left. Your left, your right, your left. Your left, right, left. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chanela, Delegate Nez. I'm going to move on now. We're on legislation 0030-21, item 6I, confirming, never heard of this guy. Just kidding. Mr. Tom Platero as the Executive Director of the Division of General Services. Ms. Nakai, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Okay. Legislation number 0030-21 goes to is here at Naabik'íyáti Committee, then it goes to the Navajo Nation Council. Proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Daniel Eso. Prime sponsor, tracking number 0030-21. An action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Tom Platero as Executive Director of the Division of General Services. You have Exhibit A, which is the appointment letter from the President to Tommy Platero. Tommy Platero's resume is Exhibit B, and the Internet Public Review has no comments. Mr. Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, committee members. Is there a motion?
Motion, Wanika. Yellow hair, second.
We have a motion from Delegate Wanika, Shache, and A second from Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you very much. Committee members, their question or discussion on legislation 3821. Discussion going twice. Discussion going 3 times. Ms. Notop, please proceed to a roll call vote.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen Gay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Okay, we're voting on. Got dropped off.
We are voting on legislation 30-21, which is confirming Mr. Tom Platero as the Director for General Services. It proceeds on to Council. Delegate Daniels, you're not coming through clearly. Can you restate what you just said? Ms. Nota, can you please continue with the vote and we'll come back to Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Pro Temp Chair, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nota. Thank you, Delegate Daniel So, for sponsoring the legislation. The legislation will move on to full council consideration. Item J, under new business. Speaker, are you back on? Do you want to take the helm now for these work sessions? Or do you want me to keep going?
I can.
Okay, I'll hand the gavel over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Slater, and thank you very much, colleagues. We're taking the helm first, Honorable Slater. Yeah. With that, colleagues, we are moving on down to the legislation. And on the legislation, looks like we're just scheduling a work session for Navajo Nation burial plots and work session in regards to that. Mr. Rico, I did indicate that there were some possible dates that we're looking at. I know that some of those dates entailed maybe April 1st and also the morning of April 2nd, because I know that was a Good Friday. But April 1st was the suggested date due to the fact that we didn't have anything scheduled for that day. Colleagues, that was just a suggestion that was tossed out to that. Mr. Rico, is that date confirmed? Or actually, Ms. Nakai, Mr. Rico's not on the line. And this is a work session regarding family cemeteries, burial plots, and land withdrawals. Presenters are including Navajo Nation General Land Development Department and Navajo Nation Land Office too as well. So, colleagues, that's the suggested date is April 1st for this Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee work session. Any comments, questions? Well, let's go.
Speaker Freeland.
Yes. Honorable Freeland.
Good evening, Speaker. I want to say thank you to my little brother, Honorable Slater, for doing a great job stepping in while you were taking care of business with President Biden and Secretary Holland, Speaker. Thank you. Colleagues, I don't know if RDC, we're already scheduled into April, Speaker, as RDC. And I don't want to, I would rather defer to my chairman, but I think we do have, I'm not sure, but to confirm April 1st, 2nd, we already have something scheduled for RDC. Thank you.
Okay. Chairman Nez, are you guys having a meeting on April 1st?
Honorable Speaker Damon, yes, sir, we are.
Okay.
We have this meeting scheduled that day.
All right. Well, the next scheduled suggested day then is April 15th. April 15th and 16th. Honorable Otto So?
Speaker?
Yes.
Yes, I suggest on tax day, April 15th, Thursday.
Okay. Is that a motion?
In the morning at 8:30.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
There's a motion. Motion April 15th, scheduling this work session. Is there a second?
Second, Halona.
Second, Honorable Halona. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? If there's no comments or questions, let's go to the board. Let's vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, no, it's good.
Honorable
Thank
Eugene
you.
So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Speaker, with the vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nota. That, colleagues?
Delegate James votes green.
So, Delegate James. Mr. Nota, did you get him?
No, Speaker, I didn't. So 19 in favor, 0 opposed.
Hey, 19
Chair
in
not
favor,
voting.
19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Looks like passes. We're having that work session on the 15th. Moving on down, we are on to item number K, Naabik'íyáti Committee Work Session on Navajo Housing Authority and the Navajo Veterans Administration pertaining to the housing crisis and how it's being addressed. Colleagues, there's two things that we could do. Is one, have the work session then in the afternoon of the 15th, or we could have the work session on the 29th, April 29th.
Motion, Delegate Rick News.
Yes, Chairman. Motion for when? Do you have a date, Chairman?
The April 29th.
April 29th.
Second, Freeland.
Motion on have that on April 29th. Second, my Honorable Freeland. Any comments, questions, colleagues?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker and colleagues. Again, I apologize. I've been going in and out of service most of the day. However, I do want to comment on April 29th. I feel like that is too far out. I know that I think we've been getting information about the ARPA money that's coming out, and NHA, I believe, is going to be getting some of that funding. We do need a full report on where NHA is at, and also how many homes have been built, what they use CARES money for. So I feel like April 29th is just too far out, especially if we're going to be getting the ARPA funding soon. So is it possible, Speaker, to have, is there like a closer date that we could consider? Thank you.
The closer date we could consider, it's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays are always the committee meetings. Thursday is Nabi. Nabi is only on the 8th and the 22nd this month, or for April. There's Good Friday on April 2nd, but I know Navajo Nation usually gives half a day off on Good Friday. So April 1st is already done. 8th and 9th is dedicated to the gaming Navajo Nation work session. 15th is already taken. 16th is already taken. 19th to the 23rd is Navajo Nation Council session. I mean, you could move it up 1 week earlier on the 23rd, but we would have to be done with Navajo Nation Council session and go into that day on the 23rd. If we look at next week on Thursday and Friday, I'm pretty sure there's meetings that are scheduled for next Friday, the 26th, but that's as earliest.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Could we look at April 5th?
April 5th is a Naabik'íyáti committee work session regarding the American Recovery Act. Is there anything on next week on Friday the 26th? Is there any committee meetings on the 26th, next Friday? Hello?
Speaker.
Yes.
Delegate Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, we do have an RDC ranchers meeting. We scheduled 3 times already with our Eastern ranchers, and I really hate that we made that commitment through RDC already on the 26th. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have a motion. We do have a motion. We do have a motion for April 29th, held by Chairman Nez, second by Honorable Freeland. Honorable Otto So on the scheduling work session for NHA and housing-related issues with veterans as well. Honorable Otto?
Daniel, so
What about next week, Tuesday, the 23rd, at 1 o'clock? I think Law and Order and RDC's meeting in the morning to about noon. We should be done at from 1 on all the way all day long. I think we're okay on Tuesday next week. Thank you.
On the 23rd, request to modify.
Yes.
To 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, Chairman Nez, on the 23rd, March 23rd.
Thank you for that, Honorable Speaker Damon. We do have a RDC meeting in the morning at 9 o'clock with LOC as well as Department of Resource Enforcement. And I believe that's going to take longer than 1 o'clock based on our meeting that we had with them this past week. So I'm going to have to decline the 23rd of this month.
Okay. That colleagues, Honorable Daniels, Herman Daniels.
Speaker, this is Delegate Daniels.
Well, maybe it was you, Chairman Daniel. So.
Oh, I think it was. I think my favorite K is taking a nap.
Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you. Hess has also got a work session with the Department of Head Start on the 23rd. May I suggest Monday, March 22nd?
I do believe that Monday, March 22nd, Law and Order is having their meeting on Monday.
Same as RDC as well.
Oh boy. Okay. I'll back off on that date.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Right now, there's a motion for April 29th.
Speaker, the March 30th is open as well. This is Peggy.
But I think I seen wasn't there a RDC meeting on the 30th? Chairman Nez?
I'm checking, Speaker. I'm checking the meetings that we approved yesterday.
The revised calendar doesn't show anything. It's blank.
Yeah. Speaker, is that when you also schedule a work session on the American Recovery Act?
No, that was just on the 29th is the first one, and that's with all the 3 branch chiefs.
In that case, the 30th works.
The 30th?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, your committee's not having anything on the 30th? Or Vice Chair Otto?
Speaker, not that I'm aware of. However, if we have anything scheduled that time, I think the Law and Order Committee is, I think we would be fine with rescheduling if we have to, Speaker. So the 30th works for us.
And by Chairman Hino, 30th? Anything, is BNF doing anything on the 30th?
No, the 30th is open for us.
Okay. Chairman Nez, request to modify to March 30th.
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's fine. The 30th is good. I believe we're open. I don't find anything, so.
Okay, great. Honorable Vice Chair, or Honorable Freeland as a second.
Let me check my calendar, Speaker. Obrigado.
All right. I don't know if you're traveling internationally that day, Honorable Freeland. All right. That is a motion. Second now. It's a modification. It's accepted. We're having the Naabik'íyáti committee work session regarding the Navajo Housing Authority and the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration pertaining to the housing crisis and how it's being addressed. Proposed date is March 30th. Time is at 10 a.m.
Speaker, could we have that at 9 o'clock instead?
There is a carbon credits meeting that morning from 8:30 to 9:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? There's none. Board vote.
Speaker Damon,
Yes.
Delegate Begay requests to speak.
Honorable Paul Begay.
Key Allen.
Honorable Keon Begay. Che, I didn't hear you.
Sure. Okay. For the meeting between NHA and veterans, could we possibly get reporting documents to us as soon as possible? I know it may be a short notice to some of the program for this work session. Maybe sometime next week, all these data documents, especially the veterans, I'd like to get a copy of those, not during the day of the session. Chairman, I'd like to request for that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Chairman, we'll go ahead and send that notice out to Navajo Housing Authority and to Veterans Administration, letting them know, and would like to have those documents presentation in advance. I can't guarantee you that that will happen, but at least the notification is going to go out. Chairman, or to the motion party and to the second, and to Honorable Keon Begay for that request. Is there any other comments?
Speaker.
Yes.
Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, I just want to make a comment regarding the 3 branch chiefs. Speaker, my colleagues, let's do this right this time, okay? Let's please. We learned from CARES, and we kind of had a tug of war with the president. And this time, let's do it right, because a lot of people are counting on us. And I want to encourage you, Speaker, when you go into these talks with the president especially, to please stand your ground. Because last time he wanted it his way, and it took us a long time to create these expenditure plans, and we lost a lot of time because of it. And I just want to encourage you, Speaker, and my colleagues, let's do this right, and that a lot of our people are counting on us, and we have to respond, and especially those who are needing water, electricity, and bathrooms, especially the elders, especially the single parents, especially the veterans. We really need to do this right, Speaker and my colleagues. So I just want to encourage you, Speaker, and my colleagues, let's prepare and let's get to work. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Those comments. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the Navajo Nation, Navajo Housing Authority and Veterans Housing work session. There's none. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia.
Sorry, Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
God cares. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 18 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Thank you for scheduling those 2 work sessions, colleagues. With that, moving on down, time is 7:44. Moving to item number 7 on the agenda. Receiving report, update on hardship assistance program presented by Ms. Perline Kirk, Madam Controller, Office of the Controller. Is Madam Controller on the line, or Mr. Robert Willie, or Mr. Winika?
Controller, this is, or Speaker, this is Controller. I'm on the line.
Great. Well, Madam Controller, I know this is short notice. There was a recommendation this morning, and NABI committee approved it to add you on to today's agenda. I know that you didn't have the notice in advance, but there was suggestions to have an update on the hardship assistance program. So we just really wanted to see if that presentation could be presented this evening. Thank you, Madam Controller.
Oh, good evening. So do I have the floor?
Oh, you have 20 minutes.
Okay, I was going to ask about time too. 6:45, 7:05. Okay, Ado, Speaker, Ado, members of the committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Ado, Daisinosanto, Kui report, Daisniniki, Kui Shaho Ado, Ado, for Kude, Daisinosan, Uko, Ado, Kudo Eya, Dainisto, Office of the Controller, Kude Eyan Hindanisto, Hardship Assistance Program, Desno Eya, Kushin Desidenta Eya, Belanda Azli, do the base on Danteki, do the base Nidene Konde Huis Ango Eya, Baby Kaito, was no Eya, the Eya Konde Bendenisto, Kushin's Kanda. Ako Ado haigila haladahot eto haila eya ni deneshin eya bebekao wodige bahaneto lis ako kade ya akon eya written report eya email ishta ishinsto email shin dalia so eya kotesto ako kade ya 293,000 eya abanashne akuhu eya nidene inda isnet and le November yizasanta ishta akuho na kidnaza dindo nast dindo tra de milia nidene ekon de yanda isnel dide ado hosten eya kodobin delnisho eya 242 eya checks eya da iliahagi issued edelia konholjish akrijin bendelnish ado a 265,242 ado eya $1,000 eya $248,208 eya Leja Beso bank degi eya now these checks have cleared nikitne so a kohoshe eya nidene eya baka o would ado kon hajo bichiga da just hit do now ado kon a hat dan nikitniki eya asat na eya basic had done his nido could out a baso she said in the no a and hitting the hard nesto is la on shin la he anna it not sto do big a just check it out but the hannes sto la became has seen do a funeral expenses they listening the ye today's in do ye he bills that aniki da edo died amasana dan lini beto kedaya dahyan I could out beso today on ya da hadne do ya dan his no an da as insa a coho ado ade conho jishiki at the ben business to akuije this week the monat later we the ones we work on ato hajok at the haton tasati den da is neliki akoho for example this week 7,500 they're ready to be printed again only towards the end of January you see checks on the niki a print dalia Itan koho itan ta shineya over 200,000 na kidnaza din the media lishin ya akuna lao ya checks on linigi print the daily do kon beseta ilia koho itan adoshten ya adamona atle ya sa ya print in del on ya account beseta ilne koho are kuj holji koho ado benanishike ya jo these are federal funds ado ade pa sa no do nalka ebenina compliance state nila koho di the program ke ya sa hi ade federal government ya kutao per cap do tadan ko we have to call it a hardship assistance. Auto, we set the rules. Auto, it has to be with enrolled members. No, auto, you have to have suffered a financial hardship. Auto application da ya jodi bandit on ya belanta azlin koho ebik how e de nish a koho do e akon the ilie da isha e ben hilpahusen. So auto di the bindel nishiki enrollment da ya so hayuing na nish o khodesh jijan da this November yan da ya but that nishan da ya there were 140,000 exceptions they sneniki sto abahanast. A good example is people that have marriage or divorced on linigi the yijihiki the maiden name ati the baka CIB ni beige yijihiki da that adon application that is khana nelo yijihiki sahotat so kon bin da ideal kid in Hindan Shikoho Hodejijo November Doshten Auto Kuja Aforjij a ko Kadeya 11,536 go Forjish. So we went from 140,000 exceptions all the way to 11,536 exceptions. So we made a huge effort in resolving a lot of these exceptions. Hajok at the Hadston, Ado, Nana Taho, Aso, everything's good, we print the checks, Ado, there's a number of reasons why there's exceptions. I just gave an example of the name exception. Sometimes there's differences in birth dates. So I know on some of the elderlies they have different birth dates, etc. So ado lay application the hardship if you can recall check the boxes those are all federal requirements. Application deliado ado no akoho ebin delnish aquije ado also aquije thought the nenhij hadne lesa ado nen so the danenigi ashid that holji stano akoho ya do abira the information hadij do abichin ya deltio right when we have them on the phone auto ya waitlist station ya kujiko ya asati the information so we gather the information auto we put them on a wait list auto Basal be lana slion ya nambe hot to tabiti no ya ado sto ya 5,620 go holjish kwije in hije hadne so ya she adon so the dano ado kwije around 200 of our nihidin nashing 200 average a day, so if you receive my written report, I'm just going through it just to kind of give you the highlights. This is the first of its kind, this hardship assistance program with the Navajo Nation. It's a very optimistic endeavor that we've undertaken. And then also, I just want to say it's the largest of any government, state, local, or tribal government. This is the largest program that's out there utilizing CARES money. And if you recall, the Queen Desert, we had those time deadlines. December 30, so this was our backup plan, so to speak. Extension the support center Yaya Dasti, 136 days since the beginning of November. The call center, we received 618,000 calls, and we average what we call the queue. The phone queue on average per day is 4,000 phone calls per day. So you like on auto emails email station 136 days we received 76,400 emails by I see in our busy time, we did have we could answer calls. There's a lot of people on hold. They choose to be called back. The system would get inundated too. If there's a lot of people on hold and in the queue, it just hangs up on you. So those are some of the experiences we've had. So just so everybody is aware, we had to have outsourced it in Handad Nishiki. Ashikodo Naabik'íyáti Ditsegaho Zangishandad Nishiki ya Tobiga the Anhideya to Laini Glanda Doni Base of Bay na Nishiki Nihin and then stop budget base of data and Nisha Konihin base of that then don't he budget that then a coho itan the 20 million dashineya request ishla a coho job bao le November yan under the base on each belan as lean a coa card the more they are as lean base of the true day deal in kiki a coho a champe dashni stop Ado Kujishandad Nishiki ya a Jashi ya a night and Lebelakana dosa Ashidan Lin the age chasing cotton jato Sado a lago Nika ej a store na ki ya na din ya ana beho the neck actually dashigi ni handashnish ajik adnaki atini hanadnish to a kobo de beso ye base be han ya kodo the nayastiki that satans and a koho na ki adni hanadnish ya kon beso ye base ye in the hadne isha so ako ado di de sata shin ya di binda da binda dos kid de quila bahile the quila chose in ado be ka ye ta nin de shin ya je kui the quila bahle na no so hashinana January and da ya di shandad nishiki beso bahasting a conhorjish ato but na elieda ado a shonda beso nijin kodor nis a coho ya jo ni ka na jagi shi ya benina che ya ni hidot ni hit ne stop be ka ye do le stop con lai be ka o what isha stop to that case ado Beso start dida NTU the next college Tulani Lake Enterprise Ado a combacat has so on the written report the ya beso not other chidas indiki ya not le a coho resolution Naabik'íyáti resolution do Navajo Nation law ya could ya be not as link could your hardship to go ya not being don't no ado at the stock corner so aje so abe the host she could end ato should they need hige ato de net to legislation she ya said all lesson so ya agati could ya that a coho could big adazli o she ya con hit net ato abeten ado that is nelanki con waitlist shniki da she betana they become that to washiki ado na kigo she ya doni ya open it back up at niki application period I could end the in his thousand ligo na anisto ado beso do bahna it sto a lot of work goes into opening up and doing the administration on a hardship program like this. I just wanted to, in my written report, I've stated the amount of work that needs to happen. One option is to open up the application program for all of these reverted funds. As of, we don't really have a number of the reverted funds. In my written report, I mentioned two numbers, 35.8 million from NTUA. NTU is 524,643. We have the Net College and Tulani Lake Enterprises. Their information is due to us. Those are subrecipients. We gave them sub-grants. They had reporting requirements. There's grant agreement involved. If they had unused funds, they are supposed to revert them under Navajo law, revert them to the hardship application program. That can be used to fund the 5,000 or so of our Navajo that are on the wait list, as well as possibly open up the application period for a short period of time for those that didn't apply, etc. I just wanted to say that if we do that, that has a little bit more cost. As I've mentioned earlier, we have not paid for our call center for starting January. I ran out of my budget, so I'm hoping I get more funding to pay for our consultants. We ran into a lot of challenges, and we didn't know what to expect on doing some hardship assistance of this magnitude. It is the largest in the nation. And then also we didn't know what to expect, amount of work that was needed for the vital records database. That a lot of work went into that database. And then also we didn't know what to expect. We had some idea on the amount of calls that and a lot of support that we needed to provide to get this hardship program up to this point. So in terms of the exit plan, that is, we do have those reverted funds. That will require another legislation. I'm hoping another funding budget to get everything to a close. And then, of course, we have to deal with the various scenarios regarding our wait list. There are folks every day that call us that are asking for, we don't turn anyone away. We get their information and we put them on a wait list. And then also, we can also add additional funding for all the people that are approved. Remember that everybody, for example, all adults got $1,350 if they put $1,500, the max amount, as their hardship assistance. So we fund it at 90%. So with the additional reverted funds, we could make them whole up to $1,500. That's another option or a combination versus opening back up the application period. So I just wanted to explain in English what I said in Navajo. I'm trying to go through to see how I'm doing on my time. So those are some of the highlights that I wanted to mention in my report. Again, we have, so far, we have funded, we have issued 265,242 Navajos. We are down, okay.
Colleagues, if there's a consensus to give Madam Controller another 10 minutes.
Chair Solona, that's fine. You let her go another 10 minutes.
Hey, is there a consensus? If there's no consensus, say aye. That, Madam Controller, continue on for another 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Another 10 minutes. So as I mentioned, we successfully funded 265,242 Navajos all over the nation, the United States, and the world. That's out of 293,000 applicants. I just wanted to say that I understand that there may be complaints on the call center. I just wanted to take this time to explain a bit on how the call center works. And I also appreciate Eugenia Charles Newton. She did volunteer, and the whole point of it was to kind of give a glimpse of how everything works. The call center, there is no physical location. I'm sure it's the same thing as every one of you sitting remotely at your house and listening. The call center works in the same manner. Our employees who work the call center, they have a laptop and a phone, and that's what they use from the comforts of their home during the pandemic. That's how we work the call center. The way it works initially, we were able to answer calls. We did have 400 ports. There's a cost to these ports. And we were able to have people be on hold or in or off, also pick the callback option. And we have a queue, and you're basically waiting in line so that someone answers the phone and gives you a call back. And so throughout the whole process, at one point in time, our ports were totally filled, and what the phone system was doing was kicking people off. And so that's because the system was inundated. Since that time, it's been a few months. We went to a 100% callback operation, meaning that when you call our call center, there is no answering machine, there is no live person picking right up. What happens is the system will ask you for a callback number. And if you want to use the phone that you're calling as a callback number, it will ask for that. And then the call center will call you back. And so what happens with people is that either they're at work, they can't answer the phone, they, can't otherwise answer the phones, then the whole process starts all over. Understandably, that is frustrating for some people who can't pick up when the call center is calling them back. And so it becomes a cycle. The other option was emails. Our emails had a queue too. Our emails were inundated as well. Right now, we've worked the email queues down, so we have a 24-hour turnaround. The reason why is we have to work through these applications exceptions, obviously for compliance. Everything has to be federally compliant manner, and we also have to document. So any of the phone calls are documented, the phone conversations are documented. So anytime we need to verify on the application, somebody got married, they got divorced, and they're showing us their CIB, all of those conversations have to be recorded so that when the auditors come through next year, our external auditors, they're going to audit everything that we're doing. So that's why we do what we do. We've done a number of solutions to help people's frustration. That's why we went through some of the texts that we sent out. Some of those texts we sent out was to let people know that they have issues with their applications, or the other times we've sent out text messages were to tell them that they've been approved and they're ready for print, or that their check has been mailed out. So we have our call center receives a lot of calls, anywhere from, of course, issues with their application. They have issues with mail time, which is not in our control, even though we've sent out texts saying that your check's in the mail. The mail time takes anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. OOC cannot control the mail, so sometimes we'll still get calls of people asking where their check is. Some of the other issues we have also is banking issue. We've had to deal with banking issues. Most times these are also not within our control. We've had to work with Wells Fargo regarding the manner in which they were trying to cash some of these checks. If they run it through at the teller and then they didn't get 2 forms of ID, it still shows up as having been paid when it's not. And so we've really had to work with Wells Fargo on that because it's not a duplicate issue, as people will call us and say it is a duplicate issue. So there's a lot of different calls. We get calls with people wanting to get on the wait list and so forth. Basically, at the end of the day, we have, even with 100 full-time call center employees, it's still not enough resources to address the demands on the call center. We have a lack of resources as far as that go, at least so that people are content with the customer service. And then also just wanted to mention that we did get $20 million allocated to us back in November. We spent or encumbered $18 million. We had 3 weeks to do that by November 20th. That's not a lot of time. And so right now, we're the only ones that we have some encumbrances before the federal extension that went beyond December 30th. So right now I'm shuffling a couple of budgets for what the amount of budget available that I have. However, we haven't paid the call center since January. And I just want to point out the fact that the call center, I mean, obviously it worked for, over 200 plus people. But it is very expensive to run a call center. On average, it will cost us $350,000 per week. So again, none of these things we can perfectly plan for. I mean, it's never been done before. Not only the hardship of this side, but we've never anticipated how many problems we'll have in carrying out this program, especially the vital statistics database. That was a huge undertaking. We underestimated how the database, how current the database was. It needed a lot of work. And so essentially we've done vital records job that, you know, has been, frankly, was neglected for years, for decades. We're cleaning it up. We're getting it up to par. And what's even better is, you know, the Treasury, the ARP money, the ARP money that's being discussed, and then also the leftover CARES money from the litigation. I believe there's about 70 million that's still being talked about. Earlier today, I was on a tribal consultation phone call listening in, and essentially the tribes, way smaller than Navajo, is sitting there saying we should be allowed to use enrollment numbers. So all the work that was done for hardship, I believe, will pay off. Not only what we've invested into it so far, but we will get that back to us with additional maximizing the ARP monies and advocating to Treasury to say we should use enrollment numbers in addition to land base, etc., and the new formula for ARP, and then also the remaining money that needs to get distributed by Treasury. So there are a number of Treasury consultations that will be happening, one next Tuesday, one at the end of the month on the 31st. Those are all key. I really encourage leadership to participate, to listen, to say, here's what Navajo has done. We have, you know, we have our enrollment numbers we can certify, as we should say. And I think Treasury should be able to listen to us to say, yes, you know, Navajo went through the hardship program. They are able to certify to better numbers so that we can get more funding, not only with the CARES and the ARP, but any other federal
Time.
future year. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Madam Controller. With that, colleagues, could I get a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Nez.
Motion by Chairman Nez. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you, colleagues. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down. I have Honorable Keon Begay. Jay, floor is yours.
Chairman, Jay. Ado kudo nihlas nagi binache. Ms. Kirk kudo shanale. Appreciate the first of all, is this public information? I'd like to share this PowerPoint with the chapter that I represent, the chapter officials. Joe Anidia, earlier this morning by Yeti, there were questions are being asked now, so I like to utilize this document to relay the message to the local community. The one area, maybe if I could provide me, if you could provide me additional information regarding some of those are community members that have passed on between the day that they've applied and those checks. I don't know if any of these 7,000 are individuals that some of them are in that situation. Could that say the net? Their surviving spouse, if not the children. That's a bit. What is now? Or maybe expound on that one. Although the wait list, the Ninigi, you're averaging about 2,200. averaging, so there's quite a few people that continues to come in. Applicant add to wait list per day is almost 200. 200 people comes in every day, and I do hear that a lot of our Navajo people. I did get a call, and I appreciate the communication. The Nindiki, a lot. I was hesitant to participate because I didn't want to be in a position to provide inaccurate information. I was hesitant to volunteer to help the call center, but you saw me another form of another way for me to help my constituents was they provided me their full name, address, contact number, and their census number, and I forward those to you. I think that was more effective as well. I believe your consultant Baker Tilley did respond to some of these, and to my understanding, some of them did get their situation resolved. So that was another way that I made contact with your office about the follow-up of all these individuals that weren't getting their checks. So, Dave and Machado participate this I know Shemaya today. The other one, Nikki, the 35 million, and you just indicated that I thought this automatically, since this, for example, NTUA in the amount of 35.8 million, NTU in the amount of 524,000. The wait list, if you just do the math, if you add these up, you're talking about almost with the 13 and maybe some with 450 for the children or the 18 under. You're probably anticipating to have the accumulation of almost 20,000 to be utilized of this 35 million. Of the $1,350 and the $450 to the community members that are on the waiting list, and I don't think it needs a new legislation because it's just a matter that this funding was already in the process of being reverted back. It should have automatically go back into the hardship and continue processing on the checks for the community members. So hardship and then there was information that you indicated earlier, the wait list. These individuals having problems with their maiden name and so on. To the other area, you indicated that there's a problem with the vital statistics, the hardship program bullet point, page 8. PowerPoint 8. Bullet number 2, major disadvantage from the start with outdated vital statistics database. Speaker, oversight program. Maybe could we at the next council session, or either council session or a NABI meeting, could we get a report how we are? How we are in the situation. This tells us that there's a lot of continue to be a problem with accurate data of our Navajo people. And then you see a lot of our Navajo people wanted to get back into enrollment. So what's the true data of the Navajo statistic? I believe it's Mr. Duncan that's overseeing this particular program. Maybe write a statement to him to provide a written statement and also an oral report to the NABI committee on the vitals program. Ako ebe binachikodo yad liniki to it nebichonati. Although the anticipation earlier on this morning's discussion, one of my colleagues, I believe was Mr. Halona, Yahadzi, what are we anticipating, and how long are we giving another? Again, I don't know what the proper word is. The nan liniki bichnahui that based on that Nesde, and we don't know. We're hearing around almost $1 billion and more that the Navajo Nation will be receiving in the next round. That's a 32 million, 35 million. That's 1,500 and Bahana got net is and ego at 1,350 Elia. A different cent keep it what $850 checks a keep another dollar do not next door. How much more is that? Had net 8 and then Lindiki $150,000 could $150 but so these are the questions I have. And I would support. I mean, if there needs to be additional allocation for hardship in the next round, but how much is we're giving a lot to our Navajo people, and what we give them. I mean, it's just something that's probably a month's worth of bills, especially with families having a bigger family. That's probably nothing of their daily or monthly expenses. It took us a long time. The next thing that I'm looking at is that NTUA because I'm sure a lot of our Navajo people had run up their light bills. Light bill again that is NTUA article Mayal and Diniki Adesat Nesde need the Shinto article be public and the Isiago, the Shinto Net store. So there's a lot of ways that I just don't want to again provide false hope to our Navajo people, but these are the areas I believe that we can continue to help our Navajo people. The 1.9 trillion, and I'm not sure how much that is as an individual, but there's a whole lot that the Navajo Nation will be receiving as far as rent. So that's the other area. Those that lives in the community, in the metropolitan, they're paying so much in the $1,000 a month of rent. Rent that the United States is helping with so much money with rental. How do we guide our Navajo people that lives in the metropolitan to say that apply for these in the area? So there's a whole lot that our Navajo people can continue to benefit. Hardship, and I appreciate and then lastly, Chairman, I apologize for taking up too much time, but you're talking about almost $1 billion worth to manage. So what would be your recommendation again, without us not to deliberate to say that, well, you need help. We need call centers, and this is how much money that we would need to fully operate. I would request for you to provide the council of specifically what's the effective, sufficient amount of staffing and dollars, money that you can be able to operate the next round on this hardship or any other allocation of fundings on behalf of the Navajo Nation government. Now, the other thing too is that I believe the federal government they're depositing a lot of these funds through direct deposits, and I'm sure they're saving a lot of money of printing checks. We're going to print about 300,000 more checks with only $150. I mean, even though we're giving them money, I believe, how much will that cost? I mean, you're talking about the paper, the ink, and the envelope, the postage, and so on. That the expense that you have incurred to calling center about 300,000. I mean, a month or a week if you add that up, you're talking about almost $1 million. These consultants council members need I believe that there's a lot of capable Navajo, maybe firms, accounting firms. I think that they yes yet that up it and see what on him to net that I think that it's diat in high does the shabiga. So just imagine how much Baker Tilly is benefiting. Yes, they helped us, but the point is that how much can we turn to our own Navajo people that can be able to do the same job as well. So anyway, appreciate the lengthy comments and so on, but I appreciate your presentation. Again, I'd like to share this PowerPoint with my chapter officials. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Calumbier. Any other comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody else in the queue. Going once. Twice.
Helena, Eugene So.
Honorable Helena, Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Helena, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, and colleagues in the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good evening again. And Ms. Kirk, thank you for your presentation. All of the above on what Delegate Calumbier had mentioned, we're getting all the noise from all the people that they haven't heard, having trouble to get through the call center. So now I hear your call center is just taking numbers, and so now I can start advertising that. And but I need to know what the numbers they are, where they're supposed to call to. Is it still the same number that you have out? And then what kind of exit plan are we going to have here? You know, have you thought about that on when we're going to stop paying out? You know, we can't be doing this forever. We're lucky we're going to get another round of CARES funding, which we might be able to put some more money in that fund. But what do you have right now as a total of standbys that are waiting? And then, and you didn't give us exact number and amount of money that you had left in that fund, minus the amount of money that's coming back from NTUA and Solani Lake and also the Net College. What is there left in there before you add those all up together? So I just kind of want to get a total on what we have left over and how far that can run. Do you also have a way that you can, when people are applying again, if you have a waiting list, you know, some of the people that have already applied might want to try to apply again. So that's another concern, that they're going to get double due to double dipping. So I just kind of want to see what kind of markers that you have that you can figure out who's already got paid. I'm sure you have a record. If it's in your database, and that'll be a little bit more easier because it'll be easier to cross-check those census numbers, the Social Security numbers, whatever you're using. Those are my questions right now. Ms. Kirk, I just need to know what we could tell the Navajo people out here because they keep asking, is there a chance for us to get back on? And there was a lot of people that said, well, we didn't really know that program was going to do that well, so they didn't get to sign up before the deadline, the first deadline that you had. And then there are several people that told me that they couldn't get on that line and even to the day of the deadline. And so some of those people were still wanting to get on the list. And if that's so, and if they can, and do they just need to recall back into the same call-in number and get a number, leave a number for them? Or how is that going to work? Those are my questions right now. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Helena. With that, we'll go on down to Honorable Eugene So.
For the time. Ahalan thought Ashenet, he the student, not that's not talking. See you in Mahashehil. Ado controller. See you, Shehe. Thank you for administrating the 713 million and getting the hardship money in the Navajo people's pockets. Also, there was a young lady that knowing Charlotte McGay, thank the Navajo Nation Council. Also, I guess to let you know to brace yourself to administer ARA coming down the tube again from Washington. I really commend you. That work is a lot of job. Based on your Basaholo, not the kid. That has been going on day, and the job you did is good. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go back to the controller. Madam Controller, response to some of the comments or questions.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Ado and John Didos kid. Ado Shinali, Delegate Key Ellen Begay. I'll go right into your questions. Your first question was whether our presentation was public information, which I think it is. There is really nothing. Usually we give periodic updates via our press release. Although these numbers keep changing on a daily basis, the numbers change because we're constantly working on these things. So I personally, and I don't have a problem with my report being out there. Regarding the from the time that is nedonle na ilieje elehit au akut au eben so usually what we tell people is we can't reissue the check because this is the hardship program. So federal government, though auditors, you have to pay to the person who applied. And then at this point in time, it becomes a legal issue for, how the surviving spouse and our children are able to cash for the deceased person. So there's ways to do that, power of attorney and those types of things. So the legal questions that's really out of our area. So we leave it up to the families and so forth. Check reissue just because the check really does have to go to that individual, even though they may have deceased from when they applied to when it was issued. So usually there are ways around it. Bank data power of attorney that they the survivors are able to cash those checks. So I appreciate you forwarding some of the emails. If you have constituents, in fact, I encourage that because some of these people exceptions, 11,536 exceptions. Those are the ones that are probably hard to get a hold of. They have exceptions that are a little bit harder. They take longer to resolve. So some of those people, we really need to get a hold of them. So word of mouth, I've had people giving out my phone number to relatives that I haven't talked to or seen in 30 years, calling me, and so forth. So because if that's the way to get some of these exceptions cleared, then it's all the better. So I appreciate that. The reason why the volunteer was, I think, helpful for Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton was it kind of gives you an idea on how the call center operates. Although I did it myself as well. In fact, a few times I called people and I told them, I'm the controller, I'm calling you, they are hard of hearing, or they're people's uncles. So it was really helpful to see how the call center works. What is it? So it was. I think it was more educational than anything. Also, so I think that was the point. I think it was helpful. But we're manning those call centers, so we're still open if somebody wants to say, hey, what is it, that way it might be helpful. So we usually set people up with one of our consultants, and then we work through it. We call people. It's sometimes it's heartbreaking, but it is, like I said, pretty eye-opening. But on the other hand, if you have emails, your constituents have issues, if you're going to email me, again, the NN Cares Help is a 24-hour turnaround. We've got it down. If you have constituents that are reaching out to you, just give them, give us their names, even their date of birth, whatever information you can. Date of birth is always helpful, or their phone numbers, and we can work on those exceptions. And your the funds that have reverted, for example, the NTUA audit 35 million revert Natsagi. Do we need new legislation? We did talk to expenditure plan December 30th probably need new legislation. Don't need so Ajashin peso ade nante nije kunaliande aja kujipaniya basinresende. Chudon inkligi to expend it digi ya bani nacha kudishne so aji ya o be anciolia on December 30th. So ebini nacha ya hutao bayashti. Ado I think you reference page 7 of I think it's page 8, yeah. The second bullet point, we did this database, we thought it was but once we got into really working on this program, there was a lot of data missing. There was a lot of paper data, census rolls, so a lot of them had to be converted to electronic form. I believe they suffered some data losses some years back. So we ran around and did a lot of work just to either convert some of these documents as and what had happened, the people themselves, sometimes they had better records than vital records. Because, for example, like my sister went through a divorce a few years back, and she said that she went and got her records changed right away once the divorce went through. But going back to her maiden name, so it was still her married name. And that's been the situation. That's actually the norm. And a lot of people, when they call you, they say, oh, I got divorced. It's probably that. So sometimes, so what that meant in her situation was that when she went to update after her divorce, that updated CIB then, so it's still under the married name. So that's just one example of where the records were different, and so there's data losses. So that is the reason why at some point in time we had to all call out to get people to text in a copy of their CIB because we couldn't find these things in vital records. So sometimes a person has better records than vital records. I think that's the easy way to describe it. So that was a lot of work to get all of those things straightened out, even though as of right now, sometimes we have to override when we record communications to say somebody says, well, such and such is my maiden name, this one's my married name. So sometimes we override some of those situations, and we're hoping that the individual, when they get new CIBs, they give us their updated CIB. So that's a lot of cleanup that we've done to the database. I think those are all the questions. So Delegate Halona, or wait, I'm still on your questions. So I think you reference we were talking about earlier the ARP, American Rescue Plan, RGG, the 1.9 trillion. That's 32 million. So right now, this is the only hardship that we have in Adoshink Adeya. We're down to the situation where we have some reverted funds. We're down to some exception. We also have a wait list. these things are always not exact. For example, on the exceptions, we are thinking we're not going to 100% resolve all those issues. There's just going to be some people we just can't get a hold of for whatever reason. So we will try our best, but at some point we have to say, how much is enough, effort to try to get a hold of these people. So, Otto, so right now we just have the reverted funds, the ones that will be reverted. Those we have a couple of things we can do, but Otto, we have a couple of options, and I can answer that with Delegate Halona's questions as well. So Otto, whether there's a possibility of doing other hardship with the monies that are coming down the pipeline, the ARP money, the American Rescue Plan. We have yet to see the rules and so forth on that. So it remains to be seen as to what the allowable usage of those funds will be. For my guess is, hardship will be allowable. Generally speaking, the legislation was not as restrictive as CARES was, but still a lot of things are being finalized, etc. Not only how much will get distributed across all tribes, but also the rules that we have to abide by for those funds. So but I will say that being that we went through this hardship assistance program, we took care of a lot of work on the front end. And therefore there is a cost to that. So Otto, you mentioned some of the NHA, the bills, paying people's bills for people. If you recall, I will make one commentary. With the CARES fund, it was very restrictive, if you recall, and then Otto, the rules kept getting clarified throughout time. And so with the CARES, there was a little bit of a focus on what we call revenue replacement. So when a tribal government like ours is giving money to an enterprise like NTUA, there were rules around revenue replacement. So if you're trying to set up an assistance program, a utility assistance program, there was always some rules around revenue replacement. So always these types of assistance programs, you're going by rules. Otto, you mentioned rent. There are rental and mortgage assistance. I know that NHA has, I believe, 90 million that they could institute a rental and a mortgage assistance program. And those are very document intensive. And it usually helps people out with 12 months rental arrearage. And so it would be an assistance program that, they need to set up. Again, it's very document intensive. So those are all out there for the people. Just wanted to mention that. Otto has been identified 1 billion or so that's coming down the pipeline for the American Rescue Plan. Again, if all goes well and the nation maximizes as much as it can or leverages its position with the formula to be used by Treasury to get as much money as we could, especially based on our enrollment numbers, we're looking at, anywhere from 1.5 billion possibly on up. So of course, there is a longer time frame for ARP up to December 2024. And then as mentioned, the rules may be a little looser, not as restrictive as CARES. Obviously, we'll have a longer time frame. But I always look at what we call the cost of compliance. The way to explain it, Nick actually sto the peso the nantehiki so bin anishte it does do bin anishiki nahidolie sa shigo nahidolie so chi don inshiki so peso bahna itle do bin don nishiki so peso bahna itle akoho. There is, for example, CARES, 3%. The 20 million that our office has asked for was 3% of the 714 million. So a good way to look at the cost for our office to administer, to ensure compliance, is usually a percentage. And 3% is a good percentage. It's not unreasonable. So the reason why is because obviously these are all federal funds out of the Navajo Nation. So we are the prime recipient of these federal funds. Ede ya bini ya date, ede bini ya beso tadine konde, beso de dosto at ado di de konben don nishiki ya ede ya be ben da annisto isha any bahazentole. Ado regarding, I think you mentioned checks versus direct deposits. Checks are still very cheap. Direct deposits involves a lot of banking issues, regulatory issues to go through. The other thing is regarding our people need bank accounts. So there's a large number of them that don't have banking accounts as well. So although it's convenient, but we would have to deal with costs. Auto consultants, Navajo firms, etc. To be honest, I do have, aside from Baker Tilly, I did hire a Navajo CPA. They are Noon and Associates, a Navajo CPA, Joaquin Noon. So he's been formerly with KPMG, and then he went out on his own. He actually probably is the only CPA that knows way too much, a lot about the Navajo Nation and how it operates. He also has been helping him and his firm. They've been helping Baker Tilly. In these cases like this, the reason why someone like Baker Tilly, a firm like Baker Tilly is utilized is because they have resources. Not only do they have the technical expertise, and they, for example, we work closely with them because they represent a group with the AICPA, which directly works with Treasury. So a lot of the guidance in driving some of these Treasury FAQs and guidance was through this industry group. So we have a say regarding some of these rules and then clarifications and so forth. So that's their technical expertise and their networks, as well as the resources. For example, I don't know any CPA firm that would be smaller than Baker Tilly who can front the money to do all the work that they're doing for the hardship assistance program. And so, so I need resources to carry out the work that's required. For example, the technical expertise to set up portals. We did a number of portals, and portals are key. I know we all probably learned what a portal is. And so that way, when the auditors come through, whether it's Treasury or whether it's our external auditors, we turn the portal, we give them access to the portal and they audit that. And so those are a lot of resources that's required. And right now, We cannot do that unless, we cannot do the compliance work unless we have these resources. And so, again, I did hire a Navajo firm. You never hear of him because he's low key, but he is very intelligent, knows everything about the Navajo financial system, and has a lot of history. And he was right in there working. Him and his team, they were valuable. They worked on the vital records database, helping out Mr. Duncan. And to this day, he's still working. Him and his team, they helped out with the payroll support program. They helped out with the small business grant assistance artisan program. So those are just some of the comments that I just wanted to make. So without Baker Tilly and Noon and Associates, we would have not been able to do the work that we have. So, Otto, Delegate Halona, you were asking what the exit plan. So on my written report, I do have a slide basically talking about the exit plan. Of course, it can be controversial because we're always going to be dealing with individual constituents that say, I didn't get a chance to apply, you're leaving me out, those types of situations. So we're never going to satisfy everyone 100%. We're never going to include everyone 100%, unfortunately, but that's just a realistic view. So basically, as I mentioned earlier, DOJ advised that legislation is needed because our expenditure plan says December 30th. So therefore, it is our view that we cannot expend those reverted funds from the NTUA's and some of the other subrecipients, such as NTU, Diné College, and Tulani Lake Enterprises, because we are aware that they did not fully expend. We gave them communication. 2 of them reverted funds. They're under the grant agreements. There's terms and conditions. So we're working through those to find out the exact number that these entities are reverting back. So the exit plan is that we need a legislation, number one, unless DOJ says otherwise. And then there are 2 options or a combination. One is, for sure, we have the wait list, which in your materials, first page or second page, I guess, is 5,620 is the count for today. But on a daily basis, we average about 200 people that will call us. We take their information. And so that number is always changing. I think that answers one of your questions. The exit plan is we fund them. And the other thing is we open up an application period. Of course, that can be costly. Any type of updates we need to do to the portal, to the application, all of those things need to be taken into consideration, as well as the support for the call center that the call center would need to provide. So then plus the other option is to work with the existing applicant pool that we have, that we've funded. Keep in mind the legislation says up to 1,500, and currently the figures we have, we issued 265,242 people so far. If we work through those exceptions, etc., we're up to close to 280,000. We would just send people, for every adult that already received 1,350, we would fund the remaining $150. We would fund the remaining $50 for minor children. And that would be less costly because we've already paid those people. So we have updated addresses, etc. And we know that all their applications correct, etc. So those are the options or a combination. And the other thing, opening up an application period will not only costly on making all the tweaks, etc., but it also we will have people who want to game the system, who want to apply a second time, etc., and so forth. And the amount of effort it will take to deal with that. That in that manner, it will be costly to go down that road. So those are all the options and a combination that we would need to consider going forward on the exit plan. And then also wanted to mention that we do have 11,536 exceptions based on the initial application pool from November. Those need to be, we on a daily basis work on those. And so the question then becomes when is enough to try to keep getting a hold of people, etc. So we have to shut that thing off at some point in time as well. Those are all considerations for that. And then, so those are all the things we're working with, in addition to working with the other things such as return mail, which isn't too bad. It's around 5,000 right now. And so all of those things need to be cleaned up. Ideally, these things, I hope to clean them up before we get underway with the American Rescue Plan monies. We're anticipating that given Treasury's new timeline of 60 days from March 11th, Treasury should have a formula on how to distribute it and then start distributing those monies in May. So we're trying to, look into the next couple of months to do as much as we can to finish up this plan. So those are all the considerations. I want to go over that with you. And you were asking about what is left over. On OOC's website, we have, keep in mind that our original budget was $322 million, and we've, I believe, issued checks for around $293 million. And so you can see the difference. That's about 30 or so million. And then that's not including the amount that we think will get reverted from those sub grants that the nation has done. And so if you look at OOC's website on CARES Help tab, you'll also see there's some budget we need to shuffle around, which we're working with OMB. We did a reminder email to OMB regarding shuffling some of these business units around, but according to our remaining budget, it's 58 million. So that's some of the work we need to do. So between those figures, we have the difference between 322 and 293 million, plus on top of that, what will be reverted. And again, we have the figures for NTUA, NTU, but we don't have the figures from the Net College and the Talani Lake Enterprise on what will be reverted back. We are still waiting for reports from them and so forth. So just wanted to go through that with you as well. I believe I answered your questions, Otto, Delegate Eugene So, Otto Hihat, for your thank yous and everything. my staff appreciates those types of words as well as my consultants. It does take a lot of work, and it's tough to go through sometimes because our people are not nice when they're not getting their checks. So we get cussed out, we get vulgar texts, etc. So, but we have a tough skin and we're hanging in there. We're trying to pay every Navajo that, has applied as much as best as we can, given the resources. So, and understandably, there's a lot more money possibly coming down the pipeline. And so it is a lot of work. All I ask is that we be considered up there as far as compliance budgets and so forth that we put forth. Otherwise, we're left hanging trying to figure out how to do some of these things without a budget. So
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Sorry, there it goes. Thank you very much, Madam Controller. Madam Chair, Charles Zewin, I'll put you in the queue. I do have, this is the lineup. I do have Honorable Yellow Hair, Chairman Rick Nez, and yourself, Madam Chair, Charles Zewin. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Hello, Yate. I was muted, so thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay.
Out of 24th Councilman. Yate Kona, see, Tony, Benia Daba, a lot of legislation came before us. We talk about funds, CARE Act money. This morning, I put some of my suggestions in there. Number one, equitable budget, current budget expenditure report. They need this morning, CARE Act money to pertain to hardship money. They need this morning 8,000. So based on the current expenditures and budget balance. Report based on there's a PowerPoint in here. Because of check you get 265,242 issues in here. Applicants say 293,000. I think that's the higher number. But check clearly 248. Because 7,500 total check that will be ready to print and will be ready to mail. Because 5,620 applicants I think the waiting in this program. Because I play with my budget right here. Okay, did it on NTUA, though, if 35,900,000 all around officially, out of 524,000, looks like NTU. There's money available right here. 36,391,362. Of course, a penny at addition. Did Sunny the Neptune Hasian hidden a over 18 gay 1,350 which the Hasia. Of course, do you open the shale national? D at the 5,620 gay 8 at 8 waiting list. 80 7,600,000 ran off Aro Pinia down by it Shinatani. $150 acre out of the Hasiarti out of the $1,500 there. I go 150 out on the Hasiar. I go 250 now Liao. 265,242 inch in there. 8 couldn't live in Dolly. Probably more because I understand numbers still coming in. That will cost $40 million run off. I got actual numbers. Okay, this engine the 36 million and 391 Yahanani NTU and also NTUA that leaves a 36 million. Okay, job of the night on this controller I dive at has ladies 1,315 CITO. Out of a under less than probably 300 citizens in the Hasia. A all a higher number, 265,000. I could play with my numbers right here. I could deal right now. This is the best you need $10, $11 million in the red only because we still need to see the budget balance and ladies nearly data we need to see that worksheet a quaggy at the husband out of Ashaban specification shanat ani legislation deal that ends December 30, 2020. We're in 2021 now. When you work with a budget like this as grants or contract, the a care money enough this extension in the end December 30, 2021. But you cannot sort on the sausage nina or could I ban this kid. Bed the car what either out about being a committee. Yeah, we need to modify the extend to expiration date in late December 30, 2021 to expiration date. So we do have ample time to use this money. Although there's time for those other people out of which waiting list on Lenny they still need to get paid. So Ajolia Abiga Bahonet Johnson on this case. We still need the current budget worksheet, expenditure budget balance. That's what we need. You see needs and councilman. What a on this case? Of course, a your in not is not the best of business. Oh, said you're not oh. According there's consultant professional than law non-talents. Aro when a auditor non-talents. The auditor had this thing so Naha auditors and it on non-talents. Or your conflict of interest in this case. There's has artist or this. I thought the civil wasn't his story. That's my point. What a quack or shit is about this things. Auto less support center 100,000 Shiki. Either we probably need a report or later until auto is won't be done. 8 auto it or but now see thoroughly. Or the concept of what's the expenditures only Kailan Shiki a codica not keep need as in the Kishigata Kate. They know. A co errors are never to have no that's not odd nation hardness. One thing there's a problem with this, you have one line. A codi called this one line is this too it should be maybe 4 or 5 lines to since there's 100 in the what not what that on this then general the oil the law colleges. I thought I went to have stage I specify yet even none the snow dealer control dealer consult magic and understanding either I share in such case in a large to either this what's the liability anyway could a coho oh you have any question Ziki ko and pleasure being a committee members, paying too much to consultant. There's learning that we need to know so we can be prepared to learn all this technicians, so we can have our own people to work so they can get paid to be on Tinita. So that's it. We still need the up-to-date expenditure report pertains to care and hardship county. Legislation legislation to extend this hardship. I think there's money left, but I know there is, because we need to see the expenditure report. Budget Finance Committee, we had to work with fiduciary responsibility. I had to really look at money management. Speaker, give me the floor. Chapter it about the TRA was not a console street or decrease I think not idea. So I know there's money left out there. We could see those worksheet, and then we can make plan to drop off the legislation immediately, and we don't want to wait for a process. So say you and he get a councilman better to Hajoni Chaholiad no a quiet or anything a technical issue in Gideni, Kadesh and Nana Natural Hotaria Nipe Binsi Holna. We do respect that one. That's engineer machines, that's the total. Once about street only. Thank you, and everybody listen outside, and we're having a good time. And right now it's about 9:25. But once about the share about again so. Thank you. That's all, Speaker. We'll be on mute now.
Thank you. What do we all here? With that, moving on down, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Arushanand, Beshbans, Anna Senegi, Cheshidok. So in Zago Yashkita, so in Nezo Deshlita, Janshin Nezo again, the Asks go Deshlita. Madam Controller, Aro Robert Willie. Aron das nishigi and hidden hota Janshibi hata named hota base of Chetas Ido Sashini Sashit Atinde Haleta Toshin Eligate no Ada Nikesa Big Hadan Kisnota Bishbans Anne Tleniki Halet Aron Hanan the height Aron Han Lena Soshan Shahadas Adanshich and the Hadnata Nora Ada. I do be Bahonet Zan the Salah hot end Nere can the Najjad like Phoenix to Albuquerque the sudden hidden neck here hat Halet ha Adonant Agon Hada who's it on Nessa. Did CIP I suban ban Sandobandanit. Chgent all Ligasa. A quag in lay not one gun dash staff in the R8 another escal R CIP. So a con nora nora a con yenda this kiddy asked Soran history as Madam Controller. I want Sora less a shell. God bless you.
Thank you, Chairman. As that, moving on down, Madam Chair Charles Newton, then I'll go back to the Madam Controller. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Shatila. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Shade Perline Kirk, Madam Controller, for all of your hard work on this. I honestly had no idea how much work was involved in this whole process, and I did have the opportunity to come in and, you know, volunteer some time or give some of my time, and I got to see, both of us were there, and we got to help some of our elderly people. And I recall the elderly woman who was so excited, to hear from you, and just the questions that she had, but also just the things that she said in thanking you for all of your work. And and again, to kind of see the backhand, how much work is really involved in all of this, and especially with helping the elderly people, trying to help them to understand the process, and then also the issues that they encountered with their application. There were so many different things that I think, working with the hardship people, that I was able to see, and then all of the different stories that came in from a lot of, I would say about 90% of the calls that I handled were from elderly people, and the stories that they told about, some of the issues that they have encountered, and then also, the people that they lost in their lives. It was really just heartfelt, to have to hear, that directly. I think that, I did get to meet some of the people there from Baker Tilly. They were very straightforward when I asked questions. They were very knowledgeable in the way that they handled things. And I know that I also got a lot of people reaching out to me, asking me, how do they get through with these numbers? How do they get their emails answered? And what I learned is a lot of them actually were not calling the right number, and they were not emailing the right email. There were some people that were replying to the 928 number, which is the number that you all used to let people know if they had problems with their application, the documents that they had to send in. So a lot of those corrections were made, but I know that there's still a lot of people who are still having issues with their application. I just want to say, in my opinion, working there with you at the Hardship Center, seeing Baker Tilly in action, because we worked out of your office, out of the controller's office, the day that we helped out. But the people that I met there from Baker Tilly, I got to listen in on their calls. I also got to see, how they check up on the applications and the way that they were scanned into the system, and then just the explanations that they provided with how people have been reaching out to them. I do have to say that you are correct in that there were a lot of people who were very rude. There were some Navajo people, who were belligerent. But I think, for those numbers of people who were that way, hearing that one story, that positive story, from our elders was enough to forget, that there are some people out there who were rude. And I saw how professional Baker Tilly was handling those situations. I know, working in the customer, I guess where you service customers, that is not always the easiest job to do. But I do want to say thank you very much, Shada, for all of your work. I always, say that we always take the time to complain, but we never take the time to say thank you for the work that is being done. I just want to say thank you. This was a learning experience. It was brand new. There was really no time to train people, and it would be nice to see Navajo people there at the, to actually see a hardship center and Navajo people there, which is what I was expecting. But as you stated, a lot of people were working from home, but those phone calls were going directly out, and they were coming directly in when we did assist. So I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you for being positive. Thank you for always answering my text messages. and also my emails. And thank you for helping the people in the Northern Agency as much as we tried to help out and reach out to people in the Northern Agency. I know that we weren't able to reach out to everyone, but we certainly did reach out to a number of them when I got to go get in there and volunteer. So thank you very much for all of your work. Yeah. Hello,
Thank you,
are
Madam
we
Chair.
still on?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me go back to Madam Controller for response.
Okay, speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. Otto, yeah, speaker, and then members of the committee. Otto kri eya ala the hardship with yagi eya baya del tito benai the kit. Otto shizere kudo tlahigo eya united kit. So expenditure report, we can give that out. And I know you've been asking about it. I've been kids. So I just wanted to point out a few things when you're looking at the expenditure report. We do have the same information on our website as well. We used our website as the only way to let the people know on the CARES. And so it's nice to see that our website, when you go to our website under the CARES Help tab, that a lot of the, because we used to present what was budgeted, what has been expended, what's open commitment, and the available budget, the bakat in the hospital. And so it's nice to see that a lot of, I would say, out of the 714 million, at least, and I'm not sure when this has been updated last, but 714 million, we have 58 million still available. But there are some things that needed to be done, a expenditure report behind this Kidiki. So the first thing I will point out is in my report, Shant Tequila reversion, so we have some of these sub-grants. We got NTUA, we got NTU, Auto, the College, so Lani Lake, Cotton Hospital. Those are sub-grants that need to be closed out. The Navajo Nation, this is the first time utilizing CARES dollars, we were able to sub-grant those things out. So we need those final financial closeout reports. So if you're looking at the expenditure reports, those things need to be finalized. They're not going to be as up to date as you would like to see, where it's only isolated to hardship assistance program. So right now we gave a notice to, we already received those reversions from NTUA and NTU, and then we're waiting to, we haven't heard from Tulani Lake Enterprise, Diné College. Also, we've been talking to them, so we did issue a communication to them. They had 10 days to revert from the 60 days that they had to pay their vendors and etc. And so that whole thing needs to be finalized and closed out as well. So everything shakes out to the essentially the hardship pot. So that's the reason why one of the reasons why the expenditure report that you're asking for may not be isolated to what's remaining in the hardship, as you would like to see. So I'm just telling you what's basically what's going on behind the scenes. The other thing would be the contract accounting takes time to post a lot of these journal entries. For example, a lot of these journal entries are in the thousands. And so, as you can imagine, that's a lot of journal entries. Also, OMB, we have, I believe there's three business units, the power lines, and there's a few transfers that need to happen. And that's what I mentioned earlier with OMB. We need to get those business units addressed. And that's with OMB, because I believe the last time we talked to OMB, they said they would transfer without having to do paperwork with the programs that administered those. And I'm talking about solar, power line, broadband. So we're talking about DCD, general services, having to initiate the paperwork to do the 3 business units that needed to be transferred over to hardship. So those things still need to be done. And so those are some of the reasons why the expenditure report will not be isolated to just what's remaining in the hardship. So there are things that are in flux, but we can send an expenditure report that is from the FMIS, to date. It's not going to show all of those things because all of those things are happening. And but if you go to our website, it will give you the information on the budget available, at least as to FMIS. Again, FMIS is not going to be updated as you would like for the foregoing reasons that I just talked about. So I just want to let you know. You mentioned the auditors and conflict of interest. Our external auditor, which is Moss Adams, they, as a CPA firm, engaged to do independent external audits for the nation's financial and single audits. We do, as CPAs, have professional and ethical responsibilities. One of them being the independence, professional responsibility ethics requirements, which is independence. I can assure you that Moss Adams has no independent issues. If they did, they will tell me, but they didn't. Basically, because they audit us, they're not going to do basically what we're supposed to do on our own, that management's supposed to take care of. So that would impair their independence. I think that's why you're asking. And so they're not basically auditing themselves, is what I'm saying. So we do have Noonan Associates and Baker Tilly, other CPA firms doing the work, not Moss Adams, just so you know. I think you made a comment about adding more lines. As I mentioned all night, we don't have the resources. Just so you know, adding additional phone lines will not help the situation. 100 people is 100 people, whether you have 1 line or 4 lines. If we have 100 people right now is not going to be enough to make everyone happy. So I just wanted to say that. Right now, the phone, it has a queue and a callback. So we have 100 people calling back, 7,000 people per day. So, I mean, if people will, if somebody will give me money, I can add another 100 people, but it's going to cost $350,000. So, Otto, I think I just wanted to say that out of the $20 million that I got allocated for OOC for the purposes of ensuring compliance for CARES money, we utilized $18 million in 3 weeks to meet the November 20th deadline. And so, again, as I've stated earlier tonight, the cost of the hardship program was very hard to gauge because we didn't know what we were up against. Obviously, all the problems we've encountered with our CIB is costly. It translates to higher costs, and therefore, in my budget for Baker Tilly, it only lasted up until January. A lot of the costs that happened in December, obviously, we were trying to do a huge push because if you recall back then, we were working with a federal deadline of December 30th. So we didn't get that extension until the 27th. So that whole time we're trying to work all these exceptions and trying to meet the deadline so that the nation doesn't revert anything back to the federal government at that time before the extension was given. So a lot of costs went into the month of December. And keep in mind, part of my 18 million that I encumbered or expended, approximately 3 million of that we helped assist with the bulk purchase for the chapters with DCD that came out of my budget. The tents that you see in Window Rock here at the fairgrounds and a lot of the logistics, we used Baker Tilly Logistics and we used their network to make a bulk purchase. We paid, I used our budgets to pay for security, for logistics, warehousemen, and so 3 million out of the 18 went to that. So we didn't stand by to just watch people not do anything. We helped any way we could. So that ate up most of the budget, and here we are. Nobody anticipated the cost of the not only the call center and the hardship program, but we also worked on other CARES programs like the small business artisan, the chapters, and so forth. There's a lot of compliance work that went in to the CARES, administering the CARES dollars. So again, I did hire a Navajo, Noon and Associates, and keep in mind also the time crunch that we were working with. I believe we had 8 months from the time we received the CARES dollars back in May, almost a year ago, with the first legislation, I want to say got approved in July. The first expenditure that went moving after setting up budgets and so forth was the end of August. So we had 4 months to spend a lot of money. And so that's a time crunch in which we were operating. I just want to put that into perspective. And, you know, I hear the comments on using our people. I mean, I wish we would utilize more of our people. I know Baker Tilly did hire 40 people to help out with the hardship program. We had scanners, we have runners, we had our call center, interpreters. So those are, you know, so Baker Tilly didn't just not hire Navajo, we hired Navajo. We had Noon and Associates. They have a number of Navajos working for them, as well as other Navajo CPAs. So they also chipped in as far as making sure that Navajos are working, especially Navajo CPAs. We had 2 of them that I can think of that were working there as well. So, and also, I mean, I don't know, I mean, I guess the comment was we're paying too much to consultants. I know that within OOC, we're not the only ones across the Navajo Nation that utilize consultants. In fact, my 120 employees is not enough to ensure compliance. In fact, we would do a disservice to the Navajo Nation if we don't outsource a lot of the work that we have, especially within the context of what we went through regarding the timeline from last year. So going forward, hope, you know, there are a lot of our people that will chip in regardless with the ARP and so forth. So just wanted to say that. And I don't think anybody had an idea on how much this is going to cost. We certainly don't. because we blew through our budget, and here we are. We do operate. I went through an RFP with Baker Tilly early on back in June. I followed the Navajo Nation law procurement. There are contracts in place that have been reviewed. There are terms and conditions with the contracts, as far as liability concerns. So right now at this point, I would need a budget to keep paying them, because they didn't want to just leave us hanging too. And I don't think nobody would like that if we left our people hanging while we're in the middle of trying to give them hardship payments. So I appreciate Baker Tilly for having the resources, fronting their own money, paying their call center because we can't pay their bill yet. So that's a lot of resources they have to have in order to work for us. So anyways, that's that. Otto, Chair Rick Nez, I appreciate your comments. Otto, CIB for vital records. We did help a lot of our Navajos all over the nation, the United States, and overseas. There are a lot of, I believe, vital records at times at the height of the pandemic, their offices were closed. So we did come across those instances where our people needed to either change their CIBs, update their CIBs, or get new CIBs to get people enrolled. And so I'm not sure, I can't speak for that office as far as them being open and operating again and so forth, but we did get questions about when they're open, frustration at times from our people who hope to apply for the hardship but unable to because they're not enrolled yet, etc. So I think at this point in time, I think enrollment is critical. If we had a better mechanism, I do think that if it was a better online system, etc., I think that's where investments need to be made into this program to make sure we're on top of things as far as our enrollment. I will say that it's critical going forward. It will be critical for American Rescue Plan because that would be the argument to U.S. Treasury to say, hey, we don't just, help our Navajos here on the reservation or around the reservation. We help our Navajos, and they're all over the place. And so I hope that leadership is able to make those Treasury consultations and argue, because I think Treasury will listen to us because we're, at this point in time, we're probably the largest tribe because we've just added approximately 100,000 records to vital statistics database. And so our numbers, we cleaned it up, we're cleaning it up and so forth. And going forward, as I mentioned before, it only helps the nation. I think that's a small investment. If people are questioning how much I'm paying the consultant, that's a small investment. The nation will get paid back in spades going forward. So I just want to make that point as well. Otto Shadeja, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Ikihat, for your comments. I do appreciate it. Myself, my staff, and the consultants, we do appreciate all those comments and so forth. Otto Ikihat, Nana, Sinosangi. Ado a ede yashashin Ikihat.
So, Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Colleagues, good evening. If you're just joining us, you're listening in. We're listening to an update on the Navajo Nation Hardship Program from the Navajo Nation Controller. And she's getting questions and comments from my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. Committee members, the time now is 9:50 p.m. Just please keep in mind that we do have staff till the office. Right now, let me go back to the board, to the floor. I do have Honorable Nathaniel Brown, then Vice Chair Smith in the queue at this time. So with that, Honorable Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Ado kia shanala kwegi kudo all kiss ado asacho kut danil akodo getato nanta jashin nanis hayunde kudo hagon dandi ninde linka nanta jashin al sosin kiche hun inde kudo baka ako aita email da bi ako could anka nanta to nisndad nishi nandad nishi hehet dole ado kodona the shikidole lay to the nishi hahot soja hashin so alle shich adahadne Kayenta Veterans Organization ado chapter at the application adayilla ado records Hashin had that day lagi ako veterans adoshi kut abaka aliada nal tos ba ezendo legi ako so the veterans, some of them they still haven't gotten their hardship check. They did fill out the application and they did turn it in the same time when the senior center was doing their application. So they were some of the first wave of applications. So I was just notified also, like the way my colleagues are bringing their concerns up. They filled out the applications and they gave it to the secretary of the Kayenta Veterans Organization. But somewhere after a lot of phone calls to the number there and the email, my veterans in Kayenta are told that their applications did not make it in. So I know that with the chapter, they did get their checks. So but with the veterans, it's really sad that they were still waiting patiently. Luckily, one individual was really adamant and checking. So I would hate to have them wait and have this council introduce another legislation. Is there a way that we can have the veterans in Kayenta, since their applications was lost somewhere in the process? And the other concern that they brought to me was they told me I have all my personal information, my Social Security number, all my personal information. I put it on that application. Where did it go? I'm worried. Is my identity, my identity's at stake right now. Is someone going to steal my identity? And I really couldn't respond to them, and they were really concerned. But they also, of course, that hardship, they were waiting for that. And truly, it is true that our kids and they are going through hardship because of loss of job. And it's just insane that on top of the pandemic, some of our individuals are facing, vehicle problems, housing, their homes that have burned down, etc. So I feel, and I know we all do, so I really want to know how we can go back with these people that have lost their application. I mean, we can bring people who did take the applications, and I don't know what happened to them.
So how can we go about working and helping our veterans? They're bringing these concerns to me. Yeah, so.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.